ultimate final slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みの タイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
I'm stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 4 right here at MPLSG Season 5. Yes, my name is Cheryl Yao and I'm your host for this season. Right now, we are at the halfway mark right here for Season 5 itself, and teams have 4 more days only to fight for that upper bracket spot. Just in case you missed out on any of the action, these are the overall standings. As you see here on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, RSG Slate SG is sitting comfortably right here in first position with 9 points to their name. And tailing right behind them, we have Bleed Esports with 8 points. Thereafter, we have Team SMG SG, which is still moving under gunfire with 7 points to their name. Stellar SG has secured 5 points for themselves for the past 3 days. And we have Revival currently at 3 points, tied neck and neck to Team Flash SG with 3 points as well. Now at 7th position with 1 point to their name, we do have Alchemy SG. And at 8th position, we have Evil, having more to prove right here in the coming 4 days. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, these are our overall standings. So even though Evil doesn't have any points to their name right now, we have seen from past seasons, they have climbed all the way to the lower bracket run-ups, all the way in playoffs, and secured their top 3 position. So if they want to up their ante, this is high time to do so, because there is no room for slip-ups. So will our teams really up their ante and, proceed to fight on for that coveted upper bracket position? Because with the upper bracket position, they will get that crucial extra life in the playoff season. So yes, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, these are today's matchups. As you see right now, what's going to come up real soon happening at 10 a.m. It's going to be Bleed Esports going head-to-head against Revival for the very first match of the day. And thereafter, coming at 1 p.m., we have Team Flash crossing swords with Stellar SG. Now for match 3, it is the highlight match of today. And this is Team SMG going head-to-head against Team Evil, happening at 4 p.m. Now this is a pretty unique match because this is a rivalry match with some little beef that happened in a regular ranked game. So we're going to see who is the true victor coming from match 3, which is our highlight match that you definitely don't want to miss. Now, closing off the show for match 4, we do have RSG Slate SG going head-to-head against Alchemy SG, happening at 7 p.m. So yes, what an exciting lineup for today. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, stick around and join us right here, happening on all of your favorite platforms such as Facebook, YouTube, as well as Twitch. Now for all of our wonderful live audiences right here today, if any pictures that you take right here on the spot, a selfie, remember to hashtag our pride, our passion to show your support for the boys. And of course, upload it onto Instagram at mpl.sg.official, and we're going to soup you up really nicely. So as you guys can see right here at the live venue, you guys are going to get so many amazing goodies, and of course goodies await you right here on the stream as well. So get your friends to come on over and join us right now for MPL SG Season 5. So yes, MPL SG Season 5 wouldn't have been possible without our amazing sponsors. MPL SG Season 5 is powered by Moontan and Zenray Productions. Our official partners, Frank by OCBC and Garnier Men. And our partners in esports, we also have OSIM and Suntech City Mall. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, right now, first match is about to begin. Bleed Esports and Revival. Now, without further ado, let's introduce our team. First up for Bleed, unfortunately due to COVID restrictions, they are playing from their team home right now, so they'll be seeing us online. But without further ado, let's meet the team. Ladies and gentlemen, Bleed Esports! Now, our boys are actually checking with us in online. I'm sure you guys can see them on your screens right now in a few moments. But ladies and gentlemen, right now, the team that we're going to introduce next would be Revival. So let's meet the team. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Revival. Wow, warming up to the very first match of today. Now, Bleed Esports, will they fight for that constant win streak that they have seen right here at MPLSG Season 5? Or Revival will take it from them and really secure their position in the upper bracket? Now, we can only find out, ladies and gentlemen. So without further ado, I'm going to pass my time over to the casters. So take it away, Suki, Churros, as well as Kin.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to MPL SG Season 5, Week 2, Day 2. I'm Suki. With me is Churros and Kin, and we're going to bring you the first match today. So how are you guys feeling?
Feeling very, very good about this matchup. This is going to be an exciting matchup. I mean, we know that Bleed is a powerhouse, top 2 in the overall standings so far. Did well against SMG. I mean, both teams has already fought SMG. That is one of the sort of like common denominator over them. Revival didn't do so well because they had a pretty much shaky start, but they have proven themselves. They have been stepping up to the plate each and individual game, so I'm really, really excited about this matchup right now.
Yep, I'm kind of feeling a little bit bad for Revival. I mean, they've been pit against the very, very strong teams right off the bat, right, in this season. So, I mean, the results they've had, of course, is not what they want, but I think they have put out quite some spectacular plays. Just it could be better executed. But of course, this is just a start, right? We know that this is an experimental portion of the season, so we'll see. What can they come up with? And I'm really hoping to see something cool from the rest of the players.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen Bleed do very, very well. You know, like they have, I guess, I wouldn't say they exceeded expectations, they've met expectations.
Yeah.
And because the expectations are so high, even though right now they're playing from home, we still do expect them to do very, very well. So let's have a look at the Bleed lineup right now. Maybe Churros, you can bring us through this.
Yeah, they will go with their main lineup: FMM in the gold lane, Sayla mid lane, Gear in the EXP, Deck jungle, and JPL in the roam position. All of them has been so instrumental. It's very difficult to pinpoint who is the main coordinator of this team, because everyone is sort of like they have one brain and they're playing it in their own way. JPL definitely the main shot caller of the side of Bleed Esports, so Revival definitely has to look for a way to shut him down, try to disrupt their flow of play. But on the other side, though, we can't write them off yet. On Revival's lineup, they have Sammy, Swirl, Ryan, Nan, and Kirby. Ken, what do you think about this lineup?
I mean, it's time for Sammy and Nan to show up. So far, they have had impressive performances, but not yet at the same level of their competitors, right? So today is definitely a chance for them to really show up. I'm still waiting for Sammy to pop off, right? I mean, I've seen how he's played, and I think Sammy has potential. Yes, he's new, right? But every new player, they go through a stage of growth, and I think this is going to be a very important portion for him. This early part of the season, yes, he's getting knocked down, he's getting beat down, but that's part of the process of growing, right? So hopefully he's able to grow into this huge monster that can help them into the playoffs.
Yeah, and I believe, you know, we were looking at Sammy's play on that Melissa and Sword on that Eve. You know, it was quite impressive. They were able to keep most of the team away. And so whether or not they draft into that, I think will be quite interesting to see. But here we are. We're going to have a look at the Bleed's, Team Bleed's keys to victory here for this upcoming match.
So for Team Bleed, they have to take advantage of Revival's shaky late game team fights, play towards Bleed's slow and calculated playstyle, and wait for JPL to catch Revival off. Now, this is basically their main goal of the game. Try to set the tempo, try to set the momentum right from the get-go, right from the early game. You want to capitalize on your own little small optimizations, because experience plays a big part into today's matchup. Now, Bleed has a lot of experience in international scenes, as well as a longer run within the MPL SG, sort of like seasons through the year. So this might show off within today's game, and setting out the tempos, setting the momentums will be one of the main criterias for Bleed's victory.
Yep, that's right. Revival, and they have to contest the junglers, right? This is for Nan itself. Like I said, I want to see him fight for tooth and nail against the opponent jungler, which is going to be Deck. And they need to slow things down in the late game. We've seen how they played. They don't exactly have a very good start, you know, but late game they're actually quite strong. But they need to take it at their own pace, right? And of course, last one is to provide Sammy that option. Like Sammy can do well, he can dish out damage, but Sammy needs a little bit of time, right? So they need to make sure that they provide him this safe room to grow, and from there set up the fight for him, and it will be much easier for them to really bring out the best of our new players from Revival.
Yeah, I mean, we did see they actually almost came back against SMG,
Yeah,
right?
it was
Like,
close.
that was very, very close. And it was, I think, just a little bit too impatient, maybe, you know? That late game potential just didn't get a chance to showcase itself.
Yeah.
But we are going to have a look at our own talent predictions for today. I mean, do
I'm
we...
100% so far. Are you still at 100%?
Yes.
Okay, so she's
No,
still at 100%.
No, but don't say that, because now the pressure is like, if something goes wrong today in my mind, I'll be so sad.
Fair. So it's like the caster's curse coming through
Yeah,
to you.
but I'm like cursing myself in that sense.
Actually, I think, okay, to be honest, right? Because Vertigo always chooses the team that is opposite of what we chose.
Yeah, he would like
so
to
like
go
it's
against the
basically
green.
it's basically Vertigo, the Vertigo curse.
Yeah.
Whoever he chooses will lose. Will actually
Oh
lose.
no!
So it's the other way around. So like
Maybe we shall see. But we all did go for Bleed. I mean, they have been showing up this season, and that's just a little bit hard, I think, to vote against them. Is there anything that you guys believe that, you know, what can Revival do? Is there any chance here that they're going to be able to like do like, you know, a 1-2 punch and take out Bleed straight away?
I think it will be quite difficult, but Bleed, I think they are very consistent. So what we're looking for, I think my expectation for Revival today is not whether they can really just take the win or not. It's really to have a consistent gameplay and to really figure out the kinks and chinks in their armor, right? At this point, I think we're still early on in the season. It's not really about, oh, let me be the best. I don't think that's possible at this point. It is more of, let's fix the mistakes that we have, find the faults, and, you know, grow from there. Identify your weaknesses and see what you can do about it.
Well, to me, I think it's a mental game right from the get-go, right? It's a David and Goliath story in this matchup. Bleed, a huge giant. You see them as a very intimidating creature. And, of course, David, the team Revival. You don't want to go into this match thinking that, hey, it's going to be a very hard match, we'll lose. You have to go in thinking, we're going to do what we train for. We've gone through scrims, we've gone through a lot of practice, and we want to show this practice up in this game. So right from the get-go, the mentality of Team Revival has to be there. They have to play their own game. They have to play it on their own tempo. They have to set the pace of that game. So this is how Revival could potentially turn things around and give Bleed a hard time to take a victory away from them.
Yeah, I think Bleed, they have been sort of on everybody's, everyone's praising them. There's so many things that they're doing correct, right? So I think it's going to be interesting how Revival are going to go up against what they're doing and, maybe take a win here. But we are going to go into the draft. Guys, take it away.
So what I wanted to say first is Deck has been put in a lot of uncomfortable position playing in a tank jungle role. For the side of Revival though, he's also known as a assassin type of jungler as well.
Yes.
So like when you don't give those guys who are very comfortable with assassins their favorite picks, they will look a little bit shaky, but right off the bat, Kaja Marnus, they've taken out the battle on the side of Bleed. Revival will take out that joint, but really gain aggressive healers.
Yeah, I think it's a bit difficult for Nan, right? This current meta, this current patch, a lot of
Your team is banned.
junglers.
Yes.
And I think this goes against so-called Nan's comfort zone. But so far, what they've been trying, right? And it's very obvious it's a trial and error kind of thing. Revival is still heavily pushing this assassin jungle style for Nan. And I think it will kind of help him to figure out, is this viable in this meta? Can they actually pull it off? Right? We have seen a couple of very strong tank junglers across the previous 2 weeks already, and so far no one has shown up yet with a pure assassin jungle. So I really am interested to see, can Revival actually figure something out? Is there a formula that they have hidden in their books, their playbooks, where they can come up with a draft that potentially can make Bleed shudder a bit, cower in fear?
Yeah, I think this is very, very interesting. They banned out the Akai from the side of Bleed. Revival, they want to take out Fanny, so they're actually aiming for the
Your
Roam
team
as
is
well
picking.
as jungle position on both sides. They know that these two are one of the playmakers of the team. You want to convert all those small little kills, all the small, really carefully orchestrated kills into objectives. Without such, I mean, it's going to be a little bit difficult. You have a Kai that repositions you. You have Fanny to take that early game kickoff, and Deck is going to solidify his first pick on that Fredrin. On the other side, though, Faramis left right open, so we're going to pick that up. Ryan on the R as well.
They're going to probably ban out the Valentina. Most of the teams, when they see a Faramis on the opposite end, Valentina is the go-to ban, but of course now they're going to be opening their picks. So Sayla, I mean, he is our favorite mage in the entire lineup so far. He's one of the strongest in the season as well. So I'm interested to see what Sayla has in store for us. And FMM, or as we know, Farm Many Many. Right? So he's going to have his hands on the Claude. And I like this lineup, right? Simply because they offer two things. They offer synergy and they offer options. Right? You have Deck, who is probably going to go in head first. He's going to be that funnel, right, for team. What they want to do is to get all that gold, to get him that level advantage, so he can be as tanky as ever, gets the taunt in, and that's where the rest of the team can really play around. The options open up. FMM can choose to be very mobile, or he can choose to just stay at the back and, you know, just shoot them from afar.
It's a matter of team fight compositions and synergy now, right? For Bleed, they have late game insurance in that Claw. When you give him enough time and space,
when the body suffers,
farm,
your team is banned.
really pops off in the late game. From the side of Revival, though, their entire team lineup really revolves around this R-Lot. So you need to have heroes that offer a lot of crowd control abilities. You have Akai taken out. You need some other type of crowd control ability that is able to reposition and maximize his skill to potential. Because every single time he hits a hero that is marked, he resets it. But in the second phase of the draft, though, they ban out Benedetta. And what I know about Gear is he always plays fighters, but fighter assassin. So very
Your
backline
team is banning.
heavy assassin, fighter assassin heroes.
Yeah, I mean, this works perfectly for them, right? We know that this is one of the best formats to fight against the lineup. It's sustainable in this case, right? Sword and Ryan, the two of them will have a very huge sustain. They have the Cult's Outer, they have the heal and lifesteal as well from Ryan itself. And of course, with that being said, right now, I think what they need to prioritize on the side of Revival is to find someone who can support Sammy's growth. It needs to be, very important.
This is actually really interesting because they banned out like three fighters already. Revival is still lacking a marksman. They should be considering the Claude because not the Claude, the Melissa, because Sammy has shown that he is very nutty on this Melissa as well. But they're still taking their time on this last ban. It might look like either a fighter or a marksman.
Your team
will be a Lancelot. This is really, really interesting because they are thinking that Nan might be going for the assassin pick that we talked about.
Yeah, we have seen Lancelots being played in the other MPL regions as well, and for good reason why it's banned.
Your team
and
is
access
talking.
into any one on the backlines of Bleed. That is what they're worried about, which I like that concept. So Nan is going to pick up the Cho, probably going to be a jungle Cho in this case, right? So of course Sammy is going to have his hands on the Brody. Now I still think they're not tanky enough. Like we saw yesterday, sure, you have the Cult's Outer, but if there is enough burst damage from the side of Bleed, that's going to negate your Cult's Outer entirely. And to make matters worse, you have Sayla who is on the Valentina, which means that they can double up on that survivability, right? They can steal that Cult's Outer with the IMU and, you know, return all the damage and all the CC in double to Revival.
I guess the only Achilles heel for Sayla is really the lack of options. You only have Culture, but I guess that's all you need. JPL will instantly lock onto that rock. This is very, very good for them for repositioning, and like you said, a little bit of a soakability, a little bit more sponges within your lineup, fight front to back, and then have FMM dive through that back line. Just try to chow down as much as possible onto the side of Revival. But Sammy, this is lacking. Okay, this Brody has picked up for first half Sammy. Nan is probably going to be playing the jungle Cho. But it does look like it's pretty flexible still.
It could be a roam Cho, you know?
Yeah. So the flexibility that he has, picking up that Cho, will provide a lot more options for them. I think what is missing is probably a roam or a jungle. Martis taken off the bat. You don't really have much mobility when it comes down to jungles. And Bleed, they identified that Nan is one of the main playmakers. You want to shut him down mentally, and
I
of
will
course in the
protect you.
draft as well. You want to take him out of the game, but Lolita is going to be the last pick, solidifying Rivals draft.
Yep, it's going to be a spicy one here because now both teams have good tank ability, right? They have good survivability. So now on Revivals, and the simple formula, I mean the most basic one, is to get rid of Sailor. Without Sailor's IMU to steal the Couch Outer, this should be a fairly straightforward fight for the side of Revival, right? And of course on the flip side, you know, you're just waiting for deck to go in with the perfect taunt, and you know, Grok can set up the Guardian's Barrier into the wild charge, and that's going to be a very painful situation for Revival.
Well, thank you very much for your expertise, Ken. Ladies and gentlemen, this is game 1 of week 2, day 4, Revival versus Bleed.
Yeah, and the first match of today is going to be interesting. Thank you
till
for
the
your
enemy
analysis,
reaches the
Kid.
battlefield.
And we're going to have
Smash
a look,
them.
you know, I feel like this Faramis pick has always been
Welcome to Mobile
against
Legends.
Valentina ban. So now getting to see the Valentina back in action today, quite exciting.
It is very, very exciting, but I don't know about this Lolita pick. I mean, we talked about this in the draft. Giving Sailor options, do you want to get the Numenon Blast to help set up for the rest of your team, or do you want to take the Call Alter to really hone yourself down and hunker yourself down for team fights, especially when you know you have that presence, you want to fight front to back. So all the smaller optimizations that Sailor would make in the later stages of the game will be very impactful for Bleed.
Yeah, and you know, you can see JPL and Sayla are already taking sort of more of a power position here. I think, you know, Grok, the JPL on that Grok is going to have so much more HP, a bit more damage than Wave Clear compared to Kirby. So this is going to be a 3-man sort of, you know, eyeing each other out in the mid lane here, whereas the two side laners, I think it's a very happy 1v1 for both sides.
Actually, for all sides, they're just taking it very, very slow, slowing down the tempo. JPL at half health, but doesn't seem to phase him just one bit. He is starting to rotate a little bit more up towards FMM, knowing that FMM needs to get that late game farm earlier than he actually needs.
Yeah, we can see Revival trying to get a way into the Bleed jungle. At first, they were threatening Sayla in the mid, but Sayla, they're all rotating downwards. It might be a party here. They're just going to be fighting over the middle street. Then, taking a little bit of damage there, but not much to be done. That is just walking up, no fear at all from the Fredrin on Bleed side.
Well, Revival, I understand what they're trying to do. Turtle is up. They wanted to zone out Bleed, try to get them away from that Turtle, try to secure that first objective, small objective, because Revival has a very, very small lead. They want to extend their lead within that Turtle pit. But Nan trying to go in. He's level 4. He does have this ultimate. Non Blast charging up.
A two-way fight here. They're going to go in. Both sides using up all their ultimates. The House Ultimate, but Drake gets the Turtle. In the end, though, first blood taken by the side of Gear. Double kill as well onto the Arlets of Bleed, and it was a perfect steal from Sayla, a perfect fight for Bleed.
Oh, that was just an insane fight. I mean, right off the bat, Kirby set up for a nice Numenon Blast onto 3 members, but Sayla already level 5 on that Turtle Pit, who was level 4, taking down that Altar. They know that he needs to survive just for a little bit and then fight front to back. JPL already on the aggression, tries to push Nan away from his own butt. They want to try to secure all this early game zone possession in the jungles. Look at how far Gear is going, crossing the wave and then just securing a little bit more instant intelligence for the side of Lead.
And you can see that Kirby, he can't really go up against JPL on that Grok, because JPL, once he just charges against the wall, he gets big and he swings that around. Kirby's going to take quite a bit of damage, but we are going to have a quick look at what emblems both sides are using.
Well, Valentina, Mystery Shop, she's going to get the core items a little bit faster, maybe Enchanted Talisman, maybe the Lightning Trenchant to deal a lot of damage, but being a Valentina, you don't really have to. You play this Valentina as a utility, whereas the side of Revival, I mean, Swirl having that...
JPL going on to Sammy. It's a 4-man party. Kirby coming in with the Numenon Blast, but not enough. They're just gonna back away. Swirl, though, a bit late to the party. Can't really get much done. And already, Sammy being targeted by Bleed.
Oh, that was a very, very good play on the side of Bleed. They want to shut down Sammy as soon as possible because they know that FMM is going to be struggling in the early game, Cloud being a very, very late game marksman. And that small little victory already snowballing, having that small snowball effect throughout that bottom side. Gear having a very good time against Ryan.
I mean, Ryan is pretty tanky, but Gear not letting up. No, he's gonna get away just fine. But yes, it is quite good for Bleed because they have been giving FMM a bit of a lead. You know, Brody versus Scott in the early game. Brody gets the hit back,
FMM.
but then my FMM and Kirby duking out in the middle. Sayla gets kicked back, but unable to get the right positioning then on that show. And because of that, Zach gets that free turtle.
That distraction is all they need to secure the second turtle of the game. Bleed now up 2,000 gold, 5 minutes into the game. It's not too far behind. Revival can still come back on this one. They just need to time and layer in all of their ultimates very effectively, especially 30. They need to be able to rotate faster, but even on that charging up again.
No, JPL and Deck going in very aggressively. They're taking Kirby out there. Sayla coming into the fight as well. Sammy has to move backwards and JPL. Beautiful wild charge getting through there, but the ultimate coming out from 12 and the return ultimate from Sayla as well is no one went down. So this was Bleed going in. And they got out quickly.
Yeah, what a tiny cut alter from Sayla. I mean, this man is just playing out of his mind right now. This is just the first game of today, and we've seen so much intense team fights. They want to just choke Nan out because knowing that Cho is definitely going to be a little bit slower, even though he has the jungle emblem right there, the Demon Slayer. FMM with the ultimate just to clear out the way, just try to get a little bit more farm because he does have the Everest. So every time he pokes an enemy, he does get 10 gold, and this resets every couple of seconds. But all these small little 10 golds really, really add up into his late game farm.
Yeah, and Bleed, we know them as a team that likes to take little by little, chewing away at Revival right now. Only a 2.5k gold lead, but it feels worse than that. You know, Bleed are going into the jungle, being very aggressive. There's a bit of a layer swap here with FMM going down, but I think it's just sharing the love, spreading the farm. And Gear is going to be facing up against both as well as the Lolita. A little bit of poking out here, but Ryan is super survivable, gonna be okay.
On that top lane though, in the mid lane though, Sayla gets caught out, almost in half health, able to dash out of there, but Bleed on that top lane. This is a first lane swap, knowing that Claude is going to have a tougher time against a Brody in the mid stages of the game. They try to adapt and just try to swap lanes. The opportunity of Gear here is not to clear out any of these players, but just to defend the lane, try to hold that high ground. Right now, there's only potential pincering coming in. Deck
going to get stunned up here, Gear, but Kirby can't really get much done. Everybody knows where he is. Kirby is gonna get taken down here, maybe no. And ultimate from Swirl, able to save his life just for now. But they are going for the Lolita. He's gonna be charging up from Blast, gonna get two. But Sayla with the IMU able to steal back that ultimate from Faramis. And it's a one down trade, but they got the jungler, so that could get that retribution off.
Oh, that was a very, very good trade. I mean, no one died just as of yet. Sammy a little bit too close. JPL with the wall charge, and they are going to capitalize on the situation. Sammy does get taken down by JPL, and they are going to be driving in and out. This is a drive-through. They're going to start a fight again on that orange buff.
JPL is going to be chasing back Kirby, but they've used up quite a lot of their skills. They need to cool down, they need to relax. But Bleed, you know, I was just saying that they were a little bit calmer, but
final slash!
Beautiful final slash on the side of Ryan. They do catch out Sayla. They catch out Deck and they catch out JPL. They're gonna hunt down this Brock. He's gonna manage to flash away, but that was actually Bleed now going a little bit too aggressive.
Red team turret has been destroyed.
All this time, FMM just being an invisible ninja, just pushing down and split pushing all that sideways. You have that pushing potential from that Claude, especially since he has a little bit more farm. This is 8 minutes in. He must have gotten that Holy Trinity by now. Sayla already bought that Lightning Trench, the damage is starting to show, as well as his utility. This is going to be really, really difficult for Revival to come back from, especially 5k goal behind.
I think this really will boil down to how they can initiate on the side of Revival. You know, we just saw Ryan with the final slash able to disrupt Bleed's game plan, and we do see Nan as well constantly looking out for Sayla, looking for a good target to go on. But JPL's behind them. He's gonna go in on Nan, maybe? No. The moment Nan saw JPL coming, he was like, Deck, you can go away. I don't want to play with you anymore.
Hey, that's the beauty of the question, right? You can get kicked, you can get... Oh, Nando! Also keeping alive just for a little bit. Deck, the taunt from the 3, the final slash though, kicks off them back underneath turret.
Sayla manages to get the IMU off just in time. They
slain.
survive that team fight, and this is Revival trying to get more, trying to see if they can, you know, pull back this this fight here. But unfortunately, we got the initiation, got the surprise jump onto Revival, and the masterful play from Sayla. He has been saving Bleed
On
again
that
and
back
again.
line, though, on that back line, you have Gear. Oh, I thought he was going to jump in, but Gear was worried. Going to take Sammy out. Sammy was so low. Okay, but let's slow this down here. The tempo needs to shift right now in favor of Bleed. They are up ahead in economy. That is a fat stack of 6,000 gold. They will need to take control of this first Lord first.
Yeah, let's have a quick look at that goal since you just mentioned that, and FMM
Oh,
is
way far behind.
farming out. Wow, my goodness, Sammy is so far behind. He's below deck as well as Gear.
Red team
from the
turret
side
has
of
been
Bleed, and
destroyed.
Man, Sammy needs to farm up that goal. He needs to get that burst potential down for Brody, and Deck is just going to calmly hang out with the Lord for now.
Yeah, Lord is definitely going to fall to the side of Bleed. I mean, Deck is just going to take it in. There's no sort of like contest whatsoever from Revival, and Gear is just zoning out. I mean, you see how far Bleed is zoning them out from that Lord dance. Sammy just needs
Blue
to
team
push.
turret
Focus
has been
on
destroyed.
pushing down the objectives. Focus on
Blue
pushing down
team
that
has
turret.
slain the
JP on
Lord.
that concealed play. Then CC mitigation, trying to push them out of the way. This might be a fight. Chef keeps in that bait, but wall charge and Vicker.
Get Sammy there, and then they have to pop the Ferret out of the straight away. Sayla as well, getting the IMU off. Kirby gets a beautiful Domino blast, but not enough here. We do see, oh my goodness, FMM going in with his ultimate, but not enough damage for the side of Bleed right now. Revival, man, they got away with that one, but was it worth it?
Oh man, it was so worth it for Revival though. I mean, the Lord was taken out, but then they took out FMM just for a little bit more. So that gives Sammy the time and space to effectively farm up, pick up all the scraps that Bleed has left behind in their own jungle. But besides that, I mean, I want to talk about the skirmish positioning of Bleed. They went in, they layered in all their team fights, but with the Numenon Blast coming in from Kirby, I mean, it just changed the course and tide of battle. FMM, once he went in with the Blazing Duet, Ryan was
Red
there.
team
His
turret has been
quickness
destroyed.
of pushing him and repositioning him out of the defense of the rest of Bleed. I mean, the defense of Fredrin, the defense of JPL. It's going to be really hard for him to make it out alive.
They're sort of eyeing themselves, eyeing each other on the bottom lane here, but they can't really go in.
Red team
You can see
turret has
JPL,
been
he's
destroyed.
someone squishy. Then
done.
going in, he managed to push back in
team hero
towards his team.
has
He
been
goes down
slain.
immediately. Kirby only lands one. Sayla does have to use the Cold Altar on his side just to survive that, but he's going in aggressively. Ryan has to come out, trying to get him, but at the same time, Sammy doesn't want to go in. He actually had the opportunity there to go in, but he decided to hold back. Revival playing this more cautious, trying to survive to the late game.
Yeah, I mean, Bleed definitely, they have the upper hand right now. They have that high ground. They have full control of the entire map. They can pick up the scraps of whatever Revival is left behind within your jungle. Revival is just playing it very, very passively, but JPL in the midst of it, right into the turret though.
Yeah, is
Red
going to
team
be
base
standing right there,
turret
just
has been
tanking all of the damage. And the side of Deck is going to
Blue
actually
team
just
hero
go down
has
for that
been
turret.
slain.
But this is Bleed's plan, I think. Except for the fact that they are going to conceal, going to come out after them. JPL is in trouble. Maybe no. He says, no, I'm not in trouble. You are. I'm a grok.
Yeah, they need to take a chill pill. I mean, Revival, they know that they won that small little team fight, but Bleed, they took down the big prize, which is the tier 3 turret at that bottom side. So opening up a lot more space, favoring the side of Bleed. Right now, Revival, what they need to do is stop playing a reactionary approach. Sort of like identifying where Bleed is positioned right now, and then sort of like don't counteract their plays, but make a play of your own. You have the huge setup potential from Kirby, from that Numenon Blast alone. You need to position a Atlas Lemon Jammer just at that right time. That Lord Pit is coming up. Revival is gravitating towards that right now.
You can see Bleed's plan here is potentially to catch someone off guard before they go for that Lord, whereas Revival definitely setting up in that bushes, and that's where the Lolita wants to be. That's where she shines, hiding in that brush for a surprise, a Numenon Blast flicker. And yeah, he does know that they're there. I'm sure Bleed knows, but we're gonna see them push out the lanes. They are thinking of the macro game on the side of Bleed, whereas Revival, they are focusing, hyper-focusing on this Lord. They want it. They really, really need it as well.
For Bleed, vision is the key to victory for themselves, right? They need to know where at least the Kirby is in that map, because they need to sort of like predict where the Numeron Blast is going to be because that could disrupt their entire team play. And they're in all these team fights, so try to bait out one or two of the ultimates, especially coming in from Non, because that is a single target crowd control. The Lord Dance is starting on, pushing over to Lead's side of the map. And Kirby, Sammy, Swirl, they're all prepared to continue play coming in. The push back onto Gear.
Nan is going to go in onto Gear. Gear is going to take so much damage, but Sailor coming to revive, and Kirby is going to slam them down, but not going to be enough. The entirety of Revival being taken out here. Ryan, the only guy who was defending his base, still alive. And that was just very unfortunate for the side of Revival.
Oh, the damage from FMM starting to show, just melting down all of them, and Sailor cleaning that up. That is so impeccable, but the final slash onto FMM will not push him into the turret base. Ryan tries to go out with a nature being popped.
He's actually almost taking out FMM, but Ryan unable to stand up against the entirety of Lead. Swirl is back because of his passive, but then it is going to be 1 versus 5.
Oh,
they're going to get the
Swirl.
Lord, surely.
They will get that Lord because this is a Revival trying to slow that tempo down, trying to stop their approach and attempt to take down more of their turrets and take down more of Rampage through their entire base. The Lord will be down by the lead. This will be an enhanced Lord. 15 minutes in, Revival, they have their work cut out for them to hunker down in their base and try to defend on this last skirmish. But take a look at where JPL is, way ahead of the map. So try to intimidate Revival, try to push them out of their jungle because every single bit of economy would help them in this late stage of the game.
You saw JPL just now. His positioning was actually in the mid lane, not dissimilar to where he is right now. And he just came in at the last second because he knows that Kirby is going to try to get an ultimate on multiple members of Lead, and him as the Grok has to come in to save them at the last second. So they are going to be pushing up here. You know, that's the thing. Revival, you can't really go anywhere. It feels unsafe to even step out, even though it's just a Grok. Even though it's just a Grok.
Yeah, even though it's just a Grok. It's actually JPL 209. Gear 308. These two powerhouses, they're just very, very difficult to take down, even when you have damage and crowd control abilities coming in from Revival side. What they don't have is someone who can constantly melt that DPS. Sammy's a little bit too slow on that Brody though. The Lord already marching in.
Red team base turret has been destroyed.
Taken down. That top turret is almost down as well. They will try to defend in their base. Bleed now. Their discipline comes to show.
Deck and Sailor are both looking for somebody. Nan goes in, not gonna get much of a Deck. He is so confident. He has the immortality. He's just gonna go up against Kirby. They're just going to start beating at each other. In the middle though, the creeps and minions are inside the base, and Deck, he's no fear. His entire team is outside, and he just steps up, daring Revival to jump in.
Yeah, I mean, he will definitely survive that. He has 2 immortalities, basically. Sailor already has that Call Altar using the IMU. Deck has an immortality, and on top of that, the Call Altar is going to be keeping him alive. They are going in for the skirmish, though. Wild Charge, Flicker.
The wild charge by Gear catches 3, but Swirl manages to get Call Altar out. They're going to try to push Deck back into the base. Another ultimate coming up from Kirby. Gets 1, but it's not going to be enough. Sailor is now stuck in no man's land. Deck is going to get taken down here as well. And this is Revival defending well against Bleed.
Oh, Bleed. They had such the right idea. JPL in with that Flicker Wild Charge and stuns out 4 members of Revival. But what they lack is minions coming through. The base wasn't touched at all. Revival, that was a very, very successful defense. And this enabled them to push in.
Blue team turret has been destroyed.
They must be able to just hold back, try to slow down the tempo just a little bit, 30 seconds until the next Lord spawns up. That is a very, very fast next Lord.
Yeah, and JPL, he's going to be the next target, I think. Revival looking for him, going on to JPL, but he's so tanky, they can't do more than just threaten maybe a third of his HP bar. Meanwhile, though, FMM going to be pushing out the bottom lane, and unfortunately, Rival, though, look, we already see Ryan on the island. He has to go back to defend the waves coming in, so it means that the next few fights, Lead is always going to be 5v4, and that's going to be very difficult for Revival.
Well, Revival had the upper hand just for a moment right there, but JPL, the Bleed fam, they are here. They are ready to start this Lord Dance. This might be the do-all-die-all right here now.
Deck and JPL just chilling, just trying to see if they can bait Revival to show their positions here. And then, unfortunately, he has to hold back a little bit. He isn't as tanky as you would assume, so he would want to go in on Sailor. But at the same time, if you look at where Bleed is standing, majority of them are not even at the Lord Pit. They're just sort of baiting Revival to come in so that perhaps they can push the bottom lane here. So Bleed is playing this very, very smart, sort of planning their waves, trying to crash the waves into Revival's base.
Without Ryan there, is it worth it? Can they win this Lord fight though? Nan tries to go in, but a little bit too far. That Lord is over the side of deck. Sayla doing his due diligence, trying to push them out. But the flank is coming in. The flank coming in from JPL Gear and FMM. They might do a pincer move.
Oh, they want Sammy. He's trying to get it. FMM does not get it though. Gear stuns up Sammy, holds him back. But the majority of the team is going after Gear. Sayla, JPL trying to save him. He's not going to be able to do it. The final slash from Ryan, able to catch out a few of them. Sayla is going to go down. This is going to be a team, not a team wipe, but a team fight win on the side of Revival. On the backside though, there is a Lord on the side of Bleed.
Oh, that Lord doesn't matter though. You are outnumbered. It's 5-2 or 5-3. And the Lord is playing on your favor, but the final slash keeps them back underneath the turret.
JPL is gonna get taken out here. He has the immortality. He's gonna go down again. Certainly, the entirety are chasing after him. His wild charge gets away. So on the side of Revival, they do clear up that turret. They do clear up the Lord as well. And Bleed, they need to hold on for another 20 seconds. Is it gonna be enough? Revival now gonna push to the end. They need to clear out the peaks. But Ryan going after Tank, going after JPL. The base is going down super low right now. And Revival take a game away from Bleed.
Oh, what an upset. That was a
Victory!
That was such a good defense coming out from Revival. It was all so well executed, so well planned out. They knew that JPL, Gear, and FMM, they were going in for the flank. But then, knowing that Sammy was the main target prioritization, they tried to keep him at bay. Just try to keep him alive so they can deal that backline damage. So taking out Bleed, that was a huge confidence boost. Ken, this is an intense match. What was your thoughts on all this?
I'm super impressed with Revival, right? The way that they played today, similar to how they've played yesterday, but it's just a bit more clinical in this case, right? You saw Bleed, they kept pressuring and pressuring. They won all the small skirmishes across the map. They got the small creeps, they got the objective, they got the turtle, they got the Lord. But what they didn't expect was that actually Revival was waiting for them in the base. Every single setup that Bleed had was to try and catch out Sammy. Now, I think Revival totally understood the assignment, right? They were waiting. Sammy was waiting at the backline, and he was waiting at a specific spot where the rest of the team could really cover up and swallow the entirety of Bleed. Like that last fight you saw, the whole Bleed lineup was swallowed into Revival's grasp, and from there it was really damage mitigation, right? They wanted to just make sure Sammy stayed alive. If he really died, no matter, they could still sustain the rest of the fight. And you can see it worked out perfectly for them. It was kind of like the Samurai Showdown, right? Now let's not fight 5-on-5. You come in on a very small lane, we'll fight you one at a time and we'll take the rest of you.
It was quite interesting because at that last fight we saw Sammy, he was alone and JPL tunneled after him, Gear went after him and he managed to dodge out all of that. But yes, take us through the stat page here.
Right now the itemizations, they're all pretty consistent throughout. It kind of seems like Ryan, he built that Hunter Strike. He was going for a little bit more of the tanky R-Lot, and it worked out very well because you do have that sustain from your dashes. So that final sweep, that repositioning of the entirety of Bleed actually played in their favor. All they needed was patience. They were a little bit shaky in the start of the game, but then coming through, they knew that they need to play front to back because of the fairness. With the Call Altar, you want to be able to fight Bleed front to back, try to chow them down bit by bit, and try to push them back into their own base.
Yep, let's take a look at the stats page here, and you can see the damage taken by Deck, 158,000. I mean, he did his job here, right? Very clearly he did his job. He was standing in the front lines, he was waiting and setting up the team to get the fight. But I want to just highlight one thing you mentioned earlier in the game. Yes, they had options for Sayla, but here's the thing. You know, more is less.
Yes.
He had two ultimates to steal. He could either steal the Numenor Blast or he could steal the Cult's Altar. And the way Revival played was to always force Sayla to steal the Cult's Altar, which then allowed the Numenor Blast to cancel it out altogether. Yeah. So that was really smart by Revival, and I like the way they played. Nan was a bit shaky, let's be honest. This was not his best performance, but he did set up a couple of nice Way of the Dragons, which allowed the team to really just circle around Bleed. Right, and I have to comment, I wanted Sammy to show up today. And Sammy did show up today. He made sure that he played according to the team's conditions. He made himself as safe as he possibly could. So I want to know from you guys, like, Who's the MVP for you from Revival? They all played well today.
Oh man, I don't know. Kirby had really nice setups. The Numenon Blast wasn't disrupted, so I'm gonna go Kirby. What about you, Suki?
I'm gonna go with Ryan. I actually think that his outlet was the reason why they managed to win those few team fights to let them get to the end. Right? If he wasn't there, I don't know if you get to the end, but
It is
Okay.
100%. The 100% prediction rate on Suki is still alive.
Yep. Yeah,
for now.
it was.
For now.
It was. You know, the statement was beginner's luck from me yesterday. But today it seems no, this is not beginner's luck anymore, right? This is a pattern, a new pattern that we're seeing. So Suki, you're gonna be our fortune teller.
No, but you say that, but we all voted for Bleed and Revival taking the game off. I mean, okay, I don't want to say this, but I'm kind of shook, right? Like, this is a little bit of a surprise thing coming out of Revival, and it's exciting. It's something that we are seeing them have signs of life in a big way. It's not even like they won over small, gradual things. It was such a big team fight, and then they managed to just break through the entirety of Lead. But we are going to go back into the highlights. So, Kin, maybe you can take us through your opinions when you were listening to us
I
talk.
think they were playing exactly how their name suggests they should play, Revival. So they weren't, I mean, they know that they weren't really strong in the early game. So later you will see in the highlights, right? The early game was really Bleed's game all the way. They took almost all of the objectives. Most of the turtles were taken by them, and they won most of the team fights as well. It was a much easier fight for Bleed because Sailor was very conservative with his IMU, and he used it at the correct time. So Revival was punished over and over again in the early parts of the game. But Revival, staying true to their name, you can see later parts of it, they were actually having more options because now the Numenon Blast could really cancel out that Cult's outer that was used by Sailor. They were really close, Bleed. I mean, they were painfully close in my opinion. I was looking at this particular fight and I thought, no, this is Revival's loss already. Yes. But somehow they got the rest of the team away and split up in the fight, and that allowed them to really just wrap around the members of Bleed, and that allowed them to really win. You can see they weren't really concerned about the lore during these fights. It was really, let's get the players instead.
Yeah. It's all about, I think it's all about repositioning. How Ryan uses his final slash. He's always pushing them out of position.
Yes.
You want to have like FMM jump in at the right time, but every single time he jumps in, he's displaced out of the way, and then he put himself in a very, very vulnerable spot, and then that's where Revival actually really capitalized on that situation. Taking FMM down, then you lack that entirety of that damage, but that last fight though, Deck was still taking down that Lord, so in the end it wasn't worth it because you took down that Lord didn't even help you sort of like mitigate some of the damage and pull in the time for Revival to coming in with your base, right?
Yeah, I mean, we did say, Kin, you were talking about Revival's draft, right? And we were looking at how much CC they have. They have the Lolita, they have the Cho, they have the Alet, who Ryan has been going crazy with the final slashes, and, getting the money in. And as we talk about money, we got to talk about credit cards, and we're going to talk about Frank by OCBC.
Yes.
Frank by OCBC is back with a new season of MLBB card designs for the Frank debit card, and for the first time ever, it will feature heroes with skins for Fanny, Gujian and Leslie, Cho, Esmeralda and Florin. Sign up for an MLBB Frank debit card at go.ocbc.com/MPLSG from now till 7th May 2023. And on top of that, join Frank by OCBC's Coin Quest and spend with your Frank card to earn coins and redeem prizes at OCBC, Wisma Atria or any Frank stores. Get 1 coin for every $10 spent, and you could possibly walk away with grand prizes like a Samsung Galaxy S23 256GB, an OSIM U-Throne gaming chair, a Scoot voucher, and various random MLBB in-game items like Lightborn and Saber skins. And I meant the chair, you don't get churros. Unfortunately. You can't. Yeah, you get the chair, not churros. just to clarify that in case people were a little bit confused.
Yeah, he's taken. He's very much taken.
Thank you. Thank you very much. But I mean, the debit cards look great, really nice skins. Speaking of skins, how many do you have? I just need to flex a little bit every single time we have this atlet.
I have none. Just put it that
You
way.
have none? Is that a pun? An unintended pun on none.
Yes.
Yep.
The
Okay.
dough.
Yeah,
The dough maker, none.
They don't make a none. Yeah, but going back into the game, what do you think Bleach should do, or what Bleach should change? I think their overconfidence in that last final push on top of a Revival's base actually it really changed the tone and pace of Revival, gave them a little boost of confidence. They knew that Bleed wanted to end everything early. Revival obviously capitalized on that situation, and they're like, okay, they're hungry, they want to go in, but we can definitely defend from that tight little skirmishes that they had, albeit close. It was very, very well worth it.
I think they could be more aggressive. Okay, well, what I mean by aggressive in this case is that, you know, it's very obvious that Bleed has a hold over the early game, right? But somehow, I think this is a pattern that's starting to form. Yesterday, Bleed played in this particular style as well, right? They got that first turret, but somehow they just couldn't transition that lead into the mid and into the late game. It was always, you know, they hit a barrier that is too hard for them. So it will be interesting to see if they can try and get a lineup that will, you know, really just sustain all the way into the late game as well. Because the way that Revival has been playing and the draft that has worked for them is they have a very late game centric mindset. And as long as you allow Revival to hit the late game timing, it's gonna get extremely difficult to fight back against that. And the objective, the eyes on objectives is very different for Revival. Like Lord is not even the concern. It's about, I want to kill the players. So Bleed maybe has to put that into consideration where they might have to forego having the Lord as a focus, but really winning the team fights instead.
Yeah, I think if they won that last team fight, they would have just skirmished and just bashed into their base, because their base was wide open. Going into the draft right now, Fanny 1-1 being banned out, understanding that FMM is very nutty on that 1-1. One of his comfort heroes, one of his signature picks as well. Fredrin is going to be banned out by Bleed, knowing the power of this Fredrin, able to soak in so much damage and retaliate that to you, reversing that damage with that Appraiser's Wrath. So a little bit on the standard side that we see in ranked games, but like Fanny, they know that they don't want to face Dex Fanny.
Yeah, right now I think the next few bans we should be looking at, you know, Martis being banned. Martis is one of the fastest junglers we've seen, at least in this patch itself. And that will be something that I think both teams will be having their eyes on if it's not banned in this first phase. Now the follow-up ban from FMM is going to be the Kaja, so no more Divine Judgment on the available for either of these teams. Now the question is, do they go back to Faramis? Right? Do either of these teams go back to Faramis? And if they do so, what is going to be the follow-up, and you know, how are they going to pair that up?
Right, I think Faramis definitely would be open, and then it's a no-brainer, right? You pick up the Faramis for the first pick, because Revival, right now, they have the upper hand on the first pick. And then Bleed, they just tie it in with a Valentina. But what Revival desperately needs right now is a repositioning kind of hero. So something like an Akai, something like an Arlott would definitely help in their favor. It worked very, very well in the previous game. It would definitely work well in their favor in this game. So Bleed, they have
your
team is
they are going to be
picking.
banning out their Arlott, knowing that it gives a lot of problem to the positioning of FMM especially.
Yep, that's right. And they're going to follow up with a Joy ban from the side of Revival. And Swirl going to pick up this Faramis as the first pick for Revival. So once again, we have the Cult's Altar as an available ultimate. And looks like Bleed, they want to go back into something familiar. They're going to use the Cloud again for FMM, and Deck is going to have his hands on the Martis. And this is really scary for me because Martis is extremely fast as a jungler and strong. The anti-CC properties are going to be somewhat game-changing in this case against Revival.
Oh man, okay, Deck on Martis is extremely scary because you have CC mitigation, you have CC immunity on your second skill, and damage mitigation as well. So you can stay in team fights a little bit better. You have control, a lot of control in the early game. And if you secure the snowball through that early game, you set the tempo, you set the momentum, and Revival will go back.
Time and tide wait for no man.
But defend for how long? Sammy will solidify the grab
Your
on
team
that.
is
Oh my
And the
goodness.
glue. So, I mean, man, glue versus Faramis is sort of like glue is countered by Faramis, but you take that up. You have a sword and a shield, very difficult to deal with. What will Bleed do?
I mean, now this is a total flip, right? This looks like a pretty decent draft from Revival. The fact that they have a Cult's Altar, they have to split as well. And now, the reason why these two picks are very good for the side of Revival is simply because they have Sammy on the Beatrix. 2 shields, right? And you have one very huge sword in the form of Sammy here in the late game. And once again, same formula from Revival, we know this. If you allow Revival to hit the late game timings, I mean,
Payback.
you're
Your
in
team
for
is
an
banning.
extremely tough time.
Oh man, okay, Sayla solidified the draft with a Farsa, which is able to give long-range artillery defense over the side of Bleed, but like having a Claude, having a Martis, you have sort of like this mechanic where you have to get really up close and personal. I don't know if Farsa would be the best choice because you want to defend from range. It's sort of like a front-to-back approach kind of composition.
Your team is
But
banned.
on the side of Bleed, though, I'm not too sure about this entire makeup, but it's all down to execution. There's no doubt about their skills and expertise, right?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, personal skills matter as well. So in this case, the first ban on the second phase is going to be an archive from JPL. So they do not want to have to deal with a heavy spin just running through their ranks and touching Sailor. That's definitely a good ban in this case. But I'm still concerned, while the draft has not been completed,
Your team
they need
is
someone
banned.
to be able to fight in the front lines along with Deck as well. Right now, there's not much protection offered to Sailor and FMM, so JP and Gear, they need to be very careful about the way they're drafting. And you can see Revival, the thought process is very clear. Instead of allowing Bleed to say, you know what, offense is the best defense, they have maybe they can use the Benedetta to just dive onto Semi.
Right.
They cancel out that option, which is really smart. So this leaves Bleed with a little less options, and the doors seem a bit tight at this point. It's really hard to open a couple of doors to access Sammy from Bleed's lineup.
Yeah, I think it's really down to targeted bans. You don't want to deal with Nan's Akai, you don't want to deal with Gear's Benedetta, but Bleed should be focusing
Your
fire
team
on
is banned.
Ryan. What kind of heroes do you want to take away from them now that they have the first pick of the second phase in that pick?
Your team
Jong is off the bat, Benedetta is off the bat. I have no
betrayed
doubt that that is going to be a Lapu Lapu. Try to take him out of his comfort zone away, but then we've seen Ryan on Terizla before, so that could be one of the main sort of like crowd control heroes is able to set up nicely for Revival, try to keep them at bay and within their own lineup.
Yeah, they need a bit more CC on the side of Revival, and they need a backup plan in the case that somehow Bleed manages to get past Kirby and Sword and get access to Sammy, right? So they need to have this win condition or this defense condition where they can actually protect Sammy if Kirby and Sword are, let's say, surprise ganked. Maybe they're dead at the start of the fight. They need some backup options for them. So that's really clear for the side of Revival. On the other side for Bleed,
Your team
it looks
is
like
banned.
JPL will go for that Lolita, which is great. But the thing is, Lolita needs a bit of setup timing, right? Which is really difficult to execute against a Revival lineup when you have Kirby and Sword who are going to be running rampant around the backlines. I mean, not even the backlines. They will be running rampant around the fight, right? They will be easily repositioned at any time. So that is going to be difficult for JP. I'm hoping Gear has someone else that can provide a nice setup for the rest of the team. Likewise, on the side of Revival, this Grok on Nan. Probably a Grok jungle, as we have seen recently as well. Okay, no, it's going to be a true assassin jungle in the form of Haya here.
Okay, so it's going to be Glue EXP lane, Grok on the roam position, and then Ryan's going to play Hayabusa. Hayabusa is going to be very, very good for the side of Revival, but I'm actually liking Bleed's lineup right now. A lot of crowd control, a lot of soakability, a lot of damage mitigation, especially Lolita up against a Beatrix. It is going to be a very, very tough match. I don't know about you, but I'm definitely favoring Bleeds more. They have early game damage, late game insurance in form of a Claude. They can set the tempo and the momentum. They have range. They have pokeability. They have all that kind of stuff in their arsenal.
I'm going to stand on the other side. I think the way that Revival has drafted allows them to fight without their ultimates. So right now, it really depends on how the setup goes for the side of Bleed, which I like. If they get the perfect setup, this is Bleed's fight all day. But what happens when there is no ultimates available? That's the real question, and I think that's the win condition that Revival is playing over. Like, you know, throw everything at me, and if I survive, you're dead.
Anyway, we are going
5
to load
seconds
into
till the enemy reaches
game
the
2
battlefield.
of match
Smash
1.
them.
Revival 1 game ahead against Bleed. We'll have to see
Welcome
if we can hold
to
on
Mobile
for third.
Legends.
Okay, you have a Martis who you know is going to aggressively invade your jungle, especially once he has one of his buffs. You're facing that up against with the Hayabusa. So I think what Revival needs to do in the early stage of the game is really protect Nan until he gets at least his power spike, at least his level 4, so that he's able to sort of like single off enemies. He does have that high and dry. Sammy, with that weapon master as well, is going to have a lot more damage once he gets his BOD. So you can see the early game aggression, the early game intelligence, reconnaissance from Bleed is starting to show. They want to be able to apply pressure onto Nan, make him a little bit stressed out, try to deny him of any farm whatsoever, because, you know, assassins are very reliant on those power spikes.
Yeah, and you know, with the Cult's Altar going to be available for Revival here, they can play a little bit more aggressively. Ryan and Gear just hanging out in the top lane. Actually, Ryan is actually falling back a little bit. Gear is being pushing him forward. Ryan gets down very low, but unfortunately Deck was a little bit too late to catch him off guard. So Gear on this Terisla, I think, was a good choice against a laning partner against a Glue.
Now, in the early game, it's all about a speed. It's like a speed run. Who gets to level 4 first? And Deck is already at level 4. Nan is lagging behind just by a little bit. He just got his level 4. He's ready for that first turtle fight. But Nan now looking for an easy kill or easy pick off onto FMM. He does have that ultimate, that shadow, Wiggy shadow kill. Might not want to go for that one because Bleed, they have other plans. They want to go for the main objectives.
I do think that Bleed are trying to shut down Ryan before he gets to level 4 and has that split, because once he gets that, his survivability goes out through the roof. Meanwhile, though, Nan knows that he's going to be a little bit slower. They're not going to contest his first turtle, but we have seen previously that Bleed may be focusing too much on these major neutral
Red team has slain the turtle.
Well, these little objectives really put them up ahead. Not a lot, but like those small little gold leads will enable them to secure those easy kills, especially when you have a Martis. When you're what Salem is doing is just keep enemies low, and then the Annihilate comes in from Deck. Kirby almost in his spot of bother, but able to use that wall charge defensively to get out of there.
Yeah, JPL was punishing Kirby a little bit. I think an exchange of roles here. So now they both get to have fun fighting and each other's heroes from earlier. Now Ryan has really hit his score, and look at quick look at the emblems. Truce, what do you think?
I think the high and dry really works well to Hayabusa's favor, but you have to really single out and replay to your advantage in the early game. If you don't do that, then that higher dry is all for naught. Avarice is definitely going to be built up by that glue because it gives a lot of sustainability, a lot of regen capability from them. But JPL, hold on a second, the stun comes in.
Yeah, JPL does not have the time to wind up that Luminon Blast, so they weren't able to catch Swirl and Kirby. But already we can see the damage coming up from Sayla. I think a bit more of this big AoE damage compared to the Valentina prior.
Yeah, actually, I really like how Revival is playing this game. 3 minutes in, no deaths whatsoever. Revival a little bit lagging behind, but not a lot, though. Nan tries to go for Sayla. The Wiggy shadow kill comes in.
Yeah, but he's not going to get enough damage. Like, we saw that they split the damage barely done to either side. I think that was Nan just trying to test how far he can push it, just try to see if he could get, you know, how much HP can he get down. But Hayabusa is gonna get stunned up, but he's gonna get away. It's so easy. He's so mobile across the map, and Nan doesn't really have to worry about it, even coming in for a sneaky peek at the end.
Yeah, a little bit of intelligence is all they need. Bleed looks like they have full control of the map because you have someone as squishy who doesn't really pop off into that middle stage of the game like Nan. You have an assassin against a fighter. Nan tries to go in again for a little sneaky pick, but does not look like Bleed wants to contest for anything. Bottom net, bot side though, Matrix goes down. Sayla finally takes Sammy out.
You know, the entirety of Revival were being sort of harassed by JPL, and a few of them were chasing after JPL, giving Bleed the opportunity to take out Sammy there. So a little bit of, I don't think it's miscommunication. I think this is very good juggling of aggression from Bleed, making Revival pick. You know, either you come from my Lolita or you're gonna give up your Beatrix, you know, to Sayla.
Yeah, I think that is what Bleed does very best at. Like the ability to adapt and the ability to change target priority within different stages of the game. So knowing that they have a little bit of the upper hand in the early stage, they want to shut down Sammy, give him a little bit more stress in lane. But right now, the turtle dance is coming through. Nan does have all his ultimates in. He might look for a sneaky peek onto that one though.
Yeah, Ryan was just trying to delay them for as long as possible, give Nan enough time to come back.
Red team has slain the turtle.
Bleed are rotating well. Bleed know how to survive, and FMM, even though he was alone on the bottom lane and they wanted to go on him, he's too mobile on that claw that he knows exactly how far he can reach it.
Yeah, it's all about patience at this time. Like how much farm can you get from each one another? I mean, smaller optimizations in lane, you see how Sword tries to push him back, but Bleed there for the small little backup. But right now, I think Bleed has the lane. They have the upper hand because they have the high ground. They have that turret. It does look like Deck just going again aggressively into the jungle, trying to starve out and choke out Nan. The wall charge would amount to nothing, and it will be a standstill just for now.
JPL is actually being very conservative with his version on Blast, and he is, I guess, trying to bait Revival, because he knows that once he uses it, Revival feel like he can go in aggressively. So now they're just punishing Deck a little bit, but Deck is not too worried. He's actually invading Revival's jungle because he wants to challenge Nan. He wants
Blue
to keep
team turret has been destroyed.
Of the curve against the Hayabusa.
Oh man, the distraction is paying through. I mean, you know that Deck is very aggressive in that purple buff. This gives a lot of time and space for FMM to really just shut down all of this turret. And little by little, he is growing in farm, and right now Bleed is already up ahead. They're setting the momentum, they're setting the tone, but Revival won't light them off just yet. I mean, Hayabusa hasn't really come online. He really needs to find those easy pickoffs.
Yeah, we do see Tarisla as well as Sayla just pushing up the top lane. They're just keeping everything the same. They're keeping everything, making sure that everyone is in check. JPL wanted to go in onto Nan, but Nan is just too mobile. I think Bleed need to target the ones that they can catch. They want to catch Swole, they want to catch Sammy. I don't think Nan is going to be an easy target by any means.
It's very objective oriented. Look how Deck is trying to bring the rest of Revival out of the way. The Feather Airstrike comes in, tries to push them away to get FMM up to speed onto that turret as well. But the turtle dance is coming through. It does not look like Revival is in any spot or position to be able to contest for this, because JPL already in position. He is going to be waiting, giving a little bit of information for that minion on Blast.
But we know how fast Hayabusa can run or fly, shadow step across the map. So they might want to try and steal that here, but no, that's too good on that retreat, able to secure that easily. And Revival, they just want to hold on to this top tower, but Deck not giving any respect over, just pushing in onto Kirby. They're going to jump onto Sayla here, but Ryan doing the snip, just threatening. Anytime he can jump on somebody, but he decides not to do so. They're just gonna, once again, sizing each other up. Martis invading, going after the purple buff on the side of his team.
Oh, Sammy almost taken down low though. Bleed really trying to hunker down on this top lane turret. But look how Deck is positioning himself. He's trying to go for a pincer maneuverability, but won't amount to anything. Just Bleed trying to buy a lot of time and space just to get FMM up, especially with his itemizations. He does have that golden staff, he does have a Demon Hunter sword, so it's just a matter of moments to wait for that Lord Dance to come online. But Revival very, very passive. I think what they're trying to do is not going for that split push, and then they protect the comp, centralizing themselves onto Sammy. You see 4 members just protecting Sammy at the cost of their lives, but to no avail just yet. Let's take a look at the itemizations to see how far both teams are now. Beatrix has that Blade of Despair. The damage is going to be starting to show. Maleficent Roar already halfway building up, but FMM already 2-3 items ahead of Sammy. Sammy having a tougher time in the mid stage of the game, farming up.
Yeah, Nan is being shut down quite a bit by Deck. So while Revival are funneling resources into getting Sammy his items, getting Sammy to stay alive, Bleed are not to worry about that. They can actually go in onto Nan, and Sayla just once again going to pop the Feather Airstrike just to push them back. FMM too swift on that Claude, able to get away. Sword can't even get a reliable CC onto him.
Yeah, it kind of seems like Revival, they've been staying up top for way too long. JPL with the Lunar Blast hits onto one though.
Ryan's gonna go low, but they have the split, they have the cult also, and they're gonna fall back. Bleed know exactly how far they can push it, but look at the bottom lane. Their bottom lane is already pushing, so Nan has to go back and try to stop that.
Revival, yeah, like you said, trying to funnel a lot of resources onto Sammy, but all for naught because all the minions, they are pretty much not walking into their favor, because if they come up, they try to go for a play here.
Yeah, but they can't catch Deck. I think the reliable CC or the lack thereof on the side of Revival is coming to bite them a little bit.
Blue team turret has been destroyed.
The right targets, pushing the turrets down, and they defended the top turret for Revival for so long, and Bleed just in less than 10 seconds take it out.
Yeah, right now Bleed already starting the turtle dance. Revival in no way, shape, or form in a positioned contest for this one. Because of economy, they will be far behind. Look how much damage FMM doing onto Ryan himself. It does look like Revival is back. Just like the previous game. They want to play it slow, they want to play it patient, wait for Bleed to overcompensate or be overconfident with their aggression onto your base.
The fact that Ryan couldn't even stand up to, what Bleed was pushing out, given that he still has the split, does mean that Revival, like you said, planning to be patient, and that was how they caught Bleed earlier. So now we just have to see if Bleed is going to give Revival that fight that they want, or they are going to be as patient as we know Bleed can be. But 5k gold ahead.
Blue team turret has been destroyed.
To defend against here. Deck is sort of just harassing them from the side. They're not gonna
Red
get
team
much
turret has
to
been
destroy
destroyed.
The last, middle and bottom tier 2 turrets, but the middle turret's still standing strong here.
Now, what Revival is doing is very, very smart. They're going for a split push composition because knowing that
Blue team turret has been destroyed.
Composition, a split push will enable them to just play well through to that late game. It's all about objectives. Revival wants to end this, and the only way to win this is not with those kills. You see, right now, 11 or 12 minutes into the game, almost 12 minutes into the game, you see 0-1 scoreline. This is a very, very conservative gameplay coming out from both sides, and this is basically what wins games. It might be a little bit boring if you ask me, but like this is pretty much what wins games.
I mean, it is the positioning. It's more like a chess match, right?
Yeah.
As opposed to like a bloodbath. But Deck, he is waiting. He is hungry for those kills. Modest, not known to be a very patient, patient hero. He is, standing up for the team.
Red team turret has been destroyed.
So that JPL
Blue team turret has been destroyed.
That ultimate from the Lolita. But Deck, he's gonna be fine. He's gonna be able to get away. The CC not really gonna catch him off guard here, and yeah, the Hayabusa going down on the bottom lane onto the Terizla, but Sayla is there to back him up, so Gear is not too worried. In fact, the Hayabusa is the one who has to tuck his tail between his legs and run back home.
Well, he's going to be fine. He's going to be safe. He's not going for any kills. He's just being a distraction, just try to poke them out of the way, try to push them out of position. That is why he maybe has that high and try. He wants to keep their enemies out of position, out of that team fight range that they know that they can't win. Right now, Hayabusa tries to still go a little bit in for that poke, but then again, it's still poke. Deck eats that damage up so easily. It does not look like it phased him at all. Right now, the next Lord of the game is popping up. This will be the Enhanced Lord, 13 minutes in. Still 0-1 scoreline. Man, this is a very, very slow game. I'm expecting the late game, as time is ticking, FMM going to be high in terms of damage. FMM already 10k goal in the 13-minute mark, so he might have been almost completed with his 6 stacks of items.
I think we were talking previously about this goal difference and how, Sammy was very far behind. He's even more far behind now, but at the same time, he's also the reason why they won the previous fight, right? So, even though the gold shows that, okay, Revival is pretty far behind, Bleed cannot make a mistake. They cannot overextend, they cannot be too overconfident because, as we saw earlier, patience wins in the games, but here is the one now being looked at by Kirby. They want to catch someone, but it's very hard when Bleed are playing
Red team has slain the Lord.
Conservative positions at this stage of the game.
Actually, Revival is also way too conservative. I mean, they just gave up that Lord because they know that what won them that previous game was that Lord. They want to give Bleed the opportunity to push in and then try to fight within the comfort of their own base because they do have a lot of AoEs. They do want to retaliate with setting up their setups. They want to be able to find a right opportunity to disrupt JPL's Numenon Blast, disrupt Sailor's Feathered Airstrike, and once the ultimates, like Kin has mentioned during the draft, if you have a very heavy ultimate reliant team, it's going to be very easy to defend against and sort of like counteract them. Lord charge in.
Yeah, JPL has not been using that.
Blue team base turret has been destroyed.
Revival have to be really worried because if he does land a good one, it doesn't really matter how many tanky heroes you have if they're all going to get taken out here. Just going to stand in front, not going to be too worried, gets immobilized by the
Blue team base turret has been destroyed.
They're going to actually just get the turret for free, really. Here is still being CC. They're going in for a wild charge onto him. Not wild charge, sorry, that was a Ryan glue skill onto him. But it's not going to be enough. I mean, look, they're sort of tickling the Bleed lineup right now, and they're sort of hoping that Bleed is going to make a mistake and come in, but he can't hope for a mistake in order to win. I think Revival maybe need to figure out a way to initiate these fights well.
Yeah, Revival wants to keep these out of perfect formation because right now with Sailors for the Airstrike, if he's going them out the way, there is no wall.
Blue team base turret has been destroyed.
Onto that trigger, they want to go, but they know that if Bleed is all together, this is the team fight that they know that they're going to lose because of economy difference, because of the positioning that Bleed has, because of the lack of safety from their turrets. Right now, JPL deck out of position a little bit, will be able to dash out of there. That could have been in. Penalty zone also misses, does not connect onto anyone. FMM holding on to that trigger though, the damage is starting to show, melting Kirby down to half health.
We actually did see that Matrix, Sammy, was actually able to burst down FMM earlier quite low, but at the same time they lost their turrets and they put the Grok wall in front of the two heroes on the side of Bleed who can easily cross it without too much issue. So this is, I think Bleed's position is just really, really good right now. And Ryan sort of being pushed back here. Yeah, no respect going in. Ryan has to burst. He picked up the split straight away, so that ultimate's gone. His survivability has now been reduced. In the next fight, if they go through, Dak is actually going to try to keep going after Ryan. They want to keep Revival down, and man, JPL is waiting so far back.
Oh,
just
FMM.
trying to figure a way. Oh, the ultimate coming up from Hayabusa, not enough to take anybody down. Dak is still the rear guard, holding the rest of Revival back, and wow, we saw that damage. That was quite scary coming from Man, but still not enough because we are playing this very, very well as it is.
And Man, his damage is starting to show. He's coming online. All he needs to do is take down FMM, the sole or the main carry of the side of Bleed. And Sayla, you just need to disrupt that for the airstrike in order to obtain the objectives. You need to be able to disrupt, and disruption, repositioning is the name of the game for Revival. Bleed, on the other hand, they need to show some form of heavy aggression. They're being way too conservative. They need to know where they stand in terms of economy. They need to know where they stand.
They're going after Dak. Dak is blown up immediately, and the rest of Bleed have to respond. Ryan does the thing. He just jumps onto gear here. Is he gonna get taken out? Ryan very, very low. Finally gets taken out. FMM going in. Gets Kirby here. Maybe Ned. Wow, going after FMM, not enough though. And Bleed are going to fall back, be more conservative. And that was just a beautiful fight. Actually, it was a great initiation from Revival.
Yeah, it was a very, very good initiation. Knowing that Deck was out of position, but Bleed obviously capitalized on this situation. They are up ahead in terms of economy, meaning that their itemizations are way ahead of where Revivals are at. And Revival is very heavily dependent on Sammy to do that front-to-back kind of damage. Nan needs to really try to single out FMM, but it's so hard because FMM is being protected by basically all of them very effectively. But Nan tries to go again for that split push. JPL obviously knows this. They're trying to shut him down as much as they can before he deals too much damage to their own structure.
Kirby's gonna try to maybe get
Red team has slain the Lord.
That was a very hopeful wall from Kirby to kind of get that. But you know, I've seen it happen before, so definitely a good try from them. And Bleed, you know, Dak was playing super, I guess, confidently, and he knew that even if he went down, there was enough CC, enough damage from the side of Bleed for them to win that fight. And Bleed not going in after that means that they are going to play the safe. They don't want to make a mistake like in the first game.
JPL does have his ultimate ready. The Numeon Blast is locked and loaded, but he does not have that flicker. Not right now. Bleed is bringing team members into their base. Look at where Nan is all the way to the other side of the map. He will be able to down this very quickly with Sammy's damage, and he does have that house claws as well. So all he needs is maybe protect a little bit of protection from that Farsa and from that Claw to be able to do that front-to-back kind of damage, not trying to go for a little bit more for that split push. This is a 19-minute game. 1-3 is the scoreline right now. Bleed still up ahead in economy, but this late into the game, it doesn't really matter right now.
Yeah, and any death right now is gonna, you know, the death timers are gonna get longer and longer. It's gonna be very, very difficult for, I think, Revival in a sense, because if one of them goes down, they're gonna be down for a long time, which gives Bleed a lot of advantage. But we do see that Revival, look, they are taking matters into their own hands. They're gonna be going up to the top. They're gonna maybe push the lane there. They're gonna have possibly Sammy try and bait out the rest of Bleed. Yeah. And Bleed, they are not as aggressive. They are standing in their own jungle. They are just waiting to see if they can spot out a member of Revival here. But if Deck goes any further north, this might be dangerous territory for him. There's 3 up there just waiting for somebody to respond to this top lane wave.
Yeah, what they both don't know is that they're both doing the exact same thing. No one is moving. Look at everyone on the map except Ryan, just standing there trying to push the wave, trying to be a little bit of a distraction, try to source out a little bit of information, but Revival though, they're just patiently waiting because they want to do a nice flanking maneuver onto the side of Bleed because they know that they have that damage from Sammy right now. They want to play around Sammy's damage, but look at that bottom side though, we're already pushing right in. Luminon Blast already activated. Nan will get out there to safety. No calls whatsoever.
Yeah.
It's just really calm.
Yeah, Revival was thinking, like, do we want to go back now to defend, or what do we do? But 2 of them still stay up there. They're just hanging out. I believe that's the Grok as well as the Pyramus on the side of Revival. They're just going to wait for the Lord. Let's have a look at the items. Almost everyone has a full stack of items already.
Yeah, it does look like Pyramus is going for that full damage. Does have the Enchanted Talisman, does have the Glowing Wand, as well as the Lightning Truncheon stack. So the damage from that Pyramus is, so on paper, it kind of looks enough. Ryan, a little bit of a distraction, trying to pull Bleed away from that turtle, trying to zone them out away. But what Bleed doesn't know is where Revival is. They want to go get the jump on onto FMM on top, though. Oh, FMM, he goes down. His immortality's popped.
He's going to go down once, but that's not going to be enough. They managed to chase down Kirby. They get into the way. They still get FMM, so there's no gold laner on the side of Bleed. So this patience game has actually paid off. Deck now has to try and hold back the rest of the team, keep JPL alive, but JPL is gonna go down, he's gonna get taken out here probably, and Ryan, his split, he's just so annoying on that glue, and this was actually Revival, patience paying off. We were wondering why they were sitting in that top brush for so long, but it's not,
has been destroyed.
It was planned, it was all planned.
Yeah, you have to get into the minds of your opponents as well, knowing that FMM really needs to stay safe because this is the main damage dealer. Sayla could do nothing at all because of the Brock right there. You see how Brock used that wall to disrupt the Feather Airstrike. That's all you need. Revival playing the patience game once again. They are down to 2,000 gold lead, but that doesn't really matter. It only matters for the roam position on both sides. But right now, JPL only needs his immortality yet again because he has already been popped. It's going to be a really, really tough fight for Revival to take down any of those turrets.
Bleed is, right now, they are making the mistakes that Revival was hoping for, right? And I think it's because they didn't close out the game earlier when they could, when their goal made a difference. But wow, Sayla actually catches off Nan at the top lane, so it is going to be 60 seconds before Nan is back. But don't worry, Revival have the Lord in their advantage. Gear and Deck are going to be pushing in, trying to get stuff done here, but they can't catch up to Revival right now, and they still have to defend against the Lord. So Bleed, they managed to get one back, finally taking down that very pesky Hayabusa, but they're not going to be able to get much else, probably just having to defend for now.
Bleed being outnumbering Revival right now, they're trying to go in for a easy kill because you don't have Nan to try to split push, you don't have Nan to try to go for that back line, but Sayla's damage is going to show. Kirby! Low, but no go. He's going to go home safe. Revival, they know the FMM has come out. His damage is going to be deadly and disastrously for the side of Revival. They're going to be playing that patience game once again. 60 seconds was a long time, but right now Nan is going to come back up again, and this is going to be maybe, possibly the do-or-die or Lord.
And this time, Nan bought an immortality as well, just to make it even
Red
more
team
difficult
turret has been
to
destroyed.
take down that Hayabusa.
Yeah, I mean, Suki, this is just a stare down right now. The teams are not doing much, but on the bottom side though, Sayla actually finds out Nan though. Nan, Greedy Shadow Kills makes him untargetable just right now. Finally gets taken down by FMM, but on the side, Revival takes down 2 as well.
The wall from Grok keeping Sayla in place, and they have to run away now. There's 2 members left of Bleed, because we know that, unfortunately,
Mega kill!
Oh, Sammy does take down take down Deck. They have the upper hand. They have the outnumbered. Nan is down in the graveyard, but so is Sayla, JPL, and Deck. The main damage dealers are FMM and Gear. They will not be able to defend this. Sammy, his damage is starting to show. They're marching down. They get the hook onto FMM. Gear, the penalty zone stops him for a bit, but a wall charge stops it in his tracks again. They are going to take down that turret. They want to end this. This has been way too long. Suki, what do you think of this?
FMM needs to defend. He needs to get rid of those creeps. As long as he can clear the creeps, it's gonna buy them so much more time for the side of Bleed to come back online. It's 10, 20 seconds. It's 15 seconds. The creeps are coming in. FMM needs to clear the creeps ASAP. The minions are coming in. Is it gonna be enough here? Actually, they're gonna go for FMM, but it's gonna be he's gonna be revived. He's gonna come back. Is it gonna be enough? He can't defend. The base is still standing. FMM goes down. There's no one alive on the side of Bleed, but never mind. Sayla and JP are back, and Bleed are gonna be able to defend this. Revival just did not hit the base in time. They were focusing too much on FMM, and this game continues on.
I mean, that was right. I mean, FMM defended it so well. Deck already up. This is still 2 members down on the side of Bleed. Revival, everyone is up, trying to zone the members of Bleed away. They have the upper hand. They want to maintain this lead, however small it may be. Bleed, their cracks are starting to show. They are getting phased right now. Deck wants to try to find a way in, try to find in any cracks whatsoever. The Lord will be taking down Revival. It does not look like they will be contested.
Blue team has slain the Lord.
The Lord going down for Revival, that's great, right? But that could have been the end. They were targeting FMM, and FMM was just, too much of a juicy morsel for Revival to let go.
But the fact that FMM actually used his ultimate, using the Blazing Duet to just clear out the waves, actually made it very hard for Revival. Revival, they only have that one lane. So that's like maybe 4 creeps and a cannon minion. That's not enough for them to, not enough time, because Sayla, JPL, they already come back online. But Revival, they now have the upper hand. They have that late game. Sammy needs to be very, very well protected. As long as Bleed singles out Sammy, he does not have the immortality, mind you. So if Sammy gets taken out, Bleed can turn this entire game around.
I mean, this is a very chunky Lord, though. There's going to be a lot of HP for Bleed to eat through. Nan wants to get a pick off, but, this Lord is going to be the do or die for Revival here. If they can use this Lord to get into the base, maybe, just maybe, but Deck gonna take a little bit of damage. Kirby gonna stun up Sayla, but Sayla is still alive. They're gonna get the Faramis ultimate out. They're gonna survive here. Revival with all the damage coming in. The Lord gets the base, and in the end, Revival win 2-0.
Your patience actually paid off. Just wait for Bleed to make a mistake, but not only that, that play at top, just waiting in the brush for FMM to get a little bit too close for comfort. That was that was the defining moment of this game. We have talked way too long. There was a 30-minute game for me and Suki. Kin, you've been watching this. What is your analysis? What is your breakdown on this game?
Feel Suki has something to get off her chest first, so let her get that off her chest.
I just can't believe that Bleed has been showing themselves as like, the chess masters. They are the patient waiters. They are there to slowly bleed you dry, right? And Revival beat them at their own game.
Well, it just goes to show, like, anything can change in Season 5. It's very, very unpredictable. We've seen SMG really, really step up to the plate as well. That is a true powerhouse. Revival had a shaky start, but today they really, really proved themselves and what they are actually capable of. What is your analysis on the game? Give us like the little really details.
So this one statement states the turnout of the game, right? It's play my game. Both teams had their game plan. They wanted the other team to play their game. But Revival outlasted Bleed in the style of the play, right? Revival's plan was very simple. You can take as many laws as you want. You can take as many turtles as you want. But it all comes down to that one fight at the end, right? So the moment they knew that they could start contesting for the Lord, the whole game changed. It was no longer in Bleed's control. Now, if you take a look at the items, you're going to see the whole story. The immortality. I mean, it really worked out for them. Kirby with that immortality and Nan and Ryan as well. I think down here, Nan actually sold it off again to buy another item. But this immortality itemization, during the timing in which they bought the immortality was super important. Number one, they actually got rid of FMM, right? So it was always a staggered fight for Bleed. They could not deal with a 4v5 situation, and even more so in the late game because the death timers are insanely long. It's 69 seconds at least for Gear when he died, right, towards the end. And with that, I want to praise Sammy. Now, MVP for me, I'm not sure who it is because this really was a true team effort. But
Yeah.
Sammy really rose to the occasion today. He was safe and he was clinical. That finishing, he knew what to go for, when to stand. I mean, I would prefer Sammy a bit more aggressive, but hey, that's just me, right? He
Yeah.
could have lost if he was a bit more aggressive. And I understand it's a long game, but the long drawn game actually works very well in Revival's favor.
Yeah, they definitely have the late game. Nan was doing his very best to just target prioritize onto Sayla. You've seen how much he goes in. And let's take a look at the kill participation on both sides. Sammy at 100%, Sayla at 100%. This was a very long, drawn-out game. And like you said, it was very, very orchestrated, well orchestrated on both sides. They knew their win conditions, keeping Sayla and FMM alive for the side of Bleed and keeping Sammy alive for the side of Revival. Nan just singling them out and zoning them out of the way. Nan doesn't actually have to kill anyone. He just has to split push and maintain that pressure to go on to that late game.
Yep, it's too heavy setup for the side of Bleed, right? They had to have the setup. But more importantly, the setup from Revival is perfect because now they have set up for one of their members to be the MVP.
I'm
So
going to
not
say
sure.
it's Sammy Snowman, man.
Really?
Sammy Snowman. He actually stepped up in this game. But Kirby
Yep.
with the Grok. Amazing setups as well, yeah.
That's right.
It's actually because I believe Kirby managed to catch Sayla off so many times that this Faza had no escape. You think that the Faza, going into Bird's form, gonna be able to get away easily. Kirby just locked Sayla down. And it was just an easy, I guess, not say easy. It wasn't an easy win by any
It
stretch
was
of
a
the
long,
imagination.
drawn-out
Yeah,
win.
but every kill that they got on Sayla was on the back of Kirby's Grok.
Yeah. It was a little bubbling, right? They were simmering at the start, and after that, they actually blew the top off of Bleed's lineup itself, right? And I think the fact that they have drafted this particular way is very, very interesting because it's just a mental fight for them, right? The fact that Sayla, yeah, he does have his better airstrike, but Nan can always threaten with the Shadow Kill,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
And Grok can always threaten with the Wild Charge with the Guardian's Barrier. So it's something that is really difficult for them to fathom. Like, okay, how should we start the fight? Because they need a perfect setup. But later in the highlights you will see, right? This perfect setup from Bleed doesn't really work in their favor because you can always continue the fight on the side of Revival. And that's exactly what they did. I mean, the fact that they knew how to start and engage the fights, you can see here he tried to go in, there was a perfect setup for JPL with the Numenor Blast as well. This was pretty much towards the mid-game already. Considering the length of the match, I will consider this timing the mid-game, right? So right here, I mean, the plan was very simple. They just had to survive and survive and survive. As long as they got that sustained in, they could start to have the turnaround fights. And you can see, Deck was, very, very high pressure all the way from the start of the game. But the moment that turn changed, when they could fight against this, FMM, he saved them. He gave them a lifeline, right? And he threw his life for this because he knew that they could do it. But the fact is, Revival's lineup allows you to sustain and build a much stronger team fight as time goes by, right? Every time ultimates are fully used on the side of Bleed, it puts them at a disadvantage.
Yeah, and I want to point out that the timing and decision-making of Revival actually starts to show right here. Like, they knew which ones to single out. They knew who to push away in order not to disrupt your final board push. Especially when, Sayla is going to use that Feather Airstrike to disrupt your entire flow of play, disrupt your advances. It's going to be really, really hard for Bleed to come back from this.
Yeah, and so, I'm wrong.
You're wrong,
I'm wrong.
yeah, no more 100%.
But at the same time, that takes pressure off me, and this makes for a very, very exciting season, right?
Yeah.
Because we always thought it was going to be RSG and it's going to be Bleed at the top, but now we have SMG coming up. Now we have Revival coming up. Two names which I perhaps did not expect, knowing about what happened. But whatever it is we have to say, now it is time for the players and for Cheryl to take it away. But thank you, Cheryl, for helping us.
Cheryl, take it away.
Thank you so much, Suki, for that handover. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the team that make Bleed absolutely amazing, securing a 2-0 win right here. We have Revival, and Jungle Revival, we have Nan. So yes, Nan. Actually, quick question for you, just to clarify to all of our audiences out there. Is it Nan or Nan?
It's Nan.
And it's short for...
Because my name is Yanan, then I just use the behind one.
Ah, so it's Nan. I'm sorry, I called you Nan earlier. So yes, Nan, that now we have clarified. So another question is, I believe in both games we have seen that Bleed came on really, really strong. All right, and what was the clutch that made you guys turn the tide and eventually do an epic comeback?
Because I was just like, our plan is to skate to late game. Then late game usually when lot fight, I would say like, maybe I go clear the bot wave. Then after that, my team just like delayed a lot, or I can just like try to steal their base. But just now got one, actually I was clearing the bot wave. Then Sela just like bombed me there. But because like previously he also got killed me once. So after that I bought, I sold my shoe and bought for immortality. Then after that moment, like after Sela killed me, I just panicked and just pressed ulti. But then in the end, Kirby and Sword managed to back me up. Then after that, we managed to kill, I think, FMM and Sela, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, Swirl, definitely the best initiator out there. Absolutely love it. So another question would be, like, you know, your gameplay of scaling, in short. Like, do you think this is something that you guys will stick to, or LY4 has more plans for you in the bag? Because we're talking about really professional players, you know, players that have gone international, that are very, very highly adaptive. So do you have anything to tease the audience, maybe coming more from Revival?
Because I think LY is like watching all the SG MPL also, so he will like remember like what kind of heroes the enemy team will like usually pick and give us the heroes that he want us to play that counters the enemy team.
Yes, that was absolutely amazing. So a lot of, you know, the wins that we had today is attributed to LI4, our coach, right?
Yeah.
Fantastic. So now more questions about you being a new face right here at MPLSG, being the rookie on the starting roster of Revival. How does it feel to be playing right here on the MPL stage? Any pressure on you, especially as a jungle in the team, to perform?
Because this is my first time playing offline also, so like the first week it was quite nervous for me because like this is the first time got people watch me play then after that I panicked, and the first game I actually chose the wrong emblem.
Choose the wrong emblem, okay. But still, you know, it's really not easy, especially for people who are usually playing the comforts of your own home and suddenly switching to like live audiences watching you and cheering on. But now, you know, right now it's day 4. So how are you feeling after 4 days? Are you feeling more relaxed, in your element?
I actually feel more relaxed. Like today I was a little bit nervous because I know Bleak is a strong team.
Yes, and with that being said, you know, with this level of fame that you're gonna get now, you need to get used to this. A lot of supporters coming for you guys. All right, so now a burning question also. Which jungle in the MPLSG scene are you looking forward to face the most?
Bray.
But you faced him already.
Because I faced you when I was like first time playing offline. Then after that, I was not really prepared. So I wish I could face him again during the playoffs.
Ah, so Bray, maybe you were nervous, right? Start initially. So yes, hopefully you can see Bray in the playoffs. What about someone that you're gonna meet in upcoming matches in the regular season? Is there another jungler that you would like to see?
Maybe I'm not sure.
Not sure. Just got your eyes on Bray. So Bray, you gotta watch out. Alright. So now after today's performance, after you guys got a little bit of a taste of fame for taking 2 games off of Bleed, is there anything that you want to say to all of the fans out there?
I don't think so.
Anything to say to the fans, like watch your play, you know you have more where this is coming from, something like that?
Thank you for watching us play and hope that you can continue to support Revival.
That's beautiful. Well done. Thank you so very much, Nan, for that interview. Thank you so much. So yes, that was some wonderful insights from Nan, our new face right here at MPL SG Season 5, and he definitely made a mark right here in the first game. So if you guys are feeling like, you know, a little bit of Sunday blues, thinking that, oh, you know, I haven't yet woken up, But this match, the very first match, took everyone by surprise and even going against casters' predictions. So take that, casters. They're showing you how it's done revival way. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, for match 2 happening at 1 p.m. later on, we're going to be expecting Team Flash crossing swords with Stellark as G. Now, who will emerge victorious and climb the overall standings? That we can only find out. So stick around and join us right here at MPL SG Season 5. We'll see you at 1 p.m.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill.
feel. Feel what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel. Huh.
おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel. Huh.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive. what I feel. Feel what I feel.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive. what I feel. Feel what I feel.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive. I feel. Feel what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive. what I feel. Feel what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive. feels what I feel. Feels what I feel. Huh.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive. feel. Feel what I feel. Huh.
おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive. what I feel. Feel what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive. Feel what I feel. Huh.
おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to match 2 right here at MPL SG Season 5. Right now, we are here at week 2, and it proves at week 2 miracles can happen. Earlier on in match 1, we have one of the few teams that are slated to take MPL SG Season 5 champions defeated by Revival. So that was just absolutely amazing. A 2-0 sweep from Revival against Bleed earlier for match 1, proving anything really can happen at this juncture at the regular season. So next up, match 2, what will be upcoming is 2 teams, Team Flash going head-to-head against Stellark. So this is also a very exciting match because what we're gonna see is the main roster lineup right here for Flash. So once again, for all of our wonderful live audiences who made your Sunday to come on over to join us and watch and support our boys, remember, if you're taking a selfie right here at the venue itself, to remember to hashtag our pride, our passion, and tag us at mpl.sg.official, and we'll soup you up really, really nicely right here. Now, for all of our online viewers, thank you so much for showing your support and, of course, your thoughts and comments on all of our different platforms such as Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. Now, you guys can also scan some really awesome codes right here on the stream itself. Now, that I will leave the casters to tell you more. Now, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's meet the team, shall we? So first up, ladies and gentlemen, preparing and presenting to you, let's meet the team for Team Flash. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you think you knew Team Flash, this is a different week for them because they have their main roster right now with Jace at the table. So it's a really different ball game as we have seen earlier in day 3 itself. So without further ado, let's present our next team. Ladies and gentlemen, let's meet Stellark SG. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it seems to be some sort of little tea brewing with Smelly Cat and his little paper that you guys can see in the player cams later on. But meanwhile, this is really a match that you guys don't want to miss because if you guys think you knew Flash, once again, this is their main lineup and we have seen significant differences because earlier yesterday, they have taken one match of Evil. So this is just absolutely amazing, proving the appearance right here of Jay is no fluke and they are the main roster for a reason. Now, over on the other hand right here, we have Stellark. Now, are they able to adapt to this brand new Team Flash? Not just new Team Flash, but the addition of Jay. So will Chastity be able to match up to Jay's right here, especially if they're sharing the same lane? Now, I'm just gonna hand my time over to the casters to really dissect and slice up the situation to let our viewers understand more. Let's take it away, casters.
Thank you, Cheryl, and welcome back to MPL Season 5 SG. With me is Churros and Abstract. I'm Kim Tofu. We're going to be covering your next game today. This is Game 2, Team Flash against Team Stellark. What do you guys think?
There's a lot of talk about these two teams. Stellark right off the bat, top 4 in terms of power ranking so far. Had a little bit of shaky start in the first week or the first day, but day 2 they actually came up upon themselves. So whether or not they'll be staying in the top 4 power rankings and securing themselves in the upper brackets in the playoffs is really yet to be seen in this time. And Flash, on the other hand, they have won Evo yesterday. We've seen how much they've grown as a team, maybe due to the fact that Jay is in the lineup as well. So experience does come into play right here. So whether or not they will be able to take Stellark down, which shows that they are a formidable team for Stellark to comprehend, is really up to them.
And of course, I mean, you pretty much took the words right out of my mouth, right?
Right.
I believe that we have a lot of general consensus. In fact, it's probably unanimous by many who think that Flash, they have a very strong lineup. And of course, with the fact that we have the Filipino imports coming in with Veg as well as Cram God, a lot of us would have this positive connotation that these two are super aggressive and super good. So it's all about how Flash would want to integrate their playstyles with these two players.
Yep, okay. Coming back from a pummeling yesterday, Stellar SG, I think they're going to be ready to be putting up a much better performance today. On Stellar's end, they're going to be represented by Smelly Cat, Chesty, Chu, Oh Dear Bambi, as well as Forza. Now, today is a very important day for them. We will see if they can make that comeback stronger, and go up against their bitter rivals here, Team Flash. Now, Team Flash, they are a very strong team, like you said. Reintroduction of Jay back into the lineup. Right, we will see their entire lineup for Team Flash in a very short moment, but they have a lot to prove.
Vanix in the gold lane facing up against Smelly Cat. Of course, Jay in the mid lane is the main shot caller for the team and worked out very well in their favor yesterday against Team Evil. Veg, Yawn, and Cram God. This is the lineup for Team Flash. It looks really, really scary, especially with the reintroduction, like we mentioned, for Jay. There's a lot to play around. Is Jay the main sort of like priority target that they want to focus on for side of Stellar, or is there something else up their sleeves that they're not showing yet?
Right. If when it comes down to the introduction of Jay, right, I believe that a small little change within the lineup is understandably going to make a huge impact into the playstyle of the team, right? Be it a negative side or perhaps even in the positive side. From what we have seen yesterday, I would definitely have to say that Jay have got quite a lot of positive energy that is definitely being able to put into the team, be it consciously or unconsciously. So I'm really pretty much looking forward to see how Flash is going to be doing this.
Yep, now we have to focus on Stellar first. We have to take a look at their keys to victory. Now, Stellar, they have to take advantage of Yawn's comfort picks, and that's the assassin-style jungle. We have been harping on about this, but I think it's really important that they expose this and probably abuse the fact that he likes to go for jungle assassins. And of course, Smelly Cat, one of the core members of Stellar SG, they need to make sure he gets his correct heroes as well. And lastly, they are a very experienced team, so they need to do something with that experience.
Of course, we cannot write them off just yet. We will be taking a look at Flash's KTVs, or keys to victories, but on top of that, they have to play around Chesty, who has been performing exceptionally well, especially when you give him their Eve. So whether or not they're able to mitigate Yawn's kind of strategy and how they play around Yawn is yet to be seen. Let's look at the other side of the table.
All right, let's take a look at Flash this time. Flash, now we all know that Yawn loves his assassin jungles, and if he manages to get his hands on one again, he needs to make sure that he has space to farm and make sure he gets the gold. The team needs to funnel into him so they can snowball for his team. And of course, one of my favorite players of Team Flash, Cram God. The way he sets up is so insane. So when you see, and I want to see him have more setup for the team.
Now, of course, remember, I mean, I've been putting a lot of emphasis onto Jay, right? Because Jay, they really have to play around him in order to secure the victory. He is understandably the mage after all. Mage plays a fundamental role in gelling and gluing the team together. You are practically the one that is in the middle of a team fight, right? Because you have the frontliners when it comes down to the EXP laners, or perhaps even the tanks, or vice versa, right? And then the backlines is understandably gonna be the marksman. So as much as possible, if you are going to be staying where you are in the middle ground all the time, it's very unlikely that your marksman is going to be moving, right? Because they have to stay behind of you. So if you're staying at one spot while your front line is moving forward, nothing is going to be working out. It's really all about, you know, kind of like a domino effect. And I believe that Jay plays this role very well.
Yep, I think so too. Now, one of the things that allows Jay this freedom is also his vision, right? It allows him to see and really have a macro view of the map and the fight itself. And, you know, he has been shot calling from what we've seen on the camera yesterday. He was the one making the calls for the team. And that has impacted them very, very positively.
I definitely agree with both of you, but on the fact of that Yawn is taking assassins, is this, I mean, this is really going to be very, very difficult, but let's take a look at what we all think. I mean, the Stellar fans are right here.
Wow, okay.
And then, of course, that's the Vertigo seed. He's going for the underdog, so to speak, in this matchup. What do you think? Why Flash, though?
Is Flash really the underdog here?
Maybe a
let
wild
us-
card.
Let
Maybe a
us
wild
consider about this, alright?
Okay.
Because definitely we've seen Stellax shine a lot of times, and of course they are understandably still a very strong and experienced team.
Yes.
Every single one of them individually have got strong micro skills as well as strong team fight potential. But then the thing is, when it comes down to skirmishes and this kind of stuff, right, do they really have an edge over Flash? Because when it comes down to tempo gaming, I would say that Stellax probably doesn't really hold a candle against Flash. As long as Flash is able to keep up with their tempo and being able to lead their game from the start to the end, they should be able to bring down Stellax with not much of an issue, especially since with the introduction of Kremgod, he has great way to introduce that himself into the team. And of course, when it comes down to starting fights, you know very well how Kremgod plays, right? And let's not forget about the other Filipino imports, of course, Veg. When it comes down to playing in the EXP lane, they play a vital role in shaping where the fight goes. Be it you shoving the wave in the EXP lanes, be it you going to be wounding the EXP laners before you join in the first turtle fight. From that point on, it could very potentially snowball into something that you wouldn't have imagined.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I mean, I'm kind of reconsidering my choices, but still, I think Stellax at this point, while this is a team game, I think the execution of plays so far has been a bit more clinical from the Stellax side. Of course, with that being said, Flash showed up yesterday, which is why I have to think about whether this was the correct prediction on our end, right? But, you know, Churros, what do you think? Why Stellax?
Well, I think they've proven themselves last season, but Flash has still yet a lot to prove. They've clawed their way up from the qualifiers. If you take a step back and see their progression through the days, through the weeks in Season 5, Stellax has had a good start. I mean, obviously they struggled a little bit with RSG, but I mean, it's David and Goliath kind of story, but right now they are on equal footing, so it will be interesting to see how Stellax's experience within the professional scene actually come into play against Flash. And Flash, I mean, Jay's expertise in being really, really solid and being, no pun intended, but the glue that sticks them together is really yet to be seen within this game. Yesterday, they had a very good momentum going for them. It's whether or not Jay, the shot caller, is able to tie this all together.
Yep. So with that being said, now I don't think actually there's too much to tear apart these two teams. There's nothing that significant between the two of them. Right now, based on how Flash was playing yesterday and how Stellax has been playing so far for the entirety of the season for the past 2 weeks, they're actually neck and neck. So I can't really choose and say, oh, they are going to win this for sure, right? But of course, with that being said, let's go into the draft. Abstract, walk us through what's your thought process on how they should start this whole game.
One thing's for sure, you know, we were looking into the keys of victory for the start of Stellax. Considering the fact that Stellax is, of course, the first pick, they should definitely put quite a bit of emphasis onto Smelly Cat. That is the number one thing that we should be looking out for. But when it comes down to first pick, you know, first pick, we always look into what is meta and as well as what is a very okay, that's essentially meta, right? Meta, a very strong pick that can't go wrong in most situations, and you want to shape yourself based on what is open. And in this case, I would say that Stellax do have a lot of opportunity. They would perhaps want to steer themselves more into Odious Bambi's favor and enabling the jungle spot a lot more. And from that point onwards, they mold themselves together and adapt themselves in based on what Flash eventually plays by countering them.
Yeah, I want to point out something for you. Maybe you can share your thoughts on that. They have banned out the Fanny and the Link, and this is a respect ban towards Yon. I mean, Yon so far, I don't think this is the meta or patch for him, right? Most of the junglers now are going for the tank jungle. But at this point, they still give this respect to Yon, and they're banning out two of his favorite heroes here, which is the Fanny and the Link.
I mean, looking at all the bans right now, Stellax kind of seems like you said, you're targeting Yon. They want to put Yon in an uncomfortable position, take him out of his comfort zone. But Flash, on the other hand, they know that their early game is very lacking or very weak. So in order to mitigate that, they ban out the Glue, the Joy, and the Martyrs, all known for disrupting the flow in the early game. So this means that Flash, they know what it takes to set the tempo in the early start.
And of course, I just gonna have to say that there is still a lot of junglers, assassin junglers that we should be looking out for. If whether they would want to even focus on stealing any of these junglers away from the hands of Yon is, well, we're gonna have to wait to see regarding that, right? Because Yon definitely knows how to play the Lancelot as well as the
your
Hyatt
team
user.
is picking.
However, you know, that doesn't really quite seem to gel into Odious Bambi's arsenal.
I'm just questioning now. I mean, the whole focus from Stella is pretty obvious that it's on Yon. But I'm just questioning, is that really the best decision? Because to me, Cram God and Veg, the two imports, they are around the center of the team and they are the ones setting up the play.
And I think that there's a lot of things that we should unfold from the side of Flash, right? When it comes down to stealing and just banning out, Yon's assassin role is something we should be looking out for. As such, Hayabusa, they immediately pick that up. Pretty much understandable. And the fact that Kaja is open, the fact that you're able to suppress one enemy is pretty much a dead giveaway that it will become a 4 versus 5 most of the situations.
I want to point out that Arlot is still open, Edith is still open. These are very viable picks for Cram God to actually sort of like set the tempo, especially in early game. Like we said in the keys to victory, they really need to give Yon his time and space. They need to play as a unit, not like maybe 5 people running around playing their own games. But Stellar, on the other hand, they might be looking for a team fight heavy composition. That's why they picked up that Farsa. That's why the Melissa goes in, prioritizing, like you said, Abstract, the signature heroes that can be very comfortable with, and finalizing that first stage of the draft of Stellar is the Thamus.
I think that having the Farsa being the first pick is also a form of respect pick against Jay. Jay have got a mean Farsa, and the very fact that Farsa is out there, and in fact not a lot of teams would actually first pick priority onto a Farsa, but they looked at Jay and they think perhaps I should take it away from him.
Well, they're gonna counter straight away with Valentina, so Jay says, sure, you can have your Farsa, but I'm just gonna take the IMU and steal away your Feather Airstrike.
Well, I mean, Valentina is a very good pick because you can use a Uno reverse card onto the side of Stellar. So Stellar has to be very focused on picking out heroes that you don't want to give options over to Jay. But right now, they do have that for the airstrike. So the second stage, Flash, they do want to shut Bambi down, or Fossa down at least. So the jungle and the roam position is still wide open.
Your team is banning.
I was going to say Fredrin is going to be taken out because that is what I think Bambi is more comfortable with, soaking up that damage.
Your team is banning.
To actually show themselves in the late, into the mid to late game.
Yep. And of course, we are going to be left with a couple more picks from the side for both of Stellar as well as Flash. So let us just quickly identify the roles that we are looking for here. Fossa is of course going to be playing onto the roam and Odia Bambi onto the jungle. In the meantime, for the side of Flash, they are just looking for a single marksman as well as a roam. So the roam position is definitely going to be one bit of a hot take. However, Stellar, because of the fact that they themselves need to enable Fossa, they wouldn't want to dwindle down the field too much. As such, they've decided to pick up, or rather go out for a ban on to carry, and I wouldn't be too surprised.
Your team is
so they went for the 1-1 ban as well.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. Flash, they're just denying Stellar the opportunity to scale up early in the early game. So Kufra being taken out, Fredrin being taken out, Marta's being taken out. This relieves a lot of pressure off of Yon's own jungle. So he's able to farm up that much more effectively. Now, Cram God, you've been talking a lot about what this guy can do. This guy can set up plays. Cho, like Abstract said just now, is a very viable option. What do you think is going to be a priority over side Flash first?
I'm really not really sure how they want to play this on the roamer side, but I'm more concerned that now it is a battle of Forza against Cram God. Experience against the new.
It's really, it really feels like a fight for roamers, in my opinion. But it kind of seems as though they have decided to go for Brody. Not exactly what I have thought in mind, because Forza himself have got a really strong Cho as well. Let's not forget about that, yeah? Because Forza eventually, he have played Cho twice, and I believe that both of those games he have won with the Cho. So Stellar, they can go for the Cho if they want. They can even steal it over Cram God. But this is gonna be our first time actually going into the game looking at Forza picking up a Hilda. This is actually a very aggressive composition coming from the side of Stellar. We have a lot more time to really wrap things up and just kind of like grind things in. But as a summary, Stellar, very aggressive, a lot of ways that they can just go right into the opponents and just try to steal as much as they can. Odia Bambi have got great amount of stats in the early stages of the game. You can steal quite a lot. Forza, you can literally just grind right into the opponent's face. Let's not forget about the grand amount of damage that this Thamus can bring in. Stellar's game plan is all early game. In the meantime, Team Flash, they are pretty much all-rounded. Early game, mid game, late game, all good. They just gotta have to win in their lanes.
You said it. You said it, my friend. It's all about the early game aggression. They want to exploit Team Flash's this ability to protect themselves in the early game. But with that Kadra, it's going to be a little bit harder, but we'll just have to see the execution of these two teams. The draft is set. Ladies and gentlemen, we are walking into the land of Dawn really, really soon. The first match of the second series of today.
Yep, it's going to be a spicy one for sure, because now both of these teams, they have something to prove. Now they have Team Flash, who definitely has leveled up across just 2 weeks. And they're going to try to pit their heads against the minds of the Stellar SG members.
Oh, this looks like a very, very Season 4 kind of draft coming in from Stellar. It's the aggression from Fossa, the aggression from Bambi, and this is what they're very comfortable with. They want to go in straight. They want to deny their opponents the opportunity to just come back online wherever they are, actually. So Fossa already being so aggressive. Vanix pushed back in their lane. This brings lane proxy to a whole new level.
Yep, this is important, right? They want to set the scene. They need this early advantage. For either side, it will work out in great favor towards them.
Oh, I'm not too sure about this Melissa right now, because knowing that Yawn is able to break past this Melissa's bubble, it will be difficult for Smelly Cat to actually scale up. So he needs his level 4 quickly. So Yawn needs to capitalize on that snowball capabilities, and the early game aggression onto Jay already starting to show. They want to try to force Jay to back off, try to deny them their farm, but Fossa are looking a little bit low.
Yep, they are going to be just trading blows at this point, and it's important to see how's the positioning, because the turtle's going to spawn on the top. And we might see a fight breakout on the top though. Here we go, let's take a look at the Hayabusa. Veg getting caught out, but he is going to make it out safely. They will not overcommit anything at this point right now. 2 flickers have been burned, but Cram Gods, he's left alone. Fossa, he's trying to make his presence known.
Oh, that was a very, very quick level 4 from Odir Bambi, so they want to try to capitalize on that situation. Go into the XP lane, try to zone out that turtle, coming up in 20 seconds. Yawn already just got, still level 3, trying to bring in that level 4, so it is able to...
Oh, Jay, he's falling! That's the first blood, and Stellar, they have a huge lead right now. It is going to be 700 gold. It might not seem much now, but later on you will see the effects of this growth.
Yeah, effects of this growth indeed, because right now they have full control of that turtle without Jay to be there to try to zone the rest of Stellar out and wait for that turtle. It looks like a free and easy turtle for the side of Stellar, and right now just Fossa being a nuisance. Fossa doing Fossa things, trying to go in for that purple buff.
Oh, another one! And here we go, Fossa setting the stage for his team here. So Stellar, a very good start, 2-0 with a 1.5k goal lead at 2.5 minutes.
They are in their element, right?
Oh, Vanix! Oh, that's a bit too much far forward for him, as Fossa, very comfortable, he is going to be walking around.
Jay uses that third airstrike, just try to push Kesley away from the rest of that farm, but Stellar, this is the aggressive Stellar that we know in Season 4, and they're playing it to their full advantage right now. 2,000 gold, like you said, Ken, and they're just looking for that early pick up. Veg is in a spot of bother.
Yeah, following up, Veg is so low. Can he actually get out of the situation? The 3v1 is not going to happen for him, as oh dear, Bambi gets the kill. A nice funnel, the most important person to funnel gold into, actually.
Oh, I can't believe they banned out every single one of the meta heroes, but they forgot Hilda. Hilda being such a nuisance is creating so much impact in the early stages of the game. As Flash, all they need to do is just buy some time, buy some space.
Oh, Smelly Cat, this time he gets caught out, and that's the end of his life. And with that, Team Flash, they will get some consolation prizes, but it is going to be some damage limitation. 1,900 gold still sets this between the two teams.
40 seconds until the next turtle spawns up. Right now, Smelly Cat is having a little bit of trouble. Stellar trying to buy a little bit more time and space for Stellar to farm up. Flash trying to focus fire on Smelly Cat, because they know that in the late game, the one win condition they need is to shut Smelly Cat down.
Yeah, I just want to note that, they have learned the lesson from RSG yesterday. This aggression is similar to what they experienced yesterday, and I think they're pulling it off perfectly.
Ooh, take a look at the positioning of Cram God. Almost getting caught out. Is getting caught out by 2, but will be out safely. Odir Bambi with the early game aggression onto Yawn. Yet again, 2 levels ahead.
Yep, he's just going to force them out here. This jungle is ours as Odir Bambi. He might be setting up for the rest of the team. But more importantly, we need to take a look at the top lane.
Oh, the top lane, Terizla already pushing in. This buys a lot of time for Flash to try to equalize that gold. 2,000 gold, not a far lead, but still in favor of Stellar right now. They're trying to use that gold lane, gold advantage
Blue team has slain the turtle
game to be able to convert them into kills. But right now, the objective is taken by Stellar.
Yep, you can see how much experience they funnel into the important members of Stellar SG. You can see Odia Bambi already at level 8 along with Chu, who's level 7. So this level disparity might cause a lot of problems. Yes, Medicat, he's gonna try and push this down. Vanix is all alone at the backlines. Anyone to save him? No. Oh, but a nice catch, a reverse! And Fossa might pay the price for stepping a bit too far forward.
He survives! He survives! Fossa is fine. What they did there was so well orchestrated. They're going for the fight again. Vanix gets caught out. Vanix.
Yep, he is going to be chewed up and sped out, and that's it for Vanix. He is going to be taken down, and Sterlach, they are going to maintain this lead, not letting go of this vice grip that they have on their throats.
Vice grip indeed, but Yon almost taking down that purple buff over his side. I don't know if he actually got it, because Fossa is right there. He's reading Flash like an open book. Wherever Yon goes, there is Fossa. Fossa doing his utmost best, trying to keep Yon at bay, trying to give intelligence over the side of Stellar.
Yep, and Yon is not having a good time at all. He's only level 7, and look at Jay, he has to commit this feather air strike as a defensive measure.
Man, this is not looking good for the Flash. This early into the game, 3k lead, that's not much. But every single time that purple buff comes up, there is Bambi.
Yep, that's the game plan. There's the setup with Crab God. He actually catches Chesty, but he's safe now. Chesty manages to run away. But Jay, in his own world here, gets taken out by Chu. And with that, they're going to have a huge advantage here. As Stellar, they are ready to get this fight started. Yon, another one taken down. And with that, that's going to be the end of the fight. Team Flash, they are hurting so bad.
Oh my goodness, Chesty actually read Yon's play. He knew that he was going to be flanking out. Let's take a look at damage dealt by both teams. Now, Veg is the highest damage dealt overall, but this is just because his lane is always kept empty. Chu is always rotating into their base. They're trying to get that distraction. Fossa is also third. He's always in Yon's face. This is so hard to get off. It's sort of like a bee, like the bee that always buzzes around you.
Exactly, and this Hilda, a very good pick, like Abstract mentioned just now. This is for the first time, and it looks like Team Flash is not prepared for it at all.
What Team Flash could do right now is Yon having a split push mechanism and play with protect composition. You need to be able to get Vanix his farm this late into the game. This is very difficult for them to do because every single time there is a loose unit anywhere on the map, they're best sure they're going to capitalize on that.
Yep, they are going to wrap around the Team Flash lineup, and here's the catch. Fossa gets it started, and here we go. Jay is the first one to fall in this fight, and now Cram God, he has to run with his tail between his legs because Odia Bambi is around the corner as well. And with that, they're going to set up the space that he might regret staying here a little too long.
This is a very aggressive Stellar team. It's very difficult to fight, but let's take a look at in-game items to see how far they actually are. Melissa already 2 items ahead of Vanix. Vanix have that Blade of Heptasis, but struggling. He needs to buy that like he's supposed to defend himself from Stellar, but the damage from Chesty actually proving to be a lot right now.
Yeah, right now it's just objectives after objectives for the side of Stellar, and this is a very clean gameplay from them. But do not count Team Flash out. They are not down and out yet. It's really just surviving and making sure they can get enough farm to contest the next big objective.
The fact that Chesty actually bought that Lightning Truncheon first gives him a lot of early game damage. Jay in a spot of bother right there, a little bit of an emote. But Fossa, that is not his objective. He doesn't need to kill anyone. He just needs to push them out of the way. So Yon trying his best to pick up any single scraps that he can find that Stellar is left behind. Yon so deep in. There's a little bit of back.
Do anything here, he has to commit the Shadow Q, but Yon is left all alone. Will they wrap around him? That's the real question, because he is trying to steal that purple buff. But Chu is making his life a living hell at this point. Chase him all the way, and Yon is down!
It's so difficult with the jungle down for Team Flash. This looks like an easy lord. Cram God is in position already. Stellar trying to source for more information. Where is Cram God? Where is all the setups that Flash could potentially use to disrupt my gameplay?
I mean, there's nothing now because Fossa is just standing along the sidelines. He's just keeping his eyes out for any of the Flash.
Man, this doesn't look good for Flash at all. They have to survive this one. This is 9k gold lead, 9 minutes into the game. That is 1k gold lead every single minute, if you put it in perspective.
Exactly the same as what RSG took to them. They took a page out of RSG's book and they're putting it onto Team Flash. And it looks like Team Flash, they have to level up. I'm not sure how they can survive at this point because Stellar is so far ahead.
Oh, this is the fast rotations coming in, but this is also experience coming to play for Stellar. They understand what went wrong in their breakdown yesterday. So this game, they're trying to execute it the way that RSG Slate was actually executing it to them. And right now, Bambi is just so far ahead. Level 13, take a look at Yon, level 10. And the rest of the members of Splash, they are struggling. They're struggling to stay afloat.
So what is the setup that Team Flash needs to have? Because there's no one that can stand on the front lines.
I don't know if hunkering down and waiting for Stellar to make a mistake is the right phrase to use, because it does look like Stellar has full control. They have that discipline to back off. They're refunneling resources, and right now the win conditions have changed for both teams.
Yep, the feather edge right measure, but Cram God, he needs to stay in the front here. Forza is just making sure they do not want to over-engage here. Odia Bambi on his dinosaur walking in. They will get a catch though, as Cram God, he's stuck in between the front lines. But the base is falling. Where is it? The penalty zone comes down. Here's a good fight for them. This could be the turnaround for Team Flash. And here we go. There's 2 members left. 2 all alone left. On the sidelines of the base, Smellycat is low as well, but they will get a return kill in the form of Yawn. But this has been a great defense by Team Flash.
Oh man, a good defense, but also a good skirmish from Stellar. They got what they came for. Gold lead still extending, almost hitting 10,000 gold lead. And Bambi is still trying to deny the opportunity for Yawn to take anything else.
Oh, Jay, he's going to be taken out as well as Odia Bambi. He's still confident standing in the front. 2 offers that defense and the front lines, and Team Flash, they have to walk away limping again.
Oh man, okay, Cram God, you have to prioritize 2 main heroes, Chesty or Smellycat, because those 2 are the main damage dealers.
Yeah, Bambi gets caught though, penalty zone all landed on him. He is going to be taken out here, but Q comes in with the rest of the support. Smellycat gets another kill, and Badge is down as well. 2 members left on the side of Flash. Can they actually do it? Here comes the shadow kill, but he's stunned. Yawn still makes it out for the time being.
Oh, Smellycat came in clutch.
Red
Bambi
team
was in
base
a
turret
bar
has
right
been
there.
destroyed.
He just it in. But then Inspire actually just destroyed and decimated everyone from Team Flash. Team Flash, no choice but to back off. Thank God. They had to make a decision. Who do I want to go for? Smellycat or Chesty? I don't want to touch Bambi because you know I can't kill him.
Churros, Smellycat has just bought the win of nature. And if things weren't difficult already, this is a nightmare.
Oh, it's snowballing really well for Stellar. Taking it slow, and right now, 7 seconds until the next Lord spawns. This is almost a 12-minute Lord. They're probably gonna wait for that enhanced Lord to pop. But the Flash, they don't wanna contest for this one. They wanna go for all.
Getting called out. They have to throw everything, but he's still surviving too. Can he actually get a return kill? He's so tanky. He's chasing Vanix as well. Will he get this before he dies? Whoa, it won't happen here. 2 actually gets taken down, but it's a sacrifice play because they have the Lord in their hands as Forza keeps his eyes on Veg here. And let's see, what do they want to do with this?
With 30 seconds in, Chu will be coming back. Fossa doesn't need to kill anyone. He just needs to zone everyone out of the way, but the Protect Com needs to stay strong. They need to be with Fossa needs to be with Chesty and Smellycat right now. Let's get our itemizations again to see what they built down. Right now, Vanix still struggling to stay afloat, is going for the Demon Hunter Sword because all he needs is that to maybe try to melt Odir Bambi down, because he's starting to show that the sponge effect from Hilda, from Thamus, from Barats is way too much for them to handle anyway.
Yeah, but right now, if you take a look at the tank survivability, it's really lacking on the side of Team Flash. It's really difficult because they are so far behind. Close to 10,000 gold. At this point, it's close to 9k already. And with the Lord marching down, I'm not sure how they can hold this defense.
Oh, it's going to be really, really hard. Just try to wait for that Lord to try to crash in, but right off the bat, Chesty!
He's so low, but that's not going to be a kill for them. And here is the marker. Stellar, they smell blood. They want to go for it. Cram God, he has to make sure that the team is safe as the Lord is marching down Veg as well in the front lines. Where is the rest of the support? No, they will be going in. Stellar, this could be the end of the game. Forza gets Jay as well as 2 gets a killing blow. Veg is left all alone, but the base is falling. This is the end as Team Flash cannot stand against Stellar.
Well executed play from Stellar. They got what they came for. They wanted to go for the early game aggression. They wanted to maintain that momentum and the timing, the tempo, the way that the entire 5 members, all 5 members of Stellar synergizes together, played effectively well into this game. And this was an easy one-sided game for Stellar.
That's right. They definitely learned their lesson from yesterday. You can see the confidence in the players as well. But now, talk about confidence. I'm very confident that Abstract has a lot of juicy tips for us about this game.
I do actually. But this game, like I said, this is an early game composition for Stellar. And speaking of tempo, because I was thinking that, Team Flash will be the team that wants to pick off on tempo.
Yep.
But Stellar SG understood what the caveat is and they assumed that they are the one. They wanted to take that tempo instead. Because this lineup from Stellar is all about starving out Team Flash's mobility. That's number one. Vision, number two. And number three is literally real estate. They have not a lot of places to go, and they when it comes down to the jungler, they don't have much targets at all. No vision, no real estate, and literally nowhere to go. He can't hunt as an assassin, and the only people they can hunt, Hilda, Thermus, Barats, can you really kill them?
Yeah, take a look at itemizations. It does look like Flash is going on the defensive. Take a look at how Vanix is building it. He's going for the steel-plated leggings. He might have built a sort of like a silence robe, or he looks like he's going for a silence robe just to defend himself against Chesty and Smelly Cat. But what do you do with a bursty kind of lineup like Stellar?
Honestly, it all boils down to having a proper high ground advantage. In this case, for Flash, the only kind of high ground that they have really boils down to Jay getting himself the Farsa. But as you can see, 0-6-2. This is a tough game for Jay because Stellark, they understand who exactly is the main reason and the main thing that will stop them from advancing. As long as Jay is down, the front lines and the back lines from the side of Flash wouldn't be able to hold a candle against Stellark.
I think I agree with you 100%. Besides Jay, I think Cramgod as well, like the decision-making going on to the next game has to be on point. Who do I go for? Do I want to use Divine Justice, the suppression, onto Odir Bambi, or do I want to go for the damage dealers to try to take them off and try to outnumber my opponents?
Alright, so let me ask you a question and then you see whether you agree with my point, right? My question now is that Forza and Cramgod, these two roaming positions, did they set up the game for victory for their side? Was it really a roamer's game for them?
Honestly, I would say that in the early stages of the game, it would be monumental for the Rovers. In this case, we're looking at Cramgod, right? So Cramgod as a Karja, he's very strong in skirmishes, and when it comes down to team fights, he can definitely isolate that one person that he's looking out for. However, if Forza is constantly in the face of Cramgod, it essentially is baiting Cramgod to use his divine judgment onto him instead. So it's honestly kind of tough.
Yep. MVP though, who are your picks for MVP?
Actually, everyone played their game exceptionally well. Chesty with the airstrike zoning everyone out. Smelly Cat dealing the damage, and he layered his models in. He doesn't throw his models out, try to push enemies away because he knows his teammate has his back. So, but I'm going for Fossa on this one.
Odir Bambi.
It will be Fossa. I am 1 for 1 right now. Fossa was so, like you said, monumental, impactful in the early stages of the game. Yawn was just choking out. He was sent home to the graveyard so early. He didn't have his purple buff at all. It was so hard for him to climb back up.
I think that since we are on the topic of Yon, right? Yon is really strong when it comes down to his assassins, and I think that all his opponents acknowledged that. So the best way that they will be able to cripple a team out is to eliminate their jungler who is missing out in the meta. In this case, the meta is not really so much for Yon. That definitely assassins still can be viable, but really depends on how the opponent team adapts to you. And right now, it doesn't seem to work quite well for Yon in the past few games before, especially when it comes down to week 1. The teams that they have been fighting against with, Assassin Jungler just doesn't work.
Yeah.
Yep. Let's take a look at the highlights here. Abstract, walk us through this.
Well, all the way from the start, 1 minute and 45 seconds in, you can pretty much just tell Jay is literally right in the eye of the opponents. Stellark have got a very good idea who they're looking out for, and Cramgod is trying to do the exact same on the opponent's mages as well. But unfortunately, all of that went completely haywire because Chastity didn't go down. They, for the start of Stellark, they still focus themselves on the Jay, the first person to go down. And everyone have got their eyes on the mage no matter what. It's always all about the mage. The only way to go over to the mid stages of the game, or perhaps over to the late stages of the game, is mage. And the roamer plays a very big core place in this. We have seen Yon trying to go over the backlines to deal with the mages as well. And Cramgod, whenever he finds a possibility, he would want to bring down the junglers as well. In this case, he tried to go for it, but unfortunately, it doesn't seem like things are going towards his way time and time again because technically speaking, at this point in time, they're already losing out in itemization, they are losing out in economy. As much as they would want to fight against the entire team in 5v5, Stellark is still strong in teamfight and they have economy advantage.
Yep, I think it's kind of like a paddy field, right? The way that Stellark is playing is like an irrigation system. So we actually start off with MLBB first. He was at the level cap, right? He's the first one to hit the level cap, and that experience trickled down into his teammates, allowing Smelly Cat to be one of the strongest members. But his Melissa, I mean, once the growth was there, it was insane.
Yeah, speaking of Melissa, the skin that he was using was very, very cool, right?
What was the skin that he was using again?
Come on, Abstract. It's the Jujutsu Kaisen one.
Oh, really? What exactly is the Jujutsu Kaisen skin?
Well, the MLBB X Jujutsu Kaisen skins are already now available, right? They are in the game already. Check out the Yin Yuji Itadori, Julian Megumi Fujiguro, and Melissa Nobara Kugisaki, as well as our last one, Xavier Satoru Gojo. Join the MLBBX Jujutsu Kaisen Gacha event. Now, this is on from the 18th of February all the way until the 20th of March, which is very, very soon. I think tomorrow is the last day. So if you get it, you can actually get the daily first draw. You have a 50% off as well. And with that, I think that is the sign, right? Like I said yesterday, if you're looking for a sign, this is the sign. Go and buy the skins, please. You need it. You need it. Right? If you need a confirmation, here's your confirmation. You need the skin.
Yeah, pay to win, right? You have like a Melissa skin. Maybe Muddles has a little bit of a bigger AoE for you to do that kind of damage. A little bit of a hitbox difference from the normal skin. Yeah. Who wants to use the normal skin? You know, the only I love Kaja. The only not Kaja. I love Kufa. The only reason why I don't use Kufa is because I don't have the collector Kufa skin, and yeah, it's just
hint, a very big hint.
I don't want to use something that your opponents will, you know, this guy. He sucks, but he has no money to buy that skin. I don't want to do that.
I mean, if this is not a confirmation that you guys gotta get yourself the skin, as much as you are a huge fan, the more that you should get. Speaking about a huge fan, I think that from that previous segue, as well as the athlete segment, we have a very good idea as who is the biggest JJK fan here for being able to recite the names of the characters by heart.
Thank you. I watched the first 6 episodes.
That's enough. That's
no time. You know, we have to focus on the important things. And of course,
I feel disappointed now.
Important things is going to be our second game. This is the best of 3 series. Stellark, of course, looking to close out this game in style. If they can repeat this first game performance, it will be stellar from them. But with that being said, Team Flash, we cannot count them out because Team Flash, I think, they are now ready. They have been given a taste of what Stellark can serve them. Now, is this, based on your views, do you think Team Flash can make a comeback from this?
No way. that didn't come in the way that I was expecting. You know, Zootopia, the sloth, and it was like,
right. Zootopia, that was that.
You know, it's supposed to go from a negative to a positive, but I realized that crap, that doesn't work here. But I believe that there is definitely a way that Flash will be able to come back in this game, and they should be able to find a proper way to really counter against Stellark. Because Stellark have already showed their hands as to how they would want to play things. Game number 1 is all about the tempo, and it's all about the early game. Whatever they want to do is to completely isolate Jay, and not to forget to completely starve out Yawn from any forms of kills. A Hayabusa can only come in to be strong in the middle stages of the game, and remember how I said this, Flash, they have a very all-rounded team composition in the previous game. So they don't really have a team that is really good and suited to tackle against Stellark's strong early game. But once the game goes over to the middle stages of the game, Stellark will definitely find an issue, which is why Stellark they were having so much momentum that they would
what's your command?
Your
team is picking
in the top lane. They were desperate as they knew that they can't draw the game any longer, or perhaps longer than normal.
Time to drop the beat of the flag.
Your team
so in
is
this
picking.
case, Flash, maybe they have a very good idea what they're looking out for. As such, picking themselves up with this Joy.
We've seen Stellark use Joy yesterday, if I'm not wrong. They tried it against RSG, but it didn't work out in their favor at all. Now, Team Flash going to pick up this Joy, and my question is, what can they actually pair up with Joy? Because Joy is meant to be a messy hero. He's supposed to mess up and cause confusions on the backlines.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you guys said it right. I mean, it's all about a push and pull. Joy is a very, very early game-centric hero, so they want to be able to use that aggression against Stellark. So try to go for that early game aggression themselves instead of having to succumb to the early game aggression from Stellark. And Stellark had the right information. They banned out all the assassins yet again. They're going for that Fasa. Very, very good early game rotation.
See value in me?
As well.
Your
And
team
the
is
Frederick,
picking.
because it's not picked up, slipped through that draft, will be able to sustain himself through Joy's skirmishes. But on the side of Flash, though, I don't know. Let's address the elephant in the room, though. I don't think that having a assassin jungler works well in Flash's favor. They could go for maybe an assassin fighter, like a Martis or something like that.
Honestly, right now, I think that Flash have got a good idea that Stellark's Fasa needs to go down in an instant. They cannot leave that to the job.
Purple Dragon is
so
ready
honestly,
anytime.
looking out for a Kadita here may actually be a pretty good idea. However, Crime God doesn't really play the Kadita. He's more of a frontline tank kind of archetype, and perhaps maybe a little bit of a soft support every now and then. So I would say that Jay getting the Kadita.
Your team is
I just want to
banning.
throw this in before I throw this back to you, right? You guys were talking about getting the kill on Fasa as quick as possible, but I kept hearing Forcer as well. So I think, yes, that is the call. They should kill off Forcer as fast as possible, as well as this Fasa.
Yeah. So honestly, it really boils down to what kind of heroes that Forcer is picking up for himself.
You know, I think the main, or not the main, but the scariest thing to face in your own jungle is a Jawhead. And this is what Fossa plays very, very
Your
well
team
on.
is
It's been
banning.
long forgotten that a Jawhead exists within the meta. Never seen it used yet in MPL SG Season 5, but it might be because, I mean, they take out that Hilda, they're taking out all these early game aggressive heroes. Like we said in the Keys to Victory, give Yon his space, and he's still going back to that Hayabusa. He's confident, he's comfortable, he's going back for round 2.
Flash is literally playing a game
Your
that
team is banning.
kind of honors their name. It's all about flash, fast, speed. Cram God, Vanix, and Veg.
Your
Also,
team
you know,
is
Vanix
banning.
was his god, right? So Yon is going to be playing onto Hayabusa. Every single one of these members from the side of Flash can play a very high mobility style gameplay. They will be able to occupy a lot of spots within the map. And Crime God picking up the choke will make sure that they will not lose in the fight for terrain. They will have the free real estate that they were looking for in game number 1. As such, they ban out the Hilda. That way, the Stellark would not have that kind of advantage. And instead, they bring the advantage to their side for the free real estate by picking up the choke.
They need a bit more burst on the side of Team Flash, though. That's what they're lacking
Your
right now.
team
So
is
that's why you
picking.
can see the bursty characters like Kadita have been banned out by Stellark. And at this point, of course, on the Stellark lineup, they need a bit more tank as well, right? Odia Bambi, he is going to be picking for Smelly Cat. Of course, they're going to be swapping later on. But right now, one team needs a bit more burst damage because, yes, you do have the choke. Cram God can definitely catch out one of the members from Stellark. But the question is, who's going to burst him?
That is true. I want to add on to Extract's point as well. They have a lot of like dashy compositions. Arlot is still wide open as well. So one of the ways to retaliate is to maybe
Your
go
team
for
is picking.
okay, he's going to pick up that glue, but maybe to go for straight for that backline, or maybe disrupt their dashes, disrupt their gameplays a little bit with sort of like those repositioning kinds of heroes. Glue is a good repositioning hero. You can use the split to invest in one hero and then pull them back into your favor. So Stellark going straight into the highly aggressive, highly dive composition in the early stages of the game. Flash needs to look for a way to mitigate team fights.
Honestly, right now,
I've been
I
waiting for
actually
too
want to
long.
see a Julian played by Jay. You know, he's got great burst, he's got mobility that can really play around with what they are looking for right now, right here, right now, right? You're able to move over to the backline to really work against Chesty.
Where is
and the
my
very
target?
fact that
Your team is
Okay.
wait, middle lane Joy?
Yeah, probably middle lane Joy, I guess in this case. And then the roaming Natalia, right?
And then EXP lane Joy, definitely. And then you have mid lane Natalia and Cho.
Mid lane Natalia. Does Jay play mid lane Natalia?
It would be a first for us, right?
It would be,
Yeah.
This
yeah,
would
you
be
pick up the execute or the inspire to try to decimate. You get level 2 or level 4 fast, and that's where your power spikes hit. So it does make sense from that standpoint, but you kind of have a mobility over the side of Joy as well. So you expect the EXP lane to come in for skirmishes. Fossa is going to pick up that Ruby in the wrong position, try to disrupt gameplays from this very highly dashy composition.
Stella's game plan is pretty much almost the same as the previous game, which is to bulk themselves up. 3 members, the front lines, they are all tanky, making sure that the assassinating gameplay from the side of Team Flash would not affect them, but not necessarily so much in the early games anymore. In the meantime, Team Flash, what they are really pretty much looking out for is just to spread themselves thinly, widely, not to get killed in all these skirmishes. They would want to escape themselves from the jaws of death that Stellark SG is able to bring out.
Yep, and with that being said, it is going to be potentially match point here, Stellark against Team Flash. And I believe this game is going to be decided in the first
5
3
seconds
minutes.
till the enemy reaches the battlefield.
Interested
Smash
to see
them.
who is playing what now, because like I don't think they swap heroes around.
Welcome to
Yon,
Mobile
Yon will be
Legends.
going back into the Cram God will be playing Natalia Rome. Jay will be playing Cho mid. Okay, this makes sense because you want to wave the dragon fast. So the only way to do it is maybe to sort of go in with the mid lane Cho. But it does not seem like they want to go for any kind of aggression over the side of Stellark. And they're just still trying to clear up the waves, but Joy already proxying the wave on that bottom side.
Yep, I just want to highlight on Cram God. Cram God's performance in his first 3 minutes is very important. He needs to set his team up because if Cram God falls off in the early game, it's very hard for Natalia to follow up.
That is true, but you have a Melissa. So Melissa, it's very hard to execute a Melissa if you have a Natalia right there. Because once he hits level 4, that's where you are going to be struggling a bit because you need to take down either the main mid lane position or the marksman of the opponent's team, but it's going to be easier said than done.
Yeah, Jay's gonna keep his eyes on the jungler for the side of Stellark, and at this point it's important because Jay might get caught out if he's not careful here.
Oh, it's a game of punishment right now. Veg comes in, just trying to dance round 4.
Up though, that might not be the best case. And a nice jump by Forza! And they could get that first blood. They will get it on the side of Stellark, and a double kill for 2 as well. And there's a great start for Stellark.
Oh, very good punishment coming in from Stellark. They know that Joy is going to be invading, hard invading Stellark's jungle. They waited for the right opportunity, and there was a huge moment for Forza to step up. Let's take a look at instant replay real quick to see what paid off. So, taking a look at this, you see how Fossa jumps in, catches 2, and this was just set in stone. Veg nowhere to run because all the dashes are cleared up. The winning opportunity to start to overcome that small little skirmish right there was really impeccable.
I mean, I wasn't expecting Fossa to just jump in like that.
Oh man, true. Press the zone, Jay out of the way. Jay
Red team has slain the turtle.
Play over to the side of Flash, but it does not look like Yon wants to take down this turtle. They want to play it slow, they want to play it safe, and they want to play it very, very passively and try to get Stellark to falter under pressure.
Yep, I mean, Cram God, the time and the clock is ticking. He needs to do something, and he needs to do it now because he is at level 3 already. Most of the members on the side of Stellark have already hit 4.
Or 5 even. Like, the power spikes for Cram God is hitting a little bit late. He does have to execute. He needs to be able to find simple pickoffs. Take a look at the emblems. He has that high and dry.
Yeah, but this setup here, Jay may be getting caught. No, he caught Fossa instead, and they will get that first kill for their side. It will be a 2-1 scoreline, but Chesty is falling low. Where is the support from the rest of Stellark? Not going to be here, but Yon is falling low as well, and Team Flash, they could be looking at a small victory here, but Stellark manages to push them away.
Oh man, okay, Flash took down Fossa, but at what cost? And at what trade? The trade was all for naught. I mean, they did equalize the economy just a little bit, but Stellark, when they took that fight, they took down the turtle. They need to look for easy objective trades, and this is what Flash isn't doing well.
Yep, the high and dry though on Natalia as well as Hayabusa not really working out in their favor at this point. Because Stellark, the way that they're playing, they're always grouped up. It's never one singular person alone.
Yeah, I like that you said that because they have 2 high and dry, so there is thinly spread, but
what a hook! My goodness, Fossa, can they get the kill though? As Jay comes in to support, Fossa gets caught instead. The silence comes in, but Fossa is still alive. He gets finally taken down, and Flash, They finally have a good play on their hands.
Oh, Smelly Cat, a little bit of a misplay, a little bit too slow for that hit though, but Chesty, will he be able to do it? He does!
Yep, he's gonna lay down that feather airstrike, and with that they get a return kill, but Jay's hiding on the back lines. He comes in for Smelly Cat, but Smelly Cat runs away. Chesty though gets punished immediately, and Stellark, they're trying, but somehow Team Flash is making it work.
They're equalizing the scoreline, keeping it and staying at a float just for now. They understand that Stellark is going to be playing very, very aggressively, so they need to be able to protect Smelly Cat and try to have him fight into team fights. But with Flash's mobility, it's going to be very, very hard for Stellark to keep them all
Red team has slain the turtle.
Team fight coagulated together.
Yep, it's a bit difficult, but you can see what Team Flash is thinking. They want to bring the fight over to Stellark. You can see they are both providing some resistance on the top lane. Looks like Forza has actually gotten a caught on the troll here. They will get the kill, and it goes to Smelly Cat. That's the most important person you want to have farm on.
I don't know if it's the right call, but Flash is actually giving up that mid lane. See how far that mid lane is pushing in. Jay is coming up to that top lane, trying to starve out Smelly Cat as much as they can, but Smelly Cat still barely staying alive. 1-0-1. Every single waking moment, that Smelly Cat is going to get stronger. He's going to get better. At that bot lane though, Glue already just, I mean, it's a movable force versus an unstoppable object. Glue and Joy, that matchup really difficult to take down.
Yep, at this point, once again, my eyes is still on CramGod. He plays a very vital role. If he can get the silence and do the big team fight,
yeah,
makes a world of difference.
Oh, Veg. Okay, I'm not worried about Veg.
It's a joy.
Crowd control immunity, crowd control mitigation, lots of damage, and lots of poke over the side of Stellark. Veg really needs to step up, but you can see how Flash is gravitating towards that top side, even though Turtle setup is going to be at that bottom lane.
Yep, you can see the way that they're structuring their rotations, right? Both teams are kind of reading each other out. They know where each other's positioning is at. So it's very vital and very important because right now, with 30 seconds left on the clock before the next turtle comes in.
Oh,
the setup comes! And here we go. This is going to be a big fight, but MLBB makes it out. Yawn comes in. Can he get the kill? No!
Oh!
It is going to be Forza! He changes the whole fight. Yes, you get MLBB, but we get Yawn out as well.
Oh, sneaky. CramGod just waited for the right opportunity to just get that execute, get Bambi out of the way, but Smelly Cat using this time, this distraction to take down major objectives. Flash, on the other hand, they can take down heroes. It's proven, but they're not taking down these objectives. It will be harder for them to do so. They need to wait for Vanix to get online, but it's going to be very, very difficult for Vanix because of the fact that Stellark is always protecting their
oh, what a nice hook by Forza! He sets up the kill for his team, and he's rewarded with that kill as well. CramGod going to be in his face. Simple silence, but now this is a horrible situation for Team Flash as Stellark, they have free reign to get this turtle.
Without their setup from Cho, it will be hard for them to contest for this turtle again. Another objective going over
Red team has slain the turtle.
Will be a little bit of an aggressive statement from Stellark. They want to be able to take down objectives. Yes, you can take down my heroes, but at what cost?
Yep, I mean, Team Flash, they're performing better than Game 1, right? They are surviving a bit more, a bit better, and they are kind of pushing up against this Stellark aggression.
Red team turret has been destroyed.
As we approach the mid-game and later on in the late game basis, I'm not sure how Team Flash can really make this work. They have so much things, so much work to do.
Yeah, I mean, Flash, all they need to do is just take off the main damage dealer, which is Smelly Cat and Chesty.
Stellark! Yeah, Veg is the one that gets taunted. He gets killed off immediately. And that's another kill for Stellark. 7-4. Now increasing their lead close to 3,000 goal between the two teams here. And Stellark, this is a perfect position to be in.
Very, very nice flank from Stellark. Let's take a look and see how far they're ahead. Nothing going on right here. Stellark just having full map control, but taking a look at the items, Melissa is already one item ahead. The carry is actually building up that golden staff and really needs that golden staff to really proc that passive, try to do key damage. This is where Bambi kind of seems inviolable in the super late game, but Stellark, they don't want to go to the super late game. They want to end this as fast as they can.
Yep, just want to highlight on Smelly Cat, he has the closest Scythe as well as the Demon Hunter Sword, so he's able to chunk down quite a lot of the tankier members here. So CramGod is not really an issue for him at this point, and I think that makes a huge difference in this fight.
Yeah, you need to break away from the bubble, and this is what basically Stellark is doing. They're doing a protect composition yet again. Smelly Cat having that farm, funneling him into infinity and beyond, but the rest of Flash, they're still sticking together. But they have that high and dry. They want to go for that simple pickoffs, but Stellark is not giving them that chance.
Yep, so far the positioning has been crisp from Stellar, but Team Flash are not too far behind. While it is a 3,000 gold differential, this could be a setup bet. He's a bit too far forward. The I'm offended actually catches him, but he's going to be forced to move away. And with that, that is potentially one ultimate down on the side of Stellar. So this could be a nice setup for Team Flash.
Oh, the Golden Staff already built up for Vanix. Vanix is going to pop off, especially in this next critical fight. Jay trying to seek out information. One go for that easy push off on Fossa.
Oh, the team fight happens. Here comes the fed air strike as they get the hook as well. Oh! Down on the side of Team Flash. No, just one at this point. But Stellar, they know what's going on. Cramgod, he comes in. The silence comes in as well. He gets Chesty off the ball. But Jay, he's falling low. Where is the rest of the team on the side of Flash? Cramgod is in a noodle fight here, but Yon is so low. Smelly Cat gets another kill. And with that, the Lord actually goes to the side of Team Flash.
Yeah, Yon just waited for the right opportunity, landed that Retribution, and landed that Lord, giving them a little bit more time to stay afloat in this current state of the game. Now 10 minutes in, Stellar is pushing back, or Flash is actually pushing back onto Stellar. It kind of seemed like a one-sided game, but hold on a second right there.
Cramgod, I see his rotation. He comes in, he tries to get his hands on Smelly Cat, but they can't get it. But Jay gets caught instead. And with that, Stellar, they could be looking at a nice kill. Smelly Cat gets the kill. No, it's not. It's going to be Odia Bambi, but Smelly Cat is going to be taken down as well. Forza, he needs to protect Odia Bambi at this point because the Lord is still around.
Oh, Stellar, Cramgod is coming in.
Oh, that's a nice one, a nice silence, but here we go. It's going to be a return damage here as Forza is still alive. He survived on the brink of death here, but it's going to be a 3-4-1 at this point. And Team Flash, somehow they're still pushing the waves.
Oh, Flash, they know how to adapt to this situation. They need to take down these objectives. They want to wait for Stellar to sort of like chow down on that Lord, wait for the right opportunity, layer in all these little team fights. You have basically 5 assassins versus a Stellar composition. The Team Flash, they're just going all full off. Pickoffs, and then denying all of these little neutral creeps, neutral objectives, try to starve them out. Stellar barely staying afloat, still hitting gold, but this can only last so long.
Yep, that's right. You can actually start to feel the shift in momentum from Team Flash. You can see they're a bit more confident in the way that they're standing and they're positioning themselves. Now Jay is on the front lines. He's not going to be concerned about getting caught at this point, but it's more about the positioning. Forza is the one we have to keep our eyes on the side of Stellar. And if we take a look at the damage dealt, Smelly Cat already putting the peak of what he's doing. We are towards the mid-game already. And now, what do you think? How is this lineup going to last for Team Flash? It looks like they're going to try and turn the game around already.
Well, Team Flash, they need to really play around Vanix. Vanix's damage is really slowly but surely starting to show. Damage dealt by Carry, it's not too much as of yet because Carry all this time is just farming. Fossa needs to try to deny
Vanix. The setup, and here we go. That's a nice one. Chesty gets taken down here. Team Flash is a great start to the fight, but can they survive the return here? Veg, he goes in, but it's a joy. There's no one else. The taunt comes in. Jay is getting caught out, but he has the immortality, so nothing too big to be worried about. More importantly, if you take a look, they are turtled up as one unit, and that's very dangerous for the side of Stellar.
Oh, Flash, they knew that Chesty is going to be a problem. They take him out of the way, and they can turn the team fights based on that outnumbered situation. Chesty nowhere is safe alone because every single one of Team Flash is able to melt you down. Stellar has to find a way to play together as a unit, as a team, and go for those front-to-back skirmishes, which is where Smelly Cat really pops up. But Veg, he knows his target as well. He wants to try to go into Smelly Cat's face. He wants to give him a tough time.
Yep, right now, I think what Team Stellar is experiencing is kind of like playing the game Fatal Frame, where, you know, at any point of time, a ghost shows up, you get silenced, you could potentially get killed off.
I don't know if they want to go for this Lord damage yet because Stellar, they need to try to find a way to flank in any of those loose ends because Flash, they're trying to spread themselves thinly. And like what Abstract says, this is how the win wins. Then they try to go in for that Lord Veg. There's a little bit of annoyance right there. Mosquito that's always sucking your blood, but I don't know if they want to do this. Stellar is out of position.
Oh, the kick there, and Odia Baby gets caught out. That's a good start to the fight. But that Fed-Ass might going to be laid down. Chesty is forced to back off, but the Lord is extremely low. Where is the support from the teams here? It looks like Cramgod gets the kill, but Yon is taken down as well. No retreat for either of them. He actually gets it! Oh no! Team Flash, they have turned it around. Team Sellout, they are going to be forced to run away. Can they actually win this team fight? Forza, he has the immortality, but he has to run away as well. Veg on the backline. He catches Smellycat. Smellycat, can he survive this? Oh no, it's not looking good at all. Veg is going in for the hook. Oh no, Veg! He was so close.
Oh, that was so clutch. Casa and Chesty, they really protected Smellycat to the T. Oh my goodness. Hashtag our pride, our passion. Show support for our players who are representing with pride, honor, and passion. Fill in the code now or scan the QR code to redeem some prizes. This is what we're talking about. What did I say? This was an exciting game. Everyone is playing to their advantage, to their competition. And Stellar, they are faltering under pressure in the late game.
Turret has been destroyed.
Flash, you can definitely see where the advantage lies in them. If you allow them to be on level ground, an assassin lineup actually bursts through the entirety of the backline for Stellar, and that's what they have to be worried about at this point.
Oh yeah, I agree with you 100% because Flash, how they perform well is within the jungles, want to pull Stellar out of their comfort zone and into unknown territory. They want to find a way to pull Stellar out of their own base and try to single out anyone. Jay is not giving them that opportunity. The intelligence, the reconnaissance that Jay is giving the rest of Flash is so vital at this point.
Yup, and added on with that, Vanix has now his hand on the Wind of Nature. Oh, Chesty gets caught, but going to be using that Winter Truncheon. And that's a good start for Team Flash. That's going to set them up. You will see them being a bit more aggressive very soon.
But that bottom lane though, Smellycat looks like he's in a spot of bother right there. Veg is not giving an easy time.
Yep, he's going to be caught out taunted, but he is very tanky. He is a tanky boy right now. I don't think they can kill him, but Smellycat has to be careful. He can't overcommit. Where's the support from the rest of the side of the team Stellar? They can't really commit because the base is falling as well. That's a nice play push, and they actually get it. Team Flash, what a nice play there.
Oh man, this is not looking good for Stellar. You want to push out of position. This is the beauty of Joy. Joy is just tackling this Smellycat, but Jay just caught out.
Yeah, they have to catch him, but he has that immortality. They have to burn through so many things. Where is the backup? They might be leaving him to die here, and that will be the play. And with that, they do catch Jay, but that is just, you know, it's not really icing on the cake at this point. It's more of damage limitation because Team Flash, they already have one T3 down right in the center of the base.
It doesn't matter because Jay is basically the tank position for Flash, and it doesn't really matter because as long as Yawn, as long as Vanix stays healthy and safe, they can fight in team fights because Joy is just giving so much sustainability through the dashes within the team fights of Stellar.
Yep, the next fight is going to be decided by Forza as well as Vanguard. Whoever can get that silent. Oh dear, Bambi going to be chucked a bit by Veg, but right at this point, it's really not about getting a kill. It's just making sure that they're lower than each other when the fight actually starts.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to be very safe. You have a Natalia that's going to be taking that backline, so you have to be aware of flanks. You have to be aware of so many things.
Yep, they know where Cramgod is. They have to be very careful about this. You can see Odia Baby, his job is very simple now. He just wants to stay on the front lines and have vision of the side of the flag.
Vision game is going to be strong. Slowing down the tempo a little bit. Flash, you don't know what they're going to do because you're so mobile. You can't appear out of anywhere. Smellycat and Chesty needs to stay safe because if they're gone, who's going to do the damage?
They only have eyes on Jay right now as well, so they have to be very careful because you need to know where Cramgod is. If you do not know where Cramgod is, that silence can be absolutely deafening and deadly.
Veg is actually taking full control of that bottom side. There's no way Chu can get anywhere in time across it. Has to go in. He wasted that ultimate. He wasted the armor bended.
Jay was a consume. He wants to get started for the team, and it looks like Stellar, they smell something afoot, and they will try to get it.
Oh, Yawn!
Oh, he's so low, but that first kill could be Smellycat. He is going to die first, but where's the rest of the fight? There are going to be 4 members on top of one Jay, but he has no immortality. The rest of the team on Team Flash, they are still pretty much healthy, and that's a great start to the fight so far for Team Flash. This is a free lord, essentially.
Give up the Lord and fight in your base. Just try to protect your base. Have a Melissa able to do chunks of damage. You want to be able to be in a very comfortable position because Joy at any one point of time is going to be able to single you out. And because you're dealing with 5 assassins, this is not looking good for Veg though.
Yep, finally gets the stun on Veg, but here comes Chesty. He has forced to be used that Winter Truncheon, but Jay is making some trouble and chaos on the back lines as well. Vanix is extremely low. Can Chu get the job done? Chu is chasing. Can they get the kill? Vanix is alive. Forza gets the kill, but at the same time they get Chesty as well. It's all even Stevens right now, but the base is falling. The backdoor! they save their base? Smelly Cat, can he do it? No! It is going to be Stellar falling to Team Flash in Game 2.
That was such a good play. You have
Victory!
so many assassins you have to deal with. Talk about a one-directional flank. What about all directional flanks coming in from the side of Team Flash? So hard to deal with in the late stages of the game, and they played it so well. They played it to their advantage, and it was music to our ears.
Yep, I mean, it's tough. We talked about it. Abstract, I'm sure you're excited to tell us about how Team Flash got this victory. Mon, let's hear your thoughts, man.
As much as we know of the very fact that, how do I say this? Because Team Flash, they are all around the map.
Yeah.
Yes, they are everywhere.
It is very difficult, even as a spectator, to even have a proper eye as to what is going on here. We have Veg going on around in the backlines, Hayabusa going on around everywhere. I need to watch back to the scenes to really understand what went on, and boy oh boy, it's just absolutely chaotic.
Yeah,
I think even Flash themselves wouldn't even know what was going on. They're just going with the flow, understanding what is going on, and they just took the best out of the situation.
Yeah, I just want to say that, like, team fight compositions did not work well for Flash. They struggled with it last week in the start of the game. They started facing troubles with it in this game. So why not all 5 members play their own game? It's literally like 5 members playing their own game, but it came together, integrated so well, and it became sort of like a musical piece for them.
Yep, I just want to say this. I have encountered games where we played against 5 junglers and I thought it was a joke. But this strategy, if it really reaches the late game side, as you can see very clearly, it's a monster to deal with. And the fact that you have to deal with so many different people jumping across the map, if you take a look at the itemization right now, the items are really just a small help in terms of what they were truly executing, because what they were forcing Team Stellar to go into was tunnel vision. Altogether, it was just tunnel vision.
Yeah, just giving a lot of time and space. Taking a look at itemizations does look like they are trying to go for a semi-tank kind of build. They want to have a little bit of damage because all 5 members are capable of taking any one of Stellar down. And even if you fight in a team fight, there's nowhere safe, because even if you're grouped up together, it will be hard to shake them off.
It is really tough to shake them off indeed. You have Crime God, you have Jay, you have Yon, you have Veg. 4 out of 5 of these players are capable of setting sail by themselves to get information as to where Stellar is. So of course, I will take more time during the highlights to really break down exactly what happened regarding all of their macro gameplay. But for now, we move on to this part, right? Because honestly, there's really nothing much that really stood out, to be very honest here, right? It is pretty much a game of even Stevens, and we can pretty much say that this game could have gone to any one of these teams, right? The stats doesn't tell too much. It kind of seems as though Stellar could win, Flash could win, but in the end of the day, it really boils down to their decision making.
Alright, now I want to know about your MVP. For my personal MVP is Veg, because he kept that tunnel vision real throughout the entire fight. Everyone was focused on Veg because Smelly Cat was not safe, Chessie was not safe, and it's all because of Veg.
Yeah, I'm going with Cramgot for this one because he was so patient. It was a play on time. It was like, who do I want to take out first? And he's always taking out that right targets with the execute, with the small little pounce over to any single units that are alone.
It's probably Veg for me, right? Massive amount of damage that they can do over to the back lines, perhaps even to the front lines. Let's be very honest here. You are unable to be CC'd out by Odia Bambi or Forza, but what Stellar was trying to go for is to overwhelm Flash and overwhelm Veg with a crap ton of crowd control, but doesn't quite seem to work, as we have seen a couple of times.
Yeah, because they are so spread out and they're not standing in one position. That's the difficulty. Like Chu, sure, you can move around, but the thing is they are so mobile, they can reposition and get back to their target within the next 2 to 3 seconds, which Smelly Cat and Chesty got the brunt of it.
Because Team Flash, they are fast to engage, fast to retreat. And in the very event that they gotta have to retreat, Stellar front lines, most of them have got great mobility to do so.
Yeah, it's going to be a really, really tough call, but this is your MVP of the game. It will be Veg. You guys are right. I am 1 for 2, actually. The first game, I got it right, but this time, Veg definitely was very instrumental in that Joy, applying a lot of pressure all over the map. Actually, all 5 of them were. I just wanted to say, like, we were talking about how if Assassins don't work, pick something else or change the situation, but Assassins do work. Not 1, but 5 of them.
Adapt. That is what they eventually went off to. They kept the Hayabusa, and initially, when I was looking at their gameplay, like right off in like 1 minute in, the first thing that came into my mind was, this is so forced.
Yeah.
It feels like a very forced pick. Like as though they are just trying something out, or it could be that the fact that they are just doing something and probably overcommitting into the point of split pushes. But it kind of seems as though this commitment eventually is the reason that they managed to make it work, which you guys will be able to tell a little bit more from the highlights as I'm gonna break it down real quickly if you guys don't mind. So let's jump right into the 1 minute and 30 seconds in. This is where I thought, it's so forced. Why are they doing this? They don't really have a lot of fundamentals in the early games. They don't really have a proper way to really hold down the fort. As you can see, Chastity and Smelly Cat, all they gotta do is just be by themselves, and in the early stages of the game, no one will really be a lot or a big problem. Only if you find yourself in a very bad spot, then yes, you're probably gonna be bursted down time and time again. In which case, Stellark will be able to fight back after that. So it will always be ending up into a forced trade. Right now, from this point onwards, we're looking at a lot of split pushes, and we're looking at the fact that Stellark is constantly being split up. In this case, Gloom is almost never in the team fight, and it's really difficult for Stellark to even grab hold of position. This part of the game is right after the biggest macro game that Flash probably would have pulled out. So we don't have that on screen, so I will talk about it in a while later when after the highlights is done. But from this point onwards, we have got Veg and CramGod comes onto the back. They actually did an around the world in the map, and they understood what they gotta have to do. They were seeking out on the Chastity. They were thinking Chastity don't really have the mobility because they understand that its cooldown for Wings by Wings is already on cooldown. So the only way they can go is to move and walk, while the rest of the front lines, remember how I say they have great mobility as compared to the back lines? Yeah, the front lines will be way far ahead.
Yeah.
While the back lines, Fasa, you have nowhere else to go. You will be at the mercy of our 2 assassins that is wandering about, seeking out just for you.
Yep, that game plan was brilliant. I mean, to split the team of such a distance, there was no way they could have time to save Chesty or even Smelly Cat in this case. And of course, with that ending, they didn't even need to save Smelly Cat because all he had to do was to kill someone, but he couldn't, deal with the damage that Hayabusa was dishing out to the turrets.
Yeah, I think how it all broke down was Flash really understood the assignment. They knew that Chesty and Smelly Cat was the main problem. And once they're out of the tables, it's going to be very, very difficult to get back onto it.
Yeah, but with that being said, I think the players need a break, and so do we. So we'll see you back in 5 minutes' time. Join us as we look at this decider game between Team Stellark SG and Team Flash. And welcome back. We are going to go into our match point between Stellark as well as Team Flash. Now, we were talking about the macro view of the game, and I think Abstract, you have much more to share with us about this.
There is a lot that I want to say, right? Because when it comes down to the third Lord take, you know, I have that on my tablet. I'm looking at the third Lord take, and as much as you guys can remember, it was one of the more scary fights that we can pretty much expect, right? Because that was the point in time where Smelly Cat was actually taken out of the fight because the Team Flash had a preliminary fight against them. They managed to take Smelly Cat out without losing a single member, and that should be something that we all should be very surprised, because Stellark's Chesty, he was actually away from the fight. He did manage to pull out his wings by wings to get closer and faster, and not to forget also when it comes down to the feathered airstrike. From that point onwards, that was when Vag came online, and he literally played his role to the T. His main objective is to create space. This guy, we all know how Joy works. When you zip zap zoom around, you can't be affected by crowd control abilities. As much as you will want to see from Odia Bambi as well as Forza, they can do whatever that they want. Only after the end of all the zip zap zooms, then you can start to crowd control him. But even when that point comes in, Vag is still relatively tanky, which is what happened, which is what we saw almost immediately when Odia Bambi started to go for a knockup, a taunt. By then, Chastity already came up online. Oh crap, I pressed the wrong button and I skipped the video. But okay, never mind, I have a general idea, right? So, that is where space has been made already. Everyone collapsed themselves onto Vag. They would want to tally the fight out. They want, because Smelly Cat is dead, they would want Vag to be dead as well. So they went all in, and this is where you were right. It's all about that tunnel vision. Chastity joined into the battle, feather airstrike, but during that time, there's a lot of disorientation that has went around. This space that Vag has bought for the team allows Cram God to go anywhere he wants. This is all about Vag enabling Cram God. These two, they are partners. They are crazy.
Yeah, man, I just want to say, I mean, the Joy pick. Now, we all know Joy can be contagious, right? So this Joy, freedom that they have was really contagious. It spread to the entirety of Team Flash. And you can see with a lot of freedom, and especially with the success of that tunnel vision, Team Flash actually got that second game in their bag. So right now, as we approach this match point between the two teams, Abstract, walk us through what do you think they should be drafting at this point?
I think that for Team Flash, they kind of know what they want to do. Maybe not want to have the Hilda anymore, or rather not let the opponents pick up the Hilda. The name of the game kind of seems as though it's all about creating space, momentum, as well as the free real estate. Whatever that they gotta do, Cram God's Cho worked out well. Cram God's, what was that again? Natalia worked out well as well, but it really just kind of like depends on how they would eventually want to play things, right? Or rather, it was Jay's Cho, sorry. Jay Cho.
Yeah.
Jay
Jay's Cho played a monumental part when it comes down to opening up the map. Cram God is enabled by Vag's space opening. So they all have very similar roles, but in different kind of archetypes. It's definitely fun to watch, but is it really something that can fool Stellark twice?
I mean, if you take a look at how Jay's Cho was playing, right? I mean, the true martial arts of it, his movements were and then, everyone just fell apart right there. He caught Odia Bambi quite a few times, and as a frontliner of Stellark, if your frontliner is engaged, unable to protect the backlines as well, to catch the attention of Forza, Smelly Cat and Chesty, actually, without the two of them alive, Stellark starts to crumble apart.
Time to
Going
drop
back
the
into the
beat
draft,
of the Flash.
Flash does pick up the, just ban out the Martis, Forza, and Hilda. On the side of Stellark, they pick up the Joy because they are going for the same strategy that they use. They want to choke out Yawn's assassin kind of heroes. So whether or not Yawn wants to go back to that Hayabusa, which he is so comfortable with, is pretty much up to him. But what I want to say to build up on both of your points is that will this work in the next round? Because Flash did have a very, very shaky start, especially in the early stage of the game.
Kaja is still open. Yes, Joy have got immunity to crowd control, but let's not forget about suppression. Suppression will work against Joy. As such, can't just not ban it out at all.
stitches?
But the
I
question
can
is, do they
help.
really want to pick it? Because it kind of seems though it didn't really quite
Your
work out
team
for
is
God
picking.
in game number 1. So is there someone else that would want to, kind of change their roles a bit?
I mean, we are potentially looking at a flip of the script here because now Vex is going to get his hands on the glue and Vanex's hands on the Melissa. So exactly the same lineup, at least on the backlines for the side of Stellar in Game 2.
Yeah, I think Flash is trying to deny Smelly Cat the opportunity to go in that Melissa again because they know that Melissa is going to be a very, very huge problem, especially during the laning phase. The early game, I think the one that's struggling the most is the gold lane. Vanex is way far behind in terms of the range, in terms of the poke. When it comes down to facing up against Smelly Cat right now, Stellar
Among the
all
planes
things considered,
exists,
they
your
will
team
go
is
with it,
picking,
and
which
the Frederick
I was
knowing that
made
Arza
for.
is being taken out. Chesty has been very, very nutty. No pun intended again, his chestnut. Get it with the Yves. And I mean, he had 2 or 3 100% kill participation, 3 very perfect games with that Yves, so he's very comfortable with that. But the only thing that he's missing out on is the early game rotation. He really needs to get his level 4 fast. That is where his power spikes is. That is where the RWM really comes into play when it comes down to all of these team fights. Flash
Your
on the other
team
hand,
is banning.
is going back on that Hayabusa. I think it will be going into the jungle in Yon's hands.
let it prevail.
I really, I really want
Your team is banned.
Team Flash have got any secrets when it comes down to picking up the Hayabusa, because they have constantly been picking the Hayabusa 3 times in a row. And honestly,
Your
if I have to
team is
be
banning.
really brutally honest, I think that there are many other assassins that that Yon could use aside from the Hayabusa. It kind of seems as though they're really just picking the Hayabusa out of pure comfort. Not a lot of value when it comes down to synergizing with Melissa or perhaps with the glue. So I'm pretty much inclined to think that Yon probably should look up more.
Your team is banning.
His hero pools a little bit more, because it kind of seems as though he's tunnel vision into this one aspect of play.
I just want to throw this in there. Maybe, right? It might not be the truth, but maybe Yon is using this regular season as a training session to see whether Hayabusa is worthwhile to use during the playoffs.
It could be, right? Because right now there is not much at stake. It's either you go to upper brackets or you go to lower brackets. You can play as much as you want and you can fool us as much as you want. And then when it comes down to the playoffs, then you do your best.
Yeah, but going back into the draft,
to go to
I
the
mean,
R&D
Flash
show.
is sort
Your
of like they
team
have to
is
deal with
picking.
a Joy, and the way to deal with a Joy is suppressive heroes. I don't know if Flash is signing their death certificate, but
Your
they
team
don't. They
is picking.
bang out that Kaja, bang out the Franco, because I don't know who did they want to protect? This is the main question. Right now, it's going to be very difficult for them to deal with a Joy, but Jay going back to the Cho pick might be a mid-Cho again. Stark, on the other hand, is banning out all the mid-lane heroes. This gives Jay the opportunity to explore more options. I don't need to have a magic damage kind of mid-lane, but that is what they're lacking, magic
I will
damage.
protect
I
you.
think, the Cho
Your
could be
team
going
is
into the hands
picking.
of Yon, actually. No, Cram God, sorry. And they will have a mage role for Jade in this case. Now, on the flip side, we take a look at Forza as well as Smelly Cat. They're going to go with the Lolita and the Moskov as well. What do you guys think about that?
Lolita is understandable.
Horology is my
something
craft.
that we
Diggy
are
is my name.
definitely looking out for when it comes down to dealing against Vanix in this case, right? It's a tit for a tat kind of thing. But when it comes down to Smelly Cat picking up the Moskov, it's just front to back kind of thing.
Yeah.
Right? You don't, you're just banking in on the front lines of Team Flash, and then you'll be able to do a crowded damage, an AoE attack, piercing attack in this case. So honestly, there is quite a lot of things going on in both of their lineups. I believe that I may be missing a couple of stuff, but I'm not the professional here. The players are, because they know what they have drafted. No one draft to lose. As such, I'm very much looking forward to see what kind of tactics, what kind of synergy, or what kind of psychological game they have got for us. So, what do they have here?
Well, let's see. This is the last match of the series. Winner take all here in Team Flash against Stellar SG. Let's see what they can do against each other in this very important match for points.
Well, taking a look at the draft right off the bat, it does look like, I don't know, Splash is playing a little bit more defensive in terms of their draft. They want to give Yon that space, and they Stellar, on the other hand, really needs to exploit the fact that Yon really needs to snowball. Give him a lot of pressure in the early game, and they play it to their own strategies. The first game was very, very well played by Stellar, and this gave them the opportunity and space for Smellycat to really, really come back online. But Smellycat is playing very defensively on this Moscow, but knowing how Moscow operates, you don't really need to go for that kills. All you need is to down that turret. He does have sizable amounts of turret damage.
Yep, at this point, I think the way the game is going, I would actually place my eyes on the EXP laners, because if either Veg or Chu can do well in their lanes, it is going to be a big turnaround and a big good start for either of these teams.
It does look like they are playing or Flash on one hand is playing a 2-1-1 strategy, and Stellar is playing a trio. I don't know if Cramgod babysitting Vanix would be the right move right here, because on one hand, Vanix is the win condition on the late game. Cramgod is trying to get Vanix fed even faster, but I don't know if Stellar wants to exploit this thing, because in the mid lane though, Jay caught in the center.
He's not looking too good, but I don't think they can really chase this out. Right now, it's just a tussle for map control, because the first turtle is going to be out in the next 10 seconds. But Jay's falling a bit low though. That's a bit worrisome for the side of Team Flash.
Because Jay needs to go back and recall reset. Oh,
the dawn! This could be the first blood! Oh, and he's so low. And with that, it's not looking good. Team Flash, the total is already up, and they will not actually consider this. They want to steal the buffs instead.
They want to capitalize on this situation. With Yon out of the picture just for a little bit, they want to take down this purple buff as much as they can. Try to deny all of their objectives, all of Flash's objectives. Flash is now 200 gold lead ahead, but that is not a sizable amount. Stellar now looking for more objectives. And as we know how Stellar plays, aggression comes with the translation of kills into objectives. So Stellar really needs to play this thing.
Blue team has slain the turtle.
Looks like they will not look to contest this first turtle, and with that, Team Flash will lose out on this first turtle of the game. Stellar, they will not have the lead, unfortunately, even though they have gotten that turtle. Forcer gonna have his eyes on Jay at the moment. It looks to be a good setup for them, but I think that's not the call, right? At this point, everything hangs in the balance, and I think they would want to be a bit more careful about their plays.
Taking a look at Emblems, Mystery Shop is donned by Joy and Eve, so getting their power spike items fast is very crucial to the success of Stellar going into the mid-gate stages of the game. The Avarice for Diggy as well, so this is going to be a very, very scary pokey Diggy.
Yep, this Avarice definitely going to be making things work for them. You can see the gold lead for Team Flash. It might not be a lot, but you can see if Stellar makes a mistake, Team Flash actually can capitalize and kind of compound the goal that they're able to get.
Yeah, it's all about just who makes the most out of the map control that they both have right now. It's still pretty much 50-50 at this point. So Fossa pulls back, will be able to shield himself just a little bit more. Chesty rotating down onto that bottom lane. Cramgod and Vanix already showing signs of life and trying to protect Vanix as much as possible. Jay will be able to dash out. No contest for this one though.
Yep. The setup is not going to be perfect from either side at this point. They have a better positioning on either side, so they don't actually want to get caught out at this point. And like I said, I think this is just a wrestle and a tussle for control, more importantly on the EXP laners, because if they're able to win their lanes, that will affect the rotation for their team. And here comes the first call. Cramgod falling a bit low by Vanix. Oh, he chooses to go up instead. And Chesty might be the first blood. Oh no, he actually gets taken down. And that's a perfect one for them as Chu gets taken down in quick succession as well. Team Flash, a perfect start. But Cramgod is going to be the consolation prize for Stellar. It's going to be 1-2 with Team Flash winning this streak.
Oh, but Stellar, they're in a better position to contest for this turtle. But at the top side, though, they're having a trade and going into that turret on both sides.
Red team turret has been destroyed.
Like an even trade with Stellar taking full control of the entire turtle kit. But taking a look at the itemization, Melissa already got that corrosion sight. Moskov has that corrosion sight as well, but it does look like
Blue team has slain the turtle.
1,000 gold lead, not that far off.
Yeah, but the EXP lead is more important at this point because Stellark will have access to higher levels of ultimate much earlier compared to the side of Team Flash. And if you take a look at the rotation so far, you can see neither team is really looking to get those early kills. And even if they do, you can see people like Jay, he can get out of those sticky situations very easily. Oh, the jump in though, Jay, is that a big mistake though? He's caught in no man's land and that's it! He is going to be taken down as Smellycat going to be rewarded with the gold and the EXP from that kill as well.
They wanted to convert that small little...
Oh,
Slain.
Too much of trouble, but Chu on that top side gets caught out yet again. Joy is so very much in trouble right now. God gets taken down.
It's a painful one to watch because Stellark, they are really fighting tooth and nail. Veg jumps in, but Chesty, they're going to just walk out comfortably because there's no other follow-up from the side of Team Flash.
All this time, look at where Smellycat is, just taking down that turret. He knows that objective...
Red team turret has been destroyed.
Sneaky cat.
Oh, he's staying a bit too far forward though. Dear Bambi, he might be looking at a bad trade here. Jay catches a glimpse of them. He catches Forcer, but there's no follow-up damage at this point as Smellycat has shown up. Veg is stunned up, taunted. Where is the follow-up damage? No, it could be a big mistake that comes in. Oh, dear Bambi caught alone against 4 members, but where's the follow-up? Jay, he is so low as well, less than half his health, but it looks like they will be running away. The setup from the fight has not been clinical enough from either side, so they will walk out hurting a bit.
Stellark actually got the better trade. They took down Vanix in the, they took down Cramdot in the end. They secured that purple buff out of the midst of all of that. It was a very long, drawn-out team fight, but Stellark, they wanted to bait out Flash's skills onto Bambi because he is basically a sponge. No matter how much ultimate you use onto him, he's going to be getting out safe. There's not going to be much of a trouble at all for him to retaliate back onto your entire enemy's team. But Jay trying to look for more information to sort that out. I don't know if the lack of magic damage is going to be hurtful for Flash in the game.
Forcer, no pressure under the tower, but Jay is falling low as well. He actually chooses to go in. Here comes a real world manipulation. Can they get the kill? Forcer, the first one to fall down, and that's Team Flash advantage in this fight. But Chu is walking close. Cramgod is so low. Can he get it? Cramgod, he uses the time journey. He actually makes it out. Is that a mistake by Chu? No. Chu jumps in and gets a kill as well. Team Flash, they're going to be traded 1-for-1.
I think that was a pretty decent trade. I mean, Flash got the better of it.
Red team turret has been destroyed.
They equalized again. So both of the roam position, they got sent to the graveyard, and this gave the opportunity to take down all the turrets. The mid turret's still standing strong though, but Stellark still has the upper hand. They have that bottom lane all opened up, so that leaves the purple buff open for Stellark's taking.
Yep, you can see Team Flash, they know they need to do something now, but Veg gets caught out. It could be the start of a big fight if they really want to commit with this, but Stellark, they are very patient. They know that someone else is not here and that someone is Yawn. He's going to be forced to back off. Oh dear, Bambi, the only one on the front lines for Team Stellark, but he's a tanky boy, so he's not too worried. More importantly, they have vision on the entire team of Team Flash.
Oh man, Flash, it's really down to a protect comp. They know that Vanix is the main win condition. He's 2-0-0. It will be hard to dive onto him, except for that Joy. So you really need to give Smellycat his due diligence, do his farming, get his items up, maybe going for a Holy Trinity, then start in for team fights over objectives because you don't want to make any mistakes at this point in time.
Yep, I think it's really good that Veg actually got the Dom Ice on this point, so this anti-heal is going to help his team out a lot. And you can see the way that Stellark is positioning themselves, they have to be very careful. Actually, both teams have to be very careful because 20 seconds before the Lord spawns, you cannot lose a fight. And here comes the setup! What a nice one, Cramgod! He's going to be forced to use the time journey on his own, but here comes the rest on the side of Team Flash. Can they get the kill? It's going to be one death on the side of Stellark. Forcer falls. No more tank available, and Chesty is so low. Can he actually get it? Oh no, Veg gets the kill as well. This is a great team fight for Team Flash, but somehow Smellycat has shown up. Can he be the hero for Team Flash here? He's gonna be caught out as well. 2v1. Smellycat gets taken down, and with that, Team Flash, this is their fight. Can they actually do it here? Veg, he has to kill off Oh dear Bambi. They still have that red tree. But Oh dear Bambi, he's falling so low. Can they actually finish him off? Yes, they do. And Oh dear Bambi, that is the end of the fight. And Team Flash, they set their sights on the Lord.
Oh, Stellark played that so well. The Neon Blast landed onto one, but right now Flash is trading into objectives, and this is the patience that we're known for.
Oh, that was a nice one, but can they actually finish the fight because the team of Flash is ready for this, and Forza gets taken down once again. And Team Flash, a perfect victory for them. They get the Lord, they get the kills, and they get out.
Vanix already building up that golden staff, so the damage is already going to show through, as well as his attack speed. Smelly Cat really has to find a means to try to pick up all the scraps that they left behind. Stellar has to try to funnel all the resources over to Smelly Cat. We are going to be looking at the instant replay of that entire fight, so we're going to break it down one by one. The Fossa Numenon Blast Flicker hits onto 2, and that is where Joy was able to capitalize on the situation, but not for long, because of the fact that Vanix was so well protected by Cramdog, and this is how Stellar needs to be able to retaliate to this situation.
Yeah, I think they were a bit too hopeful, and this could be the situation again. The real world manipulation dropped, but Time Journey as well. They're gonna save them. Team Flash looking good in this fight. Chew is all alone on the backlines. He will not survive this. Oh, actually, Vetskin doesn't manage to catch him, but Jay is on his heels as well. Can they get the kill on Chew though? They need to kill him off. They need to win this fight. Yawn actually goes in. He's gonna ignore him. What? But Chu actually makes it down, and with that Team Flash, it looks like they are not going to push the issue here because they actually got what they wanted. They have pressured all the different lanes. If you take a look at the base, it is just left with 2 tier 2s on the side of Stellar.
Very, very well executed by Stellar. Chu, he understands what he needs to do. He wants to go for Vanix, takes him down, and then Flash, they're lacking in terms of the damage dealt within all these team fights, but Stellar, they have to be able to split themselves wider, protect Smelly Cat, because his damage is definitely coming through as well. Chu going in as a distraction, as a sort of like back line dive kind of hero is really working out for Stark, but how long can they defend against the skirmishes that Flash is putting in?
Yeah, we are potentially looking at a repeat of game 2 here. It looks like Team Flash has this very huge advantage. Jay all alone here, but I think he should be fine because there's not enough follow-up damage. Stellar, there's one thing missing across all these different team fights, which is that ending blow. No clinical finish so far, and you know, if that continues to happen, Team Flash is going to run away with this game.
It's all about tempo, right? Like, Flash has a higher economy. They have a fat stack of around 3,000 gold. It does look like, okay, it doesn't use that Retribution, but does take down the purple. But it's all about tempo, right? Like, Flash, they have the upper hand right now. They have the high ground. They have to use Stellar if they starve them out and try to take control of the jungle, but it's going to be hard because you don't have enough magic damage, which makes Stellar build their itemizations a little bit easier. You only go for that physical attack damage. I'm not sure if Diggy is impactful enough in terms of that damage.
Yep, right now I think Vax is doing a very good job. He will get caught out, but Smelly Cat, okay, here he comes. The split split, will he get caught out though? Vax, oh, he gets that split split off. And here comes the Numenon Blast, but it's all for naught because here comes the rest of Team Flash, and Forza gets punished as well. This is going to be the end of the team fight for them, and in the meantime, they're going to try and make things work on the other side. It's going to be MM for MM here. Cramdog left all alone as Chu is going to chase him to Hell's End, and they might get the kill, but Chu, has he overcommitted because the rest of Team Flash is here again? John and Jay, they're on his tails as Chu has to make it out. His cooldown, he does not have his ultimate as well, but that's not the main concern here. Team Flash, they have their eyes on the Lord. Chu, can he buy enough time for the team? Forza and Odia Bambi as well as Smelly Cat, they're still down 6 more seconds. 13 more seconds across the board for the rest of Stellar, and it looks like this Lord might be in the hands of Team Flash. It's super important to get this.
Oh man, if Team Flash gets that Lord, waiting that to come through, you will have a very, very nice advance over to Stellar's space. With a Melissa, you can shred, an AoE shred in the Smelly Cat.
Oh, what a nice real world manipulation. Cramdog also used the time journey, and will that save the rest of the team because Vex is all alone against 3-4 members of Stellar, and Smelly Cat, he has his eyes on Jay. A nice one. And with that, they are going to turn the tables around, but is that enough?
Oh, that is a wasted Lord right there. They took down that Lord, but they overstayed their welcome. They went too deep into the jungles of Star. They didn't know
Red
that
team
Smelly
turret
Cat
has
was
been
nearby.
destroyed.
Smelly Cat immediately just shred down any loose ends that Flash showed. Right now, Vanix really needs to be well protected by the rest of Team Flash. Flash, finding them play around Vanix, play as a unit, and have a close competition that Yawn is so capable of.
Yeah, right now, Team Flash, I think they have to be very careful about their positioning. It can really swing either way. They're gonna try and catch Odia Baby.
Oh,
goodness! That was a nice one, but the time journey gonna be committed as well. Veg, he is on the backlines, but Cram God is falling extremely low. Forcer, oh no, here comes the backlines on the side of Team Flash. Can they get the kill though? Veg is so low, but they get the knockdown. Smelly Cat, he needs to survive. Smelly Cat, can he turn this fight around? Can he be the hero for Team Stellark here? Veg, he is gonna be overcommitting as the rest of the members, they're gonna come in, but Yawn, he comes in, he gets the cleanup, and it's a triple kill for Yawn. As Team Flash, they win this fight, but two, he will not do much here because Team Flash, they smell it. It's gonna be a wipeout, and Team Flash marches on to victory.
They want to go in, they want to clear this out. 3 seconds until Bambi comes out, but this might not be enough. It looks like Team Flash, they might have done it. They can do it. They do have that damage. They're focusing fire. Bambi trying to stall as much as he can, but all for naught. He gets taken down, and then Team Flash, they win the series.
I mean, fight after fight is Team Flash that actually makes it out in this whole late game. And I mean, that was a beautiful one. I mean, we had thought about, you know, the thought process for Team Flash, and there were certain moments where we were not too sure what they were doing, but hey, Team Flash, a win is a win. Now, for us to process this information, I think it's best, let's take a look at our analyst, Mr. Abstract. Please share with us your thoughts on this game.
And I have still no idea what Okay, but to be very honest here, right here, when it comes down to this new kind of lineup gameplay stuff, I gotta have to give it over to Hazuli. You know, their coach have got a very interesting ideology when it comes down to a mageless composition.
Yes.
I think that this mageless composition stirs out quite a bit of confusion over to the side of Stellark, where they don't really have a proper idea who they should be looking out for, right? Because whenever there is a mage in the team, Mage is definitely one of the most important players when it comes down to the middle stage of the game. But when we are actually in the middle stage of the game, where are all these phantom damage coming from?
Yeah.
Why are we still getting pummeled even when there wasn't a mage in there? We're not receiving magical damage, we don't have to build an Athena shield, we don't have to build a radiant armor, we are fully decked out onto physical defense, and yet we are having a problem. What exactly is going on here? Look at Cramgod.
Yup, that magic build, my goodness.
This is the thing, right?
He has a lot of assists going in. He has the enchanted talisman to keep throwing his bombs, right?
Yes. Jays have been playing and, you know, kind of playing around with a damage diggy for quite some time, and Cramgod took onto the mantle, and they have decided to go for a pseudo swap, right?
Yep.
Cramgod is still doing damage, just like what he was doing as the Natalia in the previous game. So they have a very similar kind of playstyle. They have Veg go out there, buy some space. In the meantime, they have Cramgod, they have Jays to really just work around onto the front line or the back line to really just deal all the damage. John, he got 7-1-4. In like the last 3 or 4 minutes, that was where he really got all the kills in. 4 kills, 3 kills. Yon throughout the entire game didn't have a lot of impact, but when the time really came for him to sweep all the kills in, he done his job fabulously.
Yep, I definitely agree. But now, although you mistakenly said Jay's name, I have to give a shout out to him because he was one of the players that kind of told us behind the scenes, say, hey, you know what, magic damage Diggy is great. And so, yeah, point taken to Jace, our dear caster. Cramgod has made your dream come true with a magic damage Diggy. And my goodness, Team Flash as a team, they are so scary.
They're actually stepping up, right? Like, we saw them shaking out in the first match, but it's always a test water experimental kind of thing where see what works, see what doesn't, see what Stellark is going for, and then I gotta give props to all of them. They adapted to all that situations, and Vanix really stepped up with his damage dealt as well. Take a look at it. It's 15 minutes and 80,000 damage, and this guy was very well protected, but Veg, on the other hand, was playing out of his mind.
MVP though.
Yep.
That's what we're thinking about. I have absolutely no idea. To be fair, Yon did have 7-1-4. He did have one death.
Veg has a perfect game though.
Veg does. Wait, he does.
He does 2-0-10. So like he has a very good opportunity to be an MVP right here. He passed
Veg is then.
Correct! Okay, Magic Diggy definitely going to be the MVP. I mean, like I said at the start of this series, Kremgod, one of the people we must keep our eyes on. And I'm not going to be looking away anymore when we take a look at Team Flash's games. Kremgod bringing that experience and that new funky style into MPLSG.
This funky style in MPLSG is really a breath of fresh air.
Yes.
As such, I'm actually really rooting for Flash. I'm really rooting for Hazuli's ideology. His idea of making majors go out of their jobs. Grumpy is gonna be angry at me for this. But let's be honest here. This mageless composition, it is a breath of fresh air. It is absolutely amazing to watch. And there's so much that we need to unravel because it really kind of seems to boil down to the synergy of the EXP laners. Remember all the way at the start of the series, I said that EXP laners have is monumental when it comes down to shaping the game. Veg has been important when it comes down to Game 2 and Game 3, creating so much space, as you guys will definitely be able to see onto the highlights here.
So, a lot of nice little small engages in the early game for the side of Team Flash. Didn't amount much to any conversions in the early game, but Stellark, on the other hand, they tried to take down all that turrets, which is the main game plan. Smellycat on that Moskov is basically all of those little bits and pieces of taking down the major objectives, but the setups from Fossa, all for naught. He has some really, really nice setups of that Neon Blast, flicker, and go in with that 3-man stun, but there's no follow-up coming in from Team
I just want to add one more point, and here is how Team Flash's lineup is so scary, is that they allow Stellark to think that they have this advantage, and every time they go in, take a look at the time journey, it provides them this extra shielding. Then you have stepped a bit too far forward on the side of Stellark, and that's where you get really punished by the entirety of Team Flash.
Veg really knows when to join into the battle. He knows when he should be pushing everyone away. This is the fight where Fossa made a extremely big Luminon Blast, and yet it still didn't work out for them. This is where the entire gameplay from the side of Flash really worked out, right? Here's the thing. Team Flash, what they gotta have to do is to split the opponents apart. In the meantime, for Stellar's game plan, they need to brute force. They need to brute force and not give a damn about Veg. Here's the problem though. It's kind of like a damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of situation.
Yeah.
If you care about Veg and really chase him to the depth of the to the ends of the earth, then you essentially will be committing 3 people against 1. And then your 2 other people in front will be completely abandoned, attacked by 4 people. But if you actually not give a damn about Veg, that means that he is going to use Split either onto our dear friend here, onto the side of either Chastity or on the Smellycat. And we have seen before in the bottom lane that if the Split actually lands on the Smellycat, he gets melted down.
Yep, and I think Team Flash is really the epitome of being like water.
Yeah.
They have fit every container that Stellark has given to them. And with that, I think we need to take a look at the player interview. So help us out, Cheryl. We'll pass it over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am so stoked to have the man of the hour right here, right beside me, and this is Jay, ladies and gentlemen. Now, we didn't quite get the chance to catch you because you weren't playing in week 1, but here in week 2, the week where miracles could happen, you definitely made your mark, and thank you so much for joining us right here for this interview. I believe a lot of us have a lot of burning questions, so let's head back to game 1, per se. So it is quite evident to all of us that you were being locked, especially because, you know, they know that you are a threat right here from Team Flash. So what was the whole idea behind that Cho mid? Can you tell us more about that?
The idea is just to give space for my hyper to farm and my marksman, so they just carry me late game on.
Right, because you shared that you are actually a mage player. So picking a Cho, is it a comfort pick or?
We just tested it out in scrims and it worked lah. So thanks to our coaches, KZP and Hazuli. Yeah.
Right, so a little bit more about KZP and Hazuli as your coaches. So a little bit more about why the decision to have 2 assassins. It's a pretty interesting take. We have like Natalia as well as a Hayabusa. So a little bit more about why that decision.
Because I feel there's a lack of more mage, very little mage damage. So I basically just tank for everyone, then they fight, they kill me, then my team just kill everyone with the Natalia.
Right, so trust you
Yeah.
to do the opening of the maps and everything. Fantastic. So yes, and this is why he's a player to watch right here from Team Flash. Now another question is, what's your expectation, going into the regular season?
Just secure the upper brackets, so playoff will be easier.
Right, and with this win itself, you guys are inching your way up to the upper brackets. So also we have a next question is, you being a mid laner, is there any player that you would love to meet either in the regular season or over at playoffs?
I would like to fight Roy because he was the 2-season champion, so yeah.
Right, so you're excited to meet Roy. So yes, that's going to be an upcoming match for you guys as well. So with that, good luck. But meanwhile, you have loads of fans right here in the presence today, right here for Team Flash. So anything that you want to say to your fans that are watching right now?
Continue to support us and we won't disappoint you all.
All right, thank you so much, Jace, for that insight. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, that was Jay right here from Team Flash. And right here at week 2, it is the miracle week. And it is no miracle right here for Jace, because ever since, and he's the main roster as well, and the fact that he has come on board, we have seen all the different securing wins across the board, showing that it is no fluke right here with the main roster. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, the next match that's gonna be upcoming, happening at 4 p.m. This is the highlight match of today, ladies and gentlemen. That's gonna be Team SMG going head-to-head against Evil. So why this is a highlight match? Because there's a little bit of beef going on between Dairy and Powerful, some time ago. So we're gonna see them battle it out and see who emerges victorious right here for this highlight match. So stay tuned and join us right there for match 3 happening at 4 p.m. Team SMG versus Team Evil. See you then.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again, and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ
邪魔だ虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ
邪魔だ
虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みの タイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
ってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ
邪魔だ虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to match 3 right here for week 2, day 2. Now, ladies and gentlemen, week 2, as of now, what I like to call it, it is Miracle Week. Earlier on match 1, we have seen wonderful plays and, of course, an unexpected reverse sweep right there from Revival, clinching 2-0 from Bleed Esports. Now, earlier in match 2, we have seen flashes of brilliance over from Team Flash, clinching their overall win right here earlier against match 2 itself. Now in match 3, may we see some unexpected wins? That we can only find out. Now for all of our wonderful viewers who are here with us this wonderful Sunday, remember, if you take a selfie and post it onto Instagram with the hashtag of our pride, our passion, supporting our boys right here at MPL SG Season 5 and tagging us on mpl.sg.official, we will be souping you guys up really nicely. All you guys need to do is just show your proof of your post to all of our wonderful crew members, and we will be gifting you guys those wonderful treats. So yes, for those of you guys watching online as well, thank you so much for spending your Sunday right here with us. Remember, if you have friends who are looking to catch all of our wonderful activities that are currently happening right here at MPL SG Season 5, remember to catch us on all of our exciting platforms such as Facebook, YouTube, as well as Twitch. Now, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's meet our teams for match 3. First up, ladies and gentlemen, Team SMGSG. Now, yes, ladies and gentlemen, Team SMGSG is getting real comfortable over at their battle stations. Now, meanwhile, let's meet our next team. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Evil. Right now here, ladies and gentlemen, as I've said before, this is Miracle Week, and once again, right here at MPL SG Season 5, anything can happen. But of course, with past days of experience, what has told us, with this new lineup here of SMG SG, we have seen, all of the individual players shine in their respective roles, proving that there is no I in Team SMG SG. Whereas over on my left right here, I have Team Evil. Now, something about Team Evil, for those of you who are catching MPL SG for the very first time over in Season 4, they have been hovering in the lower bracket. But they have shown dominance, especially in the playoffs, so let's not discount them just yet. Will they take the risk to climb all the way during playoffs itself, or will they grasp this opportunity to fly up the upper brackets and secure that spot to earn them the extra crucial life? So let's leave it to our casters to discuss this situation. So without further ado, take it away, casters.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the next match, or rather the upcoming match. We are definitely going to be looking at quite a bit of a show between Team SMG versus Evil. Which one of these two is going to be reigning supreme in this match number 15 in week 2? Day 2. My name is Abstract. With me here is Kindofu as well as Suki. The three of us is going to be your caster for this series.
Yep, thank you for the introduction, and I'm very excited right now. We have a slight change in the lineup for Evo. JS, or I prefer to call as JSIS, is going to be joining the ranks of Evo going up against SMG. Now, SMG has been a very strong team so far, so what are your thoughts about this match?
I mean, SMG has showcased themselves as, I would think, top 3, top 4 so far in the brackets. But, there's been a few mix-ups today, so we have to see until, maybe at the end of the day, we'll find out where the standings are going. But I'm not so were familiar with Evil. So JS, what role would he be coming into play?
This is definitely something that we are wanting to jump right into. So let us just bring right in onto Evil's lineup, and we'll have a quick little rundown as to who is playing as what. Coconut is going to be onto the gold lane alongside with Melon, that is going to be in middle lane. JS onto the EXP lane, followed by Powerful as the jungler, and finally Carrot, that is the roamer. Every single one of these 5 members have been pretty much monumental in their advances in Season 2 and Season 3, Season 4, and now we are here in Season 5. What in Season 2? I can't remember very well, but I have a very weak memory. But either way, let's really just understand a little bit more about Team Evil. What do you have for us, Tofu?
I think they are really strong, but I think what we need to consider is how they're going to be fighting against their opponents, which will be SMGSG. Going to be fielding their Enya, Mi, Supergirl, Reminiscent, as well as Dairy. Now, both teams have had very strong performances throughout both seasons that we have seen them from last season all the way into this season itself. But like we said today earlier, it has been a day of, I wouldn't call it upsets, but surprises, right? But not too shocking. These are teams that are very strong. They've made it all the way into MPL. So I'm expecting, hopefully we'll see a surprise today as well.
I really want to see as much surprises as we can, especially since the previous series was a lot of a surprise. You know, Hazuli's ideology when it comes down to drafting. I do want to find out if either one of these teams, Evil or SMG, will be able to adopt something like this, something interesting, right? So, in the meantime, what are the things that we should be looking out for when it comes down to Evil's winning strategy? How can they come up against Team SMG? Suki, run it down for us.
So Team Evil, you know, they haven't had the best start to the season, but we have seen, you know, little, I wouldn't want to say again, flashes of brilliance once again. And Coconut on his carry, he's been able to get a lot of, you know, good kills, perhaps having a little bit of issue with the front line. Powerful always, you know, ensuring that they get the turtle, getting the Lord, but not always being able to play around for those team fights. So they do need to secure comfort picks, I believe, for themselves so that they can support Coconut and support Powerful, who do seem to be the damage dealers and the playmakers for Team Evil.
Team Evil definitely have been proving themselves stronger and stronger each season. However, they're not the only team that has really been proving themselves. SMG, they have been around for, well, I almost say decades, but not necessarily that long. But they have definitely been showing themselves as well. As such, let us just run right through as to how Team SMG will take over Evil.
Yep, they have to make sure they set the fights for Dairy. We've already seen that SMGSG has evolved over the past season. And of course, you know, Jungle being played by Reminiscent, we need to make sure that he can stand up against Powerful. This is going to be a godlike matchup for me, I believe, because Powerful is also known as a very strong jungler. So I want to see how they're going to play this out. And of course, Mi, for the first time, going to be fielded in the front liners. First team for SMGSG. He needs to make sure he gets his hand on the relevant teamfight-oriented mage heroes. I think his performance has been stellar so far, and I want to see a repeat of that.
Now, we do have talked a little bit about JS joining into the Evil's roster for this game, and I think that this is a perfect segue over to understanding the roles of EXP laners and how EXP laners really play a part in the game. In the previous few patches and looking at how EXP laners are, they have constantly been kind of like the lone rangers. They're always alone in the EXP lanes. All the fights are gravitating over towards the lower side, such as the gold lanes, and it really comes down to babysitting the gold lanes as much as possible. But in this patch, we are starting to see a lot of amazing gameplays coming from EXP laners and how they shape the scene, such as the previous game, we looked at Veg. When it comes down to playing as the Joy as well as playing as the Glue, he made tremendous progress in opening up space. So I would want to see how JS as well as Supergirl play their game in here. But for now, we'll take a look at our talent prediction. This is one thing that I would like to talk about. Why am I always against all the other casters in today's panels? I'm looking out for Evil. In the meantime, Kin as well as Suki is looking out for Team SMG. Let's, break things down a little bit. Why SMG, Suki?
Look, SMG have been, going from strength to strength. They seem to get even stronger every game. And even though they're trying out new things once in a while, it always seems to work out for them, right? You were talking about the idea of EXP laners, right? We've seen Twist, who previously was playing for Evil in the other games, stand out a lot as the playmaker, especially on his Arlets. And Supergirl on that glue has been signature, I think, for this season. So now with JS coming in, we have to see whether or not it's going to be able to improve their gameplay. JS has more experience, Twist is a new player. So maybe with someone in the EXP lane a bit more experienced in the EXP lane?
Experience.
Wow. In the experience lane.
Double experience.
And he'll be able to do, they'll be able to do better this time. And that's what I hope to see. I mean, not to say that caster predictions mean anything, right?
But caster's curse is something.
Well, we have to see if you are able to bless them or curse them today.
Yep, that's right. I think personally, it's Aeon for me, right? Having a coach definitely helps out in the team. And so far, Aeon's brain and mind, right? The concept for his draft and the execution of it has been on point for SMG/SG. So I think they have that little edge that just tips them across that board, right? So I would figure that this would be SMG/SG's court, but of course not to say that we're counting EVO out. Today, I want to see if EVO can really break the barriers and really come through, because they haven't had exactly the best start to the season yet, but we know how EVO is, right? EVO likes to play around and try a lot of different things. So let's see if that's going to work out for them and whether this is going to be a successful experiment in this second day.
I have personally been in the shoes of Kin, thinking about, how the coach has been very important to the progress of a team and how they eventually draft for their opponents and how they generally adapt in a game, right?
Yep.
And I've always been thinking, Season 4 and Season 3, I've kind of been thinking, EVO doesn't have a coach as such. The drafting phase is probably going to be a little bit rough to a certain extent, right? But I've been proven wrong time and time again. EVO showed up, and this time in Season 5, they have given me the confidence to believe that they have what it takes to bring down SMG. As we move on over to the drafting stage, opening things up with an Arlet ban as well as a 1-1 ban.
Well, I mean, it's quite interesting in the sense that because Twist, I think, he has played Arlet to a very high level, and a lot of the other EXP laners, have been playing Arlet as well, but I don't know why Twist's gameplay on that hero always, gets
Your
me
team
excited.
is
So them banning the Arlet first, obviously denying it from Supergirl means that they have a game plan, and I don't think they can stand up to Arlet's
Your team
that
is
big
banning.
CC in the final slash and his survivability and his mobility as well.
Yep, I agree. And at this point, I mean, I like to keep my eyes on Supergirl. Supergirl has been super mesmerizing so far in the past 2 weeks of our season. And with that being said, of course, the entirety of Team SMG, the way that the draft works, it really synergizes the strong points of each of the team members of SMG, but particularly, at least for the EXP laners so far. Like you mentioned, this is a new patch in which the EXP laners are able to show the importance of how they can influence the flow of the game and the growth of the games for their junglers as well as for their marksmen as well. So of course the first few bans are going to be very standard. We have already seen how Joy was, very big nuisance to deal with from both teams, both Stellar as well as Flash. They showed us how Joy can be a game changer for the lineup. So of course Joy is going to be banned, and of course 1-1 followed up by that second ban, right, for Miku Miku Mi. Now Davy's going to be in charge of the last ban for SMG/SG before we head into the first picks of the game. But like I think you mentioned, Suki, this first 3 bans from the side of EVO, very monumental. It does limit the options on the side of SMG/SG. Just interested to know what else you think about the lineup from SMG so far.
I mean, we saw the moment they banned the Kaja on the side of EVO, you can see the little smirk on Dairy's face because they know that Dairy has such a high win rate on Kaja this season that they just don't want to give it to him. But at the same time, SMG have shown great versatility in their heroes. He has played the Edith, he has played the Kufra to great effect. And even though we talk about Supergirl's Blue and how, monumental and how game-changing he can be on the hero, he's also done well on a bunch of other heroes like the Masha, the Grok, the Lapu. So the thing is that for SMG, I think they have shown a lot more breadth of heroes.
Your
as
team
opposed to
is
Evo.
picking.
Evo, they have run the Terizla. They're going to take the glue away from Supergirl here, and JS I think is going to have a lot of
Your
fun with that
team
because
is
Blue
picking.
right now I think is such a menace in almost every single stage of the game.
Yep, really doesn't matter which team he's going to be picked up by, he is always going to be a menace. But this Valentina on Miku Miku Mi, I mean, it's just a short glimpse of it, but it looks like
Your
Miku
team
is
is
very
picking.
confident about this Valentina pick.
right? So right now it looks like a Melon is going to allow some sort of leeway. He is going to pick up the Farsa as well. So Feather Airstrike is open for grabs
Let them
from
come.
the IMU.
They will
on
only
the
make my
side.
blade
And
sharper.
now, Dairy going to complete their first phase picks with the Fredrin for Enya, and of course Dairy going to be getting that Benedetta. So the Fredrin going to go into Reminiscence's hands for sure. Enya still waiting on that MM pick, of which they have to consider. Coconut now has already picked his Melissa. So we have to see what is the probable counter or what kind of draft they want to play this into.
I mean, you know, when you're playing that Faza and you're playing that Melissa, you know that Evil want to outrange their enemies, right? And Glue is just that extra security blanket so that no one is going to be able to jump onto that Melissa, onto that Faza when they are, you know, doing the damage, doing the DPS. So this is going to be a very, I think, hard draft for Team
Your
SMG
team
to
is
counter
banning.
this scenario.
With the first 3 pick that has already been solidified for both teams, we pretty much have a pretty good understanding as to what both of these teams are trying to look out for. And of course, I think there is one hero that sticks out in particular, which Team SMG should probably want or would probably want to pick out, while Evil will want to ban out. Because we do have Coconut that's going to be, we do have a Melissa and we also have a Fasa. Both of these 2 heroes are definitely going to be at the mercy of a Kadita. We do have Mikumi that is going to be playing as a Valentina. That is the magical damage that we're looking out for. But we do want to have some burst damage onto the side of Team SMG in order to deal with one of these backliners, which I believe that Dairy should be able to pull off pretty darn nicely, since they do have a front line such as Fredrin to really soak up all of the potential, or perhaps even the Benedetta played by Supergirl. Depends on how he's going to go for. If they are going to go for such a
priestess of
burst
primal
damage,
lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods.
what was that again? Kadita? With the Kadita, then the Benedetta tank would be a best. What will be the best addition?
Your team
I'm
is
just going to
picking.
say this is a really smart final ban from the side of Evil, getting rid of the Moskov as well as the carry. So no shredding potential, no repositioning potential from the Moskov as well, which means the door is pretty much open for JCs to really just create havoc on the front lines and the back lines of SMG on whatever position he chooses. So this is going to be a very tough decision because Enya is going to be faced with potentially, maybe he would go back on so-called the comfort pick of Beatrix.
Your
But when
team
you're
is
playing up
picking.
against Jace's Glue and potentially Powerful and Carrot as well, they have not finalized their picks yet. It's quite a scary notion to think about it.
And if you look at the number of gold lane bans, it's actually gonna have very few options left for Enya. That is the Beatrix that you mentioned, that is, I believe, the Brody available. Alternatively, they could just come up with something that, you know, we haven't seen yet. You know, the Kadita point
Your
is,
team is
I think
picking.
is going to be moot because they have picked up the Kufra and a Ruby on the side of Evil. We have seen actually Mikumi, I believe, on the Valentina playing up very well against an enemy Ruby. So we'll have to see if this is going to be the same case here, because, you know, it's very rare, I think, where you see a Valentina pick up and the Faramis ban. Normally you see the Valentina ban and then someone picks up the Faramis instead. So this might be an interesting turn of events, and now SMG have to lock in a gold laner. It could be something interesting.
Yep, they need someone who can easily reposition themselves, because the way that Evil's lineup works, you have JCs who is going to chase away and kite the other members of SMG when they're trying to enter the backlines to access Coconut as well.
Time and tide wait for
so
no
at this
man,
point, looks like
nor
Supergirl
girl.
will secure the Beatrix for Enya, and it looks like, okay, it will be a comfort pick. But the question is, how comfortable can they actually be?
Yeah, and I think with that Beatrix, you know, she's gonna be painful, right? But at the same time, the entirety of Evil is gonna be hunting down Enya. And if they can shut down these Beatrix early on, it's gonna be, you know, I don't see how SMG are necessarily gonna survive into the late game. I actually really like Evil's picks right now. So, you know, the idea of a coach being a better draft, not always true.
As such, ladies and gentlemen, with that drafting phase for match 15, Week 2, Day 2 done and dusted. We're moving on over to the Land of Dawn between Evil versus SMGSG. The phase the first face-off against these two teams. Who's going to be the one to take game number 1 in this series and bring on the momentum?
5 seconds
Yep,
till
I'm
the
going to be
enemy
very
reaches
interested
the
to keep
battlefield.
my eyes on
Smash
Carrot
them.
specifically from the side of Evil. This Ruby could make or break the certain team fights
Welcome
in
to
between.
Mobile Legends.
While there is a Kufra on the side of SMG being played by Daily, essentially that hook could displace the members of SMG, especially Enya and Mi, and that's going to be a very dire situation if that happens for the SMG side.
We can pretty much expect that when it comes down to SMG's lineup, their front line is understandably going to be relatively powerful. When it comes down to having a Fredrin, having a Kufra, as well as a Benedetta. The Benedetta, understandably, will be opening up the spaces and really just give their team a lot more space to work with. While Mi, the most ideal playstyle is to pick up the Feathered Airstrike, standing in between of Enya and the rest of the front lines. That would probably be the dream kind of team fight that they are essentially looking for. But will Supergirl be able to withstand all of the hits coming in from Coconut, Powerful and Carrot without going down?
Yep, I think at this point, SMG, they have taken the Lethal Wanderer, and I'm re-questioning, is that the prime and correct choice from the side of Evil to give up this small objective? It might not seem like much at this point, but that vision and an extra gold does help quite a lot in terms of the build-up for the growth of it.
Let's not forget about EX. Right?
Yes, of course.
All you gotta do is just wait a little while longer, and then you get yourself to level 4. But it doesn't seem to be too big of a matter, because Powerful is already at level 4, in fact, halfway through to level 5 already. And I wouldn't be surprised that he's already on top of Reminiscent, which seems to be the case. When it comes down to Martis, he's got superiority when it comes down to farming in the jungles, and he's doing a relatively good job. In the meantime, Evil is starting to push out a little bit of that aggression by going all the way to proxy up in the EXP lane up to the top side. But with all said and done, SMG pushed off even more with Evil's hyper-aggression, and they managed to put an end onto Melon.
Yep, it's not a good situation here. One member down, and it might be the start of something here.
It doesn't seem like it's going to be working very well for Evil due to the fact that it is going to be a 3 versus 5. But Carrot did manage to find that. I'm offended that eventually landed on the 4 member. And now putting Reminiscent with a lot of great bars onto himself. He's going to go straight down while sacrificing himself to ensure that Supergirl as well as Miku will be able to get away alive.
Yep, Evil, that was actually a good start. Yes, they gave away 1 kill, but that return, that steal by Powerful onto that turtle, as well as another follow-up kill after that, it's going to be a very good situation for Evil.
Is only 3 minutes in, right? 2-1 is the current scoreline. Evil may have given away the first blood as we talked about, but this is definitely not an easy game for SMG indeed. As we take a quick little look down onto the emblems, we don't really see anything completely too out of the ordinary. I would definitely say that everyone is pretty much picking up the emblems that we are expecting. With both of the junglers going for the Demon Slayer, and that makes sense, right? They would want to contest for the Lord as much as possible, with Reminiscent taking the front lines, tanking as much as possible, and just doing all the controls that he requires.
Yep, I just want to focus on Mi's mystery shop. It might not seem like a lot at this point, but Valentina is a hero that can play from behind, and if you take a look at the gold advantage that she should really acquire for herself if the lanes go well, it could be a strong point for SMG to take the lead later part of the game.
Well, essentially, how we're going to be working out is Evil getting themselves a good amount of tempo. And with the tempo that they have got, based on the lineup that they have got, they should be able to keep up with this advantage. They cannot lose any of that vision. They also cannot give away free territories away to the side of SMG. Is only left with 1 single minute until the energy shields would go down. But unfortunately, the energy shields in the bottom lane seems to be kind of slightly racked on by Enya. Doesn't seem like he's got a lot of gold though, but it's okay. They just have to wait for a little while longer until they will be able to put out a little bit more aggression.
Yep, SMG actually playing a little passive, but
speaking of passive, a little bit of an opposite is going to be happening as Dairy finds a pickoff right on top of Melon. They have managed to successfully neutralize the Feather Airstrike for this upcoming fight, which allowed Reminiscent to walk right in and take the retribution onto the turtle very simply.
Yep, make it even Stevens here, 2 apiece for each side, and SMG now have their own kill on the turtle as well.
No, I was just about to say they were very passive, but then the kill happened, right?
Yeah.
And I'm just saying this because the way that SMG is playing, they need it to be passive. They need to create as much space as possible because right now, that jungle lead is actually in the hands of Powerful. And we've already seen that trickle effect, right? If your jungle is stronger, the invasion can happen. There's a higher probability to get more EXP and more gold across the map.
Now, of course, when we're looking at Reminiscence items, it kind of seems as though he did buy a single magic defense, which is going to be one of the proxy towards the Cursed Helm. Not too sure whether he accidentally bought it because, you know, maybe he swapped out a little bit too late because you usually go for the Cursed Helm and then they automatically, you would accidentally buy one because of, you know, muscle memory. Once it pops out, buy! But usually what will happen is that you would want to play a little bit more towards how Powerful is building. You don't buy the Shroud first. You just go straight in for the Guardian's Helm. As such, Powerful should be able to be a lot tankier in the earlier fights. As such, putting the next turtle to be more towards the advantage of Evil, allowing Powerful to be right in the face of SMG if Enya allows it.
Yep, but they will get a jump on the bot lane. Can they actually get the kill though?
I don't think that is going to be that simple, to be honest. As Carrot Powerful as well as Coconut just going to be conjugating together with one another, as Coconut just going to be popping up with another protection quick little bit. But no one is really just jumping onto Coconut, as Melon did pop up with the Feathered Airstrike to drive the rest of the members from SMG away.
Yep, I just want to, point out that as well, on the side of Coconut, he actually has his Colossus Scythe way before Enya had his BOD. And that's going to be a strong point, because right now, if you allow Coconut to scale any faster, Enya might be in a bit of a trouble. And, Enya, he is going to be on the back lines, but the true problem is for Reminiscent.
I think that Enya is doing a pretty decent job, if you ask me, right? When it comes down to playing against the Melissa, Melissa will bully you out of the lane, but yet Enya still managed to keep his KD pretty fresh with not a single death as it is for now. But we're just gonna hold that thought a little bit because the turtle dance is going to be happening with Supergirl opening up as much space as he can, being as annoying as he can, but unfortunately we didn't manage to buy enough space as Powerful still managed to thread close enough to take the retribution right out of the hands of SMG.
Yep, Jace is a bit scary there, but of course he should be fine. I think he didn't even use his flicker, yet he did not. So that was actually a good one, and Powerful, faster finger wins.
I just realized that Supergirl actually picked up the Petrify for himself. As such, this is a lot more of a team fight-based Benedetta instead of just a lot of split pushing, a lot more duels going on. That's not necessarily going to be the case. Supergirl wants to play with his team.
Blue
he
team
wants
turret
to win
has
his
been
lane.
destroyed.
He wants to push out as much as possible. But hold that thought. Down to the bottom lane. 3 or make that 4 versus 3. And Melon coming from SMG is just going to be jumping themselves right on top of Evil, with Melon leaving himself alone with just a tad bit of health left. The Feather Airstrike chases Reminiscent away and eventually manages to save him as well as Carrot's life.
Yep, if you take a look at the gold accumulation just now, actually, Enya is one of the highest gold accumulators in the game so far. Right, he is at 5.9k. And pair that with the fact that Coconut has just died, he is going to be slightly slower than Enya in this farm. So this build-up is perfect for the side of SMGSG so far.
Definitely. I gotta have to say Enya is doing well at this point in time. They have even managed to bring down the first tier defense turret on the bottom lane. That is gonna give them a little bit more access over to Evil's southern jungle. But, of course, a quick little switcheroo is gonna be presented as now Enya hits himself to the northern side. That means that most of the fighters, understandably, will gravitate upwards.
That's right, they're gonna do that lane swap already. So Enya already has done his job, gotten that first tier turret on the bottom. And what they're going to try and do now is to get more objectives, allow more map control for his team. And that's where you can see SMG will start to suffocate the entirety of Team Evil.
Technically, there will be a lot more pressure on Benedetta. He is a Benedetta, so you would definitely want to be a lot more active in roaming around and trying to get yourself in places. But in the meantime, Gary indeed finds himself taken down by the hands of Evil as they prematurely went on an attack against Derry. They understood that Derry needs to go down because he is one of the most crucial members from the side of SMG, as he's always finding ways to pick up options.
This is that frontliner for the team, so Derry out of the fight is going to be a tough one for SMG to fight into, but you can see the way they have positioned themselves. They're making Evil very wary of how they can approach this fight.
As now the Lord finds himself halfway down. SMG, they are splitting themselves as much as possible with Miku in the middle lane and Supergirl shortly joining into the battle, as now Miku pops off with his own feather airstrike, only for Melon to turn things around and lands two right in his face. Now, with Valentina gone, they don't really have a lot of high ground, but Reminiscence still manages to find Retribution right on top of the Lord, and the fight continues on perhaps. SMG really wants to run away while Evil, they want to continue going on as the flicker coming in from the side of Carrot, and a quick little TC right down onto Darien Reminiscent. Not quite enough to hold them down for long though.
They may have gotten the Lord on the side of SMG, but I think Evil is the one that actually walked away with this with the W for this fight.
Indeed. As we jump right into the highlights real quickly, run it down for me, please, Kin.
I mean, the fact of the matter was that they actually caught out Miku Mi. You know, that feather airstrike was great, but it would have been better if he survived a bit longer. And, you know, with that setup from Jace's, that really allowed the team of Evil to really wrap around the members of SMGSG, giving them the advantage.
Now, of course, since the bottom lane first tier turret was destroyed, the Lord naturally will head over to the weaker lanes. And that being said and done, the bottom lane second tier defense turret is under siege by the Lord, and 3 other members that are just going to be marching along with him. The turret is going to be left with a sliver. SMG realizes that the Lord is down, and they're gonna have to move right back as JS moves himself right into the face of Enya as he flickers away, unable to continue on. But wait, hold on a second! It does seem as though JS, with a flicker of it for himself, he managed to attach himself round to Enya, was hoping that he'll be able to bring him down, but he wasn't able to. But the rest of the members coming from the side of Evil did manage to eventually catch himself up and to bring down Enya. Reminiscent takes himself with an own L as Terry with a bouncing ball, hoping that he will be getting close to Miku Mi, and now they are completely taken down by the members of Evil, giving Powerful a triple.
Yep, triple, and that is the win condition for Evil. They played that fight perfectly. Jace is godlike with that flicker. I mean, you and I saw it the moment he jumped over, and that was beautiful. And now Supergirl is left with the task of trying to slow down the push from Evil.
It's definitely a tough round for SMG. All have been moving to the most of the fights and most of how the game have went is actually towards their favor. But just from that single fight that was erupted by JS, how monumental it is. EXP leaders, they are the ones that makes the play. They are the one that starts the play. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's all about the Romans now. JS, without him jumping onto Enya, without him poking onto Enya, how is Enya even supposed to go down in the fight first?
Yep, and that's the strength of a glue, right? A good glue will actually split the entire team fight up. And you know, you force the opponent team into a very vulnerable position. And SMG fell victim to that. So right now, like I said, eyes on Jace's as the next fight might be started by him again.
It is all about the split pushing right now. SMG moves himself up to the northern side and was hoping that they will be able to bring down the duo of JS as well as Powerful. However, with only Powerful down, they left LJS all alone as he's the glue after all.
Yep, and it's a 1-for-1 trade for the side of Evil. They're happy with this. Yes, they got one of their tier 2 towers down, right? But at the end of the day, they got that relevant trade as well. And at this point, SMG, it could be the Lord for the taking because they actually took down Powerful.
And of course, the Lord goes down to the hands of Reminiscent. The Lord will eventually fight for SMG, and Evil will have no other way to go but hide and cower in their base.
Yep, it was looking good for a moment for Evil, but SMGSG, we know how they have evolved over the season, and the first 2 weeks they have been putting on a very strong performance so far. Now, if you take a look at the growth of the items, I think this really comes down to the 2 marksmen on both sides. And Enya, like we said, one of the highest farm, already has a Malefic Roar with the Demon Hunter Sword. Adding on to that BOD, he got around 5 minutes in the game. It's not particularly fast, but this is a very strong lineup in comparison to what they have on the side of Evil for Coconut.
Evil manages to win one of the very crucial fight. However, SMG, they still manage to split themselves apart, or rather split Evil apart, and they still manage to find the small little glimpses of brilliance in order to get themselves right back on track. With the middle lane, second tier defense turret down, and with the Lord waving his trident up to the northern side, there is absolutely no way that that turret will stand tall anymore. With a single victory in the northern side, they are getting a lot of pressure in the northern part of Evil's jungle. With this point onwards, Evil have lost most of their territorial advantage.
Yep, but while they have lost this objective advantage, they are not a force to be trifled with, because Evil now Jace's has hands on immortality, and I haven't had the chance to mention Coconut's items as well. He had the Corrosive Scythe along with the Demon Hunter's Sword and the Golden Staff, if I'm not wrong, which means he is also a force to be reckoned with. SMG, while they have this one tier 3 down on the top, if they're not careful, Evil can flip the script right away.
It's all about the split pushes for the side of SMG now. For the members on the side of SMG was waiting for the perfect time in Evil's Southern Jungle, and once the opportunity sprang, they went into action. But unfortunately, Evil, they have an idea what SMG was doing. As such, they return back in favor with Enya and Reminiscent going down. Derry is just going to be completely isolated with Coconut as well as Carrot, shoving him to the ends of the wall.
Yep, that's what I was talking about. Coconut, that is that strength, right? Any moment, the script can be flipped here, and that's exactly what happened as Coconut and Carrot, they are going to have this very healthy combo between themselves, and they might be looking at a tier 3 in response.
A very volatile grab coming in between these two players, these two teams rather. Evil and SMG, it could go any way. One single team fight can end the game. And as for Evil, if they make one big mistake, it could be the end of them, considering the fact that one of the turrets is already gone when it comes down to the inhibitor turret. It's completely barren. So as long as Supergirl finds the opportunity to push up the top lane, then that would be great. However, the Lord spawned up in the northern side, so the only other way that Supergirl can move is to push out the bottom wave and split the clue away from the real team fight.
Yep, the next fight is going to have fall on the responsibility of Melon as well as Coconut. If Melon positions well, I don't think, you know, Miku Mikumi can actually use the IMU to steal that feather airstrike in time. And which, in the meantime, if they're looking for Melon, that opens up some gaps between their formation where Coconut can really jump in.
But Evil is trying to be a little bit sneaky. SMG has a very good idea of where the rest of Evil is. SMG themselves, they have to go to push down the bottom lane. They do have Melon at the top side, and it is time for Evil to spring into action as they come in from behind. They did manage to bring down one of the main core players from side of SMG, with Enya taken down, Derry also down. SMG doesn't really have a lot of manpower to eventually go for the dance with the Lord. As such, this is definitely going to be a quick, easy one for SMG. Oh, sorry, a quick, easy one for Evil to grab the Lord for themselves and finally deliver the same kind of retribution that SMG delivered onto them.
I'm gonna say this just in case you guys missed it out in the audience. What Powerful did is a simple play. Right before the start of the fight, Powerful actually used his retribution on one of the members of SMG. And they knew it, so they actually called the rest of the team to start the fight, and that's exactly when Team Evo came and pounced on them.
This is kind of like a mental game, I gotta have to say. You can imagine what's going on in SMG's comms, right? It kind of goes around the lines of Powerful, no retribution, and then everyone's like, let's go! And just kind of go on. But never did they realize it was all an elaborate trap.
Such a malicious thought process.
So malicious. I don't know what came onto them. I don't know how Evil came up with this plan. That was an all-or-nothing play, because they really have no retribution. In the event that SMG actually won in that fight, it is a free Lord for them. But luckily for them, it worked out well. Evil now will have to push both lanes, the middle, the bottom lane. In fact, the top lane has been auto-pushed out as well. SMG will have to fight in a three-pronged attack, and there's absolutely no way that they can defend the bottom lane inhibitor turret. And now that Evil has successfully took the objective that they also wanted, they finally moved back and do not want to overestimate themselves, or perhaps go too far on the run.
I mean, that's why they have stayed in MPL all this while. Evil, while they may have been a community team at the start, they have the minds of a true professional in MPL.
Very disciplined gameplay. If it's for me, I'm just gonna be like, yeah, we're just gonna hang around, push every single lane, kind of thing, you know? Because the top lane is almost going down. Look at that tiny, weeny sliver of health. I would want to pop that health off right this instant. And that's kind of like the moment of intrusive thoughts that just succumbing over you, and that's why I can never be a professional player.
But of course, with that being said, you know, there's still time to play. SMG, they're still really in this game so far. They just have to be extremely careful careful about their next few movements. And if we take a look at the damage dealt, Coconut now leading the leaderboard with 17,000 damage across a timer of 20 minutes already.
Mikumi comes in to the second row with 61,000 damage, followed by Enya at 48,000 damage. It kind of seems as though Enya just couldn't get himself close enough to really get on with all of that Nibru damage. I mean, every now and then it's just kind of on Nibru as well as Bennett. Right now he's on Bennett because he's playing very, very defensive. The best he can do is just clear the way. We know that Beatrix have got strong high ground, and with all of that ultimate ability stacked onto each other, it is very hard to push down. And in EVO, they identified that. They know that they can't just miraculously push down the lane. As such, all they can do is just wait for the Lord and end the game by the hands of the Lord.
The powerful, he might be setting something up, but he actually gets taunted.
It doesn't seem like things are going to be very good by the SMG as Carrot and Coconut swings right into action. They manage to catch Enya once again, and the rest of the members coming from the side of Evil, they pounced in. This is not going to be stopping, and bringing down Derry once again.
Yep, it's a day of surprises, and Evil has left us shell-shocked so far. I mean, this is a stellar performance from them. You know, they're only surviving from the side of SMG simply because of Supergo cutting the waves and making sure there's not too much pressure.
There's honestly not much of a fight for SMG. I don't think that they would want to challenge this Lord. The best way that they can play this is to try to go for the defense. Enya will be popping back in 15 seconds.
Blue team has slain the Lord!
By then, the Lord will be moving right in and they are ready to defend. Maybe the last caveat the SMG is looking out for is Super Girl. This split push would be the name of the game for SMG. Perhaps Evil will be at that single point in time where they, well, zoom too much into the action and just tunnel vision.
Yep.
SMG is looking for that advantage, perhaps.
This could be that final push. Right now, Evil's plan is very simple. Let's just get the waves clashing into the base of SMG together. And in the meantime, you can see the way they have rotated. They're just going to ignore Supergirl at this point because it's even more important to have a numbers advantage. If there's any stragglers from the side of SMG gets caught, especially Enya, it is going to be the end of the game for SMG.
To slow things down as much as possible, that is what Supergirl is looking out for. But it kind of seems as though he wasn't able to slow the Lord down far enough, and in the end, all three lanes seems to be moving in tandem. The first one that they're gonna have to look out for is gonna be the middle lane. Melon pops up with the feathered aspect, trying to zone the SMG away. In the meantime, down to the bottom lane, Enya gets caught down, but he has the powerful again, and the rest of the members coming from the side, even just going to be pounding themselves and gliding themselves right on top of SMG. They're not gonna be stopping anytime soon, and releases themselves out of game number 1 by getting themselves the win.
It looks like week 2 is the week of improvement because all these teams have been showing up and it's a new level of gameplay. You can see the cheer from Powerful right at the end of the match. He's super elated by this, but I know someone who's even more elated to talk about this. And Suki, you know, chime us in. What do you think?
You know, up until now, Evil has had 0 game wins. Not even series wins, not even match wins. And they have made a statement today. That was a masterclass from Evil, right? We saw them with that early aggression, knowing how to play the brain game. Against the side of SMG, and SMG falling for their tricks, their evil tricks, you know, especially that Retribution play that you brought up. That was fantastic calling from Powerful.
I just realized why he said it's malicious, because it's evil.
Yeah!
Yeah!
Did you get it?
I had the chance to analyze what he was saying, so I got it. But it's fine. You were in the heat of it. You were going strong. But yeah, you know, this was such an exciting match, and I think that it kind of boils down to the lineups, right? I think Supergirl on the Benedetta was not able to come in onto those team fights where JS was such a game changer. He caught out Enya, he caught out Mikumi. He always seemed to know how to find the more squishy, the juicy, delectable morsels from SMG. And definitely, like, I would say that in this game, it's just Evil suddenly proving themselves as, I guess, the villains that have now awoken.
The villain story. This is pretty much the antagonist story that we're looking out for. Not a lot of story involves the antagonist, and in this case, Evil I'm looking forward to unravel the storyline. So let us just jump right in and take a look at their items. It doesn't seem as though there's anything that is too out of the ordinary, but I would want to address a little bit more about the kill pressure coming in from Supergirl, right? He did manage to do a pretty darn good job when it comes down to the laning phase, trying to balance everything else up. However, it kind of seems as though Evil isn't that afraid of Supergirl at all, be it just moving around the backline so much. Coconut as well as Melon, it doesn't seem like they are even getting any form of pressure from Supergirl, as even when he has got the Hunter Strike as well as the Bloodlust Axe, doesn't seem to be enough.
There were 4 immortalities on the side of Team Evil. And we saw the couple of times Supergirl tried to go in on Coconut, the Melissa damage melted him and he could never actually get that big jump on. And wow, look at the damage dealt by Coconut. Almost 100,000 damage just from one hero on the side of Evil. And Powerful, well, surprisingly, actually, it's the Martis, not the Glue, that is getting the tank damage reward today. But yeah, if you look at the scoreline, I mean, even though SMG and Evil, the damage dealt in total is not very different. You know, the kill score is such a landslide in favor of Evil just due to the hero choices.
Now, of course, the most important thing that we're looking out for, the MVP. Who is going to be the one? Come on, Suki, tell me who you think it is.
I always want to give it to support because I think Carrot, you know, they did well.
Yep, I actually agree. I think Carrot did a really good job. What about you?
I would say that it's powerful just because of the fact that he's receiving a lot of damage. And he's very painful as well, you know? Mix everything all together, we shall see.
JS!
Wrong! Okay, as an EXP laner, I absolutely love how this is going. He joined in to the, or rather not say joined in, but he finally got a chance to play with Evil in an official match of MPLSG Season 5. And prior to his joining, well, Evil hasn't had a great play. Haven't had great records. Now he joined in. They won their first game. He's got himself the MVP. How else can I spin the narrative away from the fact that EXP laners play a huge role? No way.
Yep, it's really important. And the fact that how Jaceus was playing was that he actually built the pace for the entire team for Team Evil. And I mean, I just want to go back to that one flicker play that he did. That really set the stage for the team because that, number one, not only did they achieve the kills, it also set into the minds of SG players that they need to be wary of JS.
They do. They really do. So perhaps we'll have that opportunity to see that very moment onto the highlights, as we're just going to be rolling down onto the highlights. Suki, bring us through the highlights.
Oh man, what can I say? This is Evil just getting the advantage over and over again. We saw Carrot, even though just getting the level 4, able to get 3 there onto the side of SMG. You know, early aggression that they then snowballed into this sort of powerhouse role coming from JS. And I think, you know, see here JS really looking at Reminiscent, going straight onto Enyan. This was the one that you were talking about, Kin. This jump onto him, knowing exactly how far he could go. He was not worried about being taken down. And here we are, Coconut and Carrot coming to clear up shop, and Powerful even taking down Reminiscent, the Fredrin that you think is going to survive. And you can see SMG, they're desperately trying to survive. They're desperately trying to save their carry, but unfortunately, just not enough here. And once again, Evil, I think this was really, they knew their assignment. They knew what they needed to do. They needed to catch Enya, right? They needed to catch Mikumi, and this consistently worked out for them. Davey on the Kufra not able to get anything done, unfortunately. And even Supergirl, we were saying he could not come in and stand in these team fights. Look how fast his HP went down here, and they weren't even focusing him. They were focusing the other members of SMG.
Yep, I think every season that we see Evil, they just get more and more evil, right? Right now, as we do this analysis for them, you can actually take a look at how they're not only just tormenting the players physically in terms of how hard they have to play for their opponents, but they have to think about, oh no, next game, what do we consider? They're going to shut down their options mentally as well. And like, this is super evil.
I actually wonder whether that first, like that insta-glue lock-in, I think kind of set the stage for the draft, right?
Yeah.
Because glue has not always necessarily been first pick material, maybe second pick, or even if like you sneakily let it sneak through into the second phase. But so this glue pick, I think, maybe threw off SMG from their game because Supergirl has been such, I guess, a mainstay of that hero, and that's his signature, it feels like. So maybe, you know, Evil being a little bit evil, a little bit sneaky, getting the win here in the first game.
a good point about the glue, right? Based on our current statistics, glue have got an 84% ban pick rate. So it is pretty much out there. It's really just out there. Let me just quickly sort it out. Yeah, okay, never mind. I'll pass that. But we definitely have got a lot of games onto glue, and he has been pretty much monumental with a total of 69% win rate. Nice.
Nice.
Yeah, it's very intense games that glue has managed to throw out so far. But speaking of intense, gaming is intense, and you definitely need to soothe your body with the help of OSIM. Of course, when it comes down to OSIM, they have got your back, literally and figuratively, right? The U-Throne V Gaming Massage Chair is built to energize and invigorate your mind and body. Level up your performance with its patented V-Hand massage technology and ergonomic features designed with the player's comfort in mind. So, of course, you guys take a look at the U-Throne that we all have here. Right now, we have the Bumblebee.
Yeah.
Bumblebee, yes.
With the Autobots.
Unfortunately, I don't really watch Transformers.
Oh no.
It's okay. You don't need to watch Transformers movie to know what Transformers is about.
Exactly.
Right? End of the day, right? Just know that you will transform your body from somewhat, you know, clunky and uncomfortable to when you're sitting on this chair, you can be relaxed, lean back, and don't worry if you're losing the game, right? Like example, SMGSG, they have a lot on their minds, but they can always have the trouble of thinking what's next in the comfort of an OSIM U-Throne chair.
They have great support. So if you don't have a support in game, you know where to find one support with OSIM.
Okay.
So but hey, it works. Yeah,
no, I agree.
As much as I say I don't have a support, I do have a support.
I mean, if you're gonna lose, at least lose in comfort, and if you're gonna win in the throne.
Style.
Yeah.
Win like royalty.
Yes.
In a throne.
In a stylish throne.
In a stylish throne. And as for now, enough with all of that.
Your
We are
team is
gonna
banned.
move on to the next game. Game number 2 between Team SMG versus Evil. As you start things off with a quick little ban onto Arlet and 1-1 from SMG, and Evil have gotten the Faramis out for themselves.
Yep, it's been a day of shockers as well, and this game is no different. Evil showing up all of a sudden in week 2, they are making their presence known for sure. And now the question is, because SMG SG is going to have first pick, what is the thought process on the draft pick for Team Evil?
I mean, do you ban the glue?
Yeah, that's a very important question, right? If you have met a glue as strong as Jason,
Your team is banning.
Do you think about, okay, let's counter this particular draft, or do we just ban it altogether? And if you ban the glue, it kind of removes that predictability against Team Evil once again. You're back to the drawing board, square one. What are they going to pull out their bag this time?
Yeah, and to be fair, they did do a couple of targeted bans. You know, they went after Dairy's Kaja. So maybe now they might want to reconsider letting that Kaja through and banning the glue for the side of Evil, since SMG will probably want to take that themselves. Otherwise, if SMG have a good game plan, they might not want to take the glue at all. I mean, the Benedetta has worked out for teams in MPL SG a few times, but you know, we've always seen it more as the
Your team
and not
is
so much
banning.
getting involved in team fights, and even, you know, the assassination of Benedetta is very scary, but it's only if your team is ahead and you can have people that you can pick off.
Yeah, exactly. And with that, they're gonna complete their final bans here for the first phase with the Joy and 1-1 on the side of SMG SG, which leaves us with Jasis, who is going to be in charge of the
Your
final
team
ban.
is
They're
picking.
gonna ban out the glue themselves. They do not want to offer this option to SMG SG.
It kind of seems as though Evil themselves have banned 2 of the heroes that have
the
worked
power of
out.
light incarnate.
But now that Team SMG has
See
started
value
off
in
with
me?
first pick, they
Your
do not want
team
to
is
take
picking.
one of these 2 over. As such, Team SMG have decided to pick out a Kaja for themselves. They value a lot onto the suppression. This way, Evil, they gotta have to react accordingly. What are the other picks that they're looking out for? Seems like it's gonna be a Fredrin and a Valentina.
You know, we have seen Dairy on that Kaja do a lot of work, and I think it comes from the fact that you don't need that much setup time, right? You know, when you talk about, you know, other roamers, potential roamers like the Kufra or even the Edith, there's a little bit of a charge up time. It's not that instant CC that the Divine Judgment gives you. And we've seen how well SMG can play around that, but at the same time, with the Valentina on the other side, it is going to be the same story for Evil. They're going to have the opportunity with that IMU to take that Divine Judgment from Kaja as well.
Yep. I mean, at this point, powerful. We already know that
This land is our homeland.
Your team is
ground.
On the side against SMGSG. But I'm liking the response that they have posted so far. A Lapu Lapu along with a carry. So two very significant additions to the current draft from SMGSG. Lapu Lapu offers number 1, tank ability, number 2, a good bunch of damage as well. And you know, pair that up, they're gonna stop everyone on the side of Evil from reaching the carry too easily.
I actually like how SMG are drafting. They are prioritizing Enya now. You know, in the previous game, we saw he had to sort of dig through the gold lane, you know, the little for the Beatrix, right? But now that they've prioritized that carry and they have that role as well for Davy, it's much easier, I think, for us to see how they can now ban out the heroes that Coconut will want to play, right? And because they are prioritizing that, they are giving away the Kufra over to Carrot.
Yep, Kufra on the Carrot. And you know, Carrot is one of the best roamers in the league so far. I mean, yes, they haven't had the strongest start to the season for Team Eagle, but with this performance in Game 1, I can assure you it's going to be a very different style of play from Evo and a much more painful one against SMG.
Need some stitches?
This lineup
Your
is good so far. I'm just wanting to see how they're going to complement this pick for Coconut. Because
Among
Coconut
the
still has plenty
planes
of options
exists
left.
Your team
While,
is banning,
you know, there have
which
only
I
been
was
2
made for.
bans on the marksman role so far, which leaves the table open for Coconut for plenty of options.
I do think though, without the Melissa and now the Lapu, which I believe Coconut is playing, oh boy. Yeah, it's gonna be now a sort of a reversal, right? Now Coconut has to think, okay, he has the Beatrix, he has the Brody, but other than that, it's gonna be really hard, I think, for Evil to, I guess, give Coconut a more comfortable pick, right? Because the Melissa has been his mainstay so far.
Well, the only viable one that I can see here is probably Clint. But if they actually do have a Clint, they have to make sure that they protect this marksman very well, which in this case has been already drafted for them. Carrot should be this front-facing wall that they have to get past, you know, with the bouncing ball. It is not easy to jump in, especially for Davy, even if he uses this Kaja. The Divine Judgment is only useful if
Time and tide wait for no man. Your team
Oh yes, so they are going to go for the Beatrix instead of the Clint. You know, I feel like this is a little bit of a mirror matchup. Given that what SMG are now drafting for is going to be very different from what they did in the first game, and Evil seems to be drafting very similar to how SMG drafted in the first game. It's actually the exact same for heroes. So we'll just have to see what JS is going to pick up, and well, maybe if they're going to pick up the Benedetta, it's just Evil saying, I can do it better than you can.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Miku Me, oh my goodness, it's going to be the Kadika. And I like this because right now, here's about the screwing up of the opponent's minds right now. Oh, wow! Oh. And Alice. Okay, SMG, SG, I really love this lineup. And this is going to cause a bit of problems for the Evo draft so far. They're going to be left with JCs, who's going to get the final pick for his team. But Melon now has a couple of options for the IMU. The question now is, more is less, less is more.
Is this Alice Jungle? No, this is the exact same lineup that SMG played outside of Evo, and Reminiscent playing the second Alice Jungle in the MPL season because Bleed pulled that out yesterday. So this is going to be very exciting. Team SMG, they want to see if what deck was doing in the jungle yesterday can apply to them today. And I mean, why though, Evil? Why are you taking the exact same lineup from the previous game from SMG?
Go big or go home! This is Team Evo. You know, they could be just telling and showing off to SMG, SG that you don't know what you were doing. Let me show you what's the proper way to play this lineup.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think that is the first time that we see one of the biggest power play in MPLSG, where one team copies the other team's lineup, especially since they lost with an Evil. They're here to make a statement that the lineup their opponent used is actually very viable.
Yep, pound for pound, they want to show off that they are the stronger team. Evo picking up the exact same draft that SMG SG was using in Game 1. And let's see whether they can make it work. And on the other side, it looks like there is hyper-aggression from the side of SMG. They want to make sure that, you know, this lineup doesn't really work out for Team Evo.
I do like what SMG was is pretty much trying to go for as well, though. They have understood that if they were to play the Alice into the jungle, understandably, they would have a slower growth curve. They would be a little bit slower when it comes down to really joining into the team fight. When it comes down to even at level 4, an Alice can't really do much because you pop your flowing blood for maybe even a second or two, you lose all of the mana. So they have Mikumi that's playing as the Kadita. This way, they do have very strong bursts on top of the rough waves. We are definitely expecting a great amount of mobility when it comes down to Way of the Ocean. No, the second skill. And not to forget, we do have crowd control when it comes down to Ocean, Breath of the Ocean as well. Movement skills, Ocean Oddity. Yes, I remember that now.
Yep, I think right now SG's game plan is very simple. They just want to drag the game because it really doesn't look very comfortable for their lineup in the early game. But if somehow they make it past into the late game sequence, Evil is going to have a very, very rough time.
Oh, Evil kind of seems like they understand their game plan here. They know that if they would want to get an early kill, just go for an ambush onto Reminiscent. Because, let's be honest, when an Alice is completely locked down, there's really not much that you can do. And your Flowing Blood can't really sustain you for a longer enough time. As Reminiscent pops the Flowing Blood, okay, so far it makes it's pretty darn good as JS jumps right in with the Electro Final Blow. He did not try it, decent amount of damage. Reminiscent, as much as it is, it couldn't tank enough. He goes down, and the turtle went over to SMG's gun.
Yeah, Evo needs to be very careful how they take, skirmishes at this point because every minute and every single goal that SMG has in their pockets is going to contribute to a big growth towards the late game stage. And we know in a late game scenario, Evo is not going to have a fun time against the SMG-SG lineup. So right now, every single fight, before they even take it, they have to really consider, is this the correct fight for the team?
I just realized that the emblems are exactly the same. And if I'm not wrong, even the hero power is exactly the same. The spells are exactly the same as well. Notice how JS is also playing with the Petrify along with the Festival of Blood. In the meantime, Melon, he did manage to pick up the Mystery Shot as well. So a lot bigger of a power play we are expecting there.
Oh, so it's slightly different here. Melon, of course, with that mystery shop, like you said, is going to be quite vital because that is going to allow them that gold and financial growth, right? But I think more importantly, I want to focus on SMG-SG because is this really the game that they can take it away from Evo? They have to survive for quite a long time. Oh, Carrot!
Immediately a jump in, Amazon's a pick up right on the dairy. He immediately went down, unfortunately wasn't able to do much. Reminiscent jumped into the backline with the Flowing Blood. He eventually sapped off over to Carrot and eventually even onto Coconut if it seems correctly. So now Reminiscent is not going to be stopping as the Blood Ode moves on, but unfortunately it wasn't quite enough to reach his second skill down onto Powerful. Regardless, SMG, they manages to get themselves out of that with a lot of value.
Yep, it's their turn now, and you are in for a tough time because Reminiscent, he has been on point with his red trees, and I think it's this super confidence they have as they bring it up to the next turtle here.
He's got a lot of mana right now. I believe that he already got his book, so he will be able to turn all the time. For now, he will be able to take the turtle down, and Reminiscent immediately jumps onto Carrot. But unfortunately, Carrot is just going to be getting himself with the Tyrant Revenge, jumps himself right in, only to sacrifice himself, unable to do quite much. Whereas JS just going to be in between all the enemy's lines, was hoping that the final Sword Out Strike will be enough to kill Dairy, but alas, it did not.
How? Every single fight, it looks like SMG-SG is going to topple, they're going to crumble, they're going to fall apart, but somehow they make it out with less than 1 HP. Maybe 0.5 HP. I'm not sure. The way that Supergirl, Mikumi, and Dairy, they have survived almost every team fight has been, mind-boggling. Evo, they have only gotten 2 kills, and there have been a lot of skirmishes in this past 5 minutes.
One thing's for sure is that Reminiscent actually did not immediately pick up with the talisman. In fact, he went for the Clock of Destiny, and it does seem like he do have quite a lot of mana regeneration regardless, so I'm very interested in that. In the meantime, we've got Supergirl, Lapu Lapu, just going to be playing all by himself, but it kind of seems as though he's fighting a mirror image as Melis took his bravest warriors and they went into a duel with, unfortunately, Supergirl going down.
Yep, at this point, I don't think it matters that much for SMG-SG the fact that they actually caught up Supergirl, because if you take a look at the farm on Enya, Enya is miles ahead, light years ahead of our dear Coconut on the side of Team Evil. You know, Enya already has his Corrosive Scythe, and let's take a look at the gold. Enya, number 1 on the net worth charts here, 4,980 gold as we speak. And he is a force to be reckoned with. And that's only early game. Carrot though jumps in.
Immediately with the Tyrant's Revenge, connecting down on Derry, followed by a taunt. Derry somehow still managed to get himself out of that with a little bit less than 50% HP. Definitely a surprise. I thought he would have died.
I mean, you take a look at the KDA for the entirety of SMG-SG's squad. It's all positive. It's all positive.
I'm surprised.
Blue team has slain the turtle.
As though it would be slightly more towards the later game.
Yep, exactly. But the way they have set themselves up, I mean, taking the correct fights and somehow surviving with little to no death so far have been monumental. If they have been the setup for SMG-SG's lead so far. It might not seem like a lot, 4,500 gold, but take a look at the map control that they have. And they are allowing themselves to just be spread out across the map. That's not something you see every day.
In the meantime, the bottom lane turret is going to be knocked on by Enya. And brings down the secondary defense turret is going to be pretty darn easy as Enya flickers himself forward and will be able to bring down JS. And they will also be knocking onto the inhibitor turret on the bottom lane, bringing it down to half HP. Enya gets himself away, but unfortunately at the cost of Derry's life.
Yep, Derry is fine with it. He's going to scream for the next move because Powerful is left all alone.
Powerful, he even went in for his ultimate, yet Reminiscent as well as Supergirl doesn't seem like they are even afraid of that single strike out of Powerful.
Yep, Evo, I think for once, for the first time in this series, they're going to be set back and cowering in fear because SMG-SG, they have hit a certain power spike and this is not even their final form.
I really want to understand what exactly is going on here. JS, 0 kills, 4 death. The kill pressure is very similar to Supergirl when he was playing as the Benedetta in the previous game. So, is it really about this composition that just doesn't work? What is it that doesn't work? Or is it just SMG understanding this very composition very well because they themselves used it?
It's all the small things here.
It's all the small
things. All the small things from SMG-SG because take a look at that level advantage by Reminiscent. He is at level 12 already. He's at least 2 or 3 levels ahead of everyone on the side of Evil. And when you have someone as tanky as Reminiscent with the lifesteal as well and doing damage at the same time, I mean, how do you fight into that?
It's kind of tough. I mean, when it comes down to Retribution battle, you can't challenge Reminiscent, right? Powerful is already at level 11, but unfortunately the one level of Retribution difference is going to play a big part. Derry flickers forward with the Divine Judgment, connecting down to the Powerful. No more Retribution coming in from the side of Evil as the rest of the members from the side of SMG is going to be towering themselves down onto Evil. The rest of the members from Evil get themselves away, and they do not want to mess with the Lord no more. As SMG eventually takes the Lord, with the Lord marching in bottom lane, while the rest of SMG continue their powerful stance in the middle.
Yep, you can run, you can hide, but you can't stop how SMG is doing everything correctly here. Derry, once again, I think he has put up a very brilliant performance today. You know, he has missed a couple of concealed flickers, you know, recently in a couple of games. But today, Derry in this match is on point.
1:2:8. That is his current scoreline. So we gotta have to say that his pickup potential is definitely strong. And of course, stats don't lie. At this moment in time, Enya has managed to bring down the second-tier defense turret in the top lane. In the meantime, the bottom lane, Supergirl, bravest warrior, is just gonna be opening up the fight for the team. As Derry was hoping that he will be able to bring something into the mix. But unfortunately, it doesn't seem like he managed to pull off the Divine Judgment onto anyone throughout the entire fight as they lead the Lord towards victory. Supergirl is the only one that went down.
Yep, that was actually a beautiful setup, but unfortunately he actually got focused by the turret because he was right under turret fire when he actually landed a hit on all of the different members of Evil. So this is some breathing space for Evil, but of course the pressure is still mounting on them. You can take a look at the position by SMG. Very careful, calculative as well.
A lot of space has been made just from Dairy, Supergirl, and I believe Madison was at the bottom lane as well. So allowing them to actually bring down the top lane. Once again, the pickup potential that we are expecting. That is super easy. And not to forget, Miku himself also have got a good amount of suppression going on. He managed to bring down Coconut. As such, with the gold laner down, without the front lines, without the Kufra, there's really not much that they can do. JS was hoping that he'll be able to move right in, hopefully to bring Dairy down. But this is the second time in a row where Dairy got himself off barely.
Well, if you want to play against the limit and test your limits, I mean, Dairy is the man to go to because he has been godlike in this exchanges so far. Every single time he makes it out of the fight without dying. I mean, if he's not gonna die, he's gonna walk away with just a sliver of health. Pixel health, we call it.
He stretched himself so thinly. It just shows how much of an experience and how comfortable he is onto the Kaja. But speaking of comfortable, SMG themselves are making themselves comfortable in Evil jungle. They made themselves at home in the northern region and just entirely swept Evil away, saying, "This is mine."
Yep, I mean, take a look at how Dairy is playing, right? He is really just very clinical in the finishing. He's so clean, it's very difficult for Evil to really set up anything in the first place because Dairy will pick that correct target to pull him into the fight. And you know, most of the time, the instruction is, let's not pull a tank into the fight, right? But Carrot is so far.
Does seem like the Lord will go down to the hands of SMG. Evil will a little bit slow when it comes down to that part. And now Supergirl, he got completely caught off guard, and he's gonna go down. But unfortunately, Carrot himself, he himself was also ready to jump himself onto the side of SMG. The rest of the members from the side of SMG is gonna be towering themselves right on top of Coconut, and they managed to bring him down almost immediately. JS was grasping that straw. He was hoping they would be able to bring once again Enya and Dairy, who were almost dead, barely breathing, but wasn't able to do so and put the final nail in the coffin. Instead, it kind of seems as though SMG will be the one to put the final nail in the coffin onto Evil instead.
That was super impressive. Dairy was he was ready for the win, man. Even before the game ended, he took out his headset and placed it on the stand. That's how confident they won the game already. And I mean, this has been a perfect performance by SMG. I'm betting that, you know, Evil is kind of regretting the decision to play an exact mirror match with the SMG previous game 1 lineup.
Absolutely stellar performance coming in from SMG. They are definitely really happy about the fact that they managed to beat the power play of the century, I suppose. But you know what? Let us move on and of course invite Suki back onto the desk. What have you got for us?
I wonder the fact that Evil doesn't have a coach, and they were like, maybe we'll let the SMG coach draft for it. And that was why they tried it out. I do think, like we were saying, it was Evil trying to play something fun. I don't know why they would do that, but you know, I do feel like Evil here maybe letting themselves get a bit too excited from the first win. And then they went into the second game thinking that, you know what, we know how to play these heroes, we know how to counteract against SMG, and we've done so in one game, so we can extend our lead. But SMG knew what they were trying to do. We did see that JS played a slightly different Benedetta as compared to Supergirl. He tried to get more involved in the team fights, but once again, I think that's a hero issue where, you know, early on, you can't jump in like that. And he got bursted down very easily, and Reminiscent just rolling with the punches, snowballing that Alice into the monster that it was.
And now we finally have an idea as to how the itemizations and the rest of the objective statistics is like. Now, Ken, anything that stood out?
I mean, it's just a stark difference in terms of itemization between a couple of members. Number one, Coconut and Enya. The difference between them is, I mean, gobsmacking. right? I mean, the goal that Enya managed to get for himself has been phenomenal, but simply because he has had a 503 KDA. The second person we need to compare is actually Carrot as well as Dairy. Now, Carrot did not have a very good time at all, and the main thing that actually set them apart is that immortality by Dairy. That one item changed a lot of the fight because Dairy could stand in to sustain and block off much of the damage that was coming from Team Evil.
It actually almost felt like Dairy didn't need it at a certain point because he kept escaping with the little tiniest slither of HP. And you know, with the Kaja, with that skill, the Lightning Bomb and the dash, you know, no one could chase after him. So this, once again, I think is Dairy just showing off on his Kaja. And as we look at the final stats page, like, the most interesting thing to me is that, like, it's an 18-6 scoreline, right? 18-6. But the damage dealt not too different. In fact, the powerful eating up so much of that damage, you can tell that the lineup actually works out. But man, this 18-6, SMG was just too aggressive here.
And with that all said, would you guys agree that Dairy deserves MVP just for the fact that he got away alive?
Yeah,
like 3-4 times?
I have to agree. Dairy is that was MVP play because he set up the rest of the team. He allowed Reminiscent to be super comfortable to jump in.
As such, oh wait, how about Sugi? Yes?
Yeah, Dairy for sure.
Yeah, Dairy.
Right?
Okay, we shall see. No! We are not good at predicting MVPs at all this season.
Okay, to be fair, to be completely fair, Reminiscent on that Alice, we saw him clean up shop, right? In the early game, he got the kills and he knew how far he could go. He was aggressive, but you know, he only went down once, so it wasn't like an overextension. His play as the Alice was very intelligent, and he also knew how far he could harass and how much damage he could do.
He did not miss a single retry battle. He did not miss any retry during the entire game. He was confident to go up against Powerful and he said, you know, come at me, bro. Let's have a retry battle. Every single skirmish, he won that retry battle.
And of course, let's not forget that when it comes down to Alice fighting in a retry battle, Alice usually loses against most of the junglers because she doesn't have any abilities that can really help her burst down the Lord above the regular threshold of what Retribution allows you to. The only thing that can let you do that is probably Blood Ode. That is the only thing. In the meantime, many other junglers will have those instantaneous bursts that we're looking for. For example, we are looking at Lancelot, maybe when it comes down to the Thorned Rose, when it comes down to Hayabusa, the Shurikens, those are small little bursts that we are looking out for. But I think it's relatively lucky, for lack of a better word, that he's facing off against Fredrin, which is very similar. He do not have the kind of burst that we are looking for.
Yeah, I have to say, I'm actually liking this Alice jungle more and more with every game I see. It's always going to be fun. It's always going to be interesting. But I think we're going to have a quick look at the match highlights in a few seconds here. I mean, you guys got to talk all the time just now. I get maybe just a little bit to give my opinion here. But yes, I mean, we can see, yes, they did win. He did win that Retribution battle. And it's also because the wonderful way that you notice how SMG seems to be piling up onto them, and on the side of Evil, they did not have enough AoE to deal with that. And here, Reminiscent just cleaning up shop, he knew how much damage he could dish out, and they were under the turret for so long, just taking them, just eating it up, and Reminiscent took advantage of that positioning. Now even Carrot here, Reminiscent chasing away the Kufra so he can't get involved, and Supergirl just barely surviving. He's surviving for so long. In fact, he survives the entire fight, I believe, and they couldn't tie him down at all. And Dairy there, another escape with that Kaja. So, you know, I have to say this was really good teamwork from SMG here. JS trying to go in. Like we saw his Benedetta, he was trying to make plays more so that I think how Supergirl plays it. But here, Carrot unable to really get any stun, and the Kaja ultimate just catching him off time and time again.
Yep, and while all of this was happening, you can see Enya throwing the light wheels here. He was super huge in the fights as well. He didn't even die here. That's the thing. His life steal was just enough, and he made it out with 0 pixel health right off the board there.
Can't even see anything.
Like Dairy as well had the immortality, he didn't need it, and it just feels like so close, right? Evil was so close so many times, and I think this may be, I guess, not to curse them or anything. I think Evil is a good team, and I think they've been doing well, especially in the first game. But it always feels like they're just a little bit too short. Always just missing out from that win by the barest of of means.
I call Jinx. I call Jinx that is coming out. We shall of course see if whether the Jinx is really gonna happen. As we are gonna go off for a short little break. In fact, a 5 minutes break. And once we are back, we will conclude this series between SMG versus Evil. ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the finale of this series between SMG versus Evil. A quick little recap and rundown where Evil have managed to get themselves the first win against SMG in a very tight fight. And of course, when SMG's lineup just doesn't seem to work very well for them in game number 1, Evil decided to go for a power play against SMG by adopting their very lineup that they used in game number 1. Unfortunately, the power play didn't quite work out as the way that they wanted. As such, they have conceded 1 point over to SMG, leading us to a match point of 1-1. My name's Abstract. Together here with me is Kin as well as Suki. The three of us are going to be your caster for today.
Yeah, you know what would be an even bigger power play? If SMG take the lineup back.
Yep, I agree. That would be the ultimate power play, right? You know, we were just joking with you. We didn't really execute that draft properly. Now we're gonna show you what's the true power of that particular draft.
Look, I mean that would be a real power play, but I really don't think that's going to happen. I think the SMG and Evil have learned from their mistakes here, and I think if they were to do that, I think Evil would know how to play against it again.
Will they? Honestly, right now, that composition just spells doom and misery to me. And that is not a good thing. So, for now, let us just jump right in and take a look at the drafting phase. On to our Evil versus Team SMG. Once again, starting it off with the exact same band that we have been seeing so far. Alit, Kaja, and 1-1.
Yeah, I think after Dairy's play on that Kaja, Evil are not leaving it up to chance. They know that SMG are willing to use up that the second pick to pick up that Kaja, and they themselves don't want to use it. They want to open themselves up to their power heroes like Glue, their Fredrin, their Valentina, perhaps even a Faramis if it is not banned out here.
Yep, I'm very interested to see if Glue is going to be part of the first phase bans. If not, it's definitely going to be snapped up by either one of these teams. And like we said, Evo, I didn't think they had a very bad performance in Game 2. They were just really outclassed in terms of the playstyle by SMGSG. Definitely not expecting that Alice jungle pick for sure, right? And so their final ban will be this Valentina, and we'll see. Is Glue going to be part of this match or not? That is going to be entirely up to Enya, or maybe it's going to be up to Aeon, who's going to be advising them on the front lines on how this next draft for Game Point is going to work.
I mean, if you leave the Glue available and Evil take it up, they have Faramis, right? Which I think historically has been used as a sort of counter in a way to Glue, even though I think Glue still has an up on Faramis in terms of win rate. Oh no, sorry. Actually, Faramis has a much higher win rate. I believe he has 80-something% or something close to that. Might need to get check out on that number later. But
86.
Yeah, 86%. Yeah, so he has a slightly higher win rate than Glue, and it's just because Faramis with that Cult also able to keep the team alive for so long. And so Glue and Faramis both available here. They are gonna pick the Faramis for Evil.
Yep, I like that choice better. It gives them a bit more options in terms of what they can pair it up with. So Melon back on this Faramis is probably one of the better picks for the side of Evil. Now SMGSG, the concern is, do they want to pick a Glue up in response? Or what are they considering against this Faramis? And of course, Enya gonna secure this first Glue for the side of SMGSG, probably gonna hand it over to Supergirl. Now, the only thing about this is the synergy. So both teams, they have access to what we call survivability based on these two heroes that they have picked. But now you can see Miku Mi is kind of, trading thoughts with Aeon here. What can they use to back this Glue up? And it's going to be the Farsa.
I think Farsa in retaliation to the Faramis makes sense, because the Faramis is called Alta. He's gonna have to have his teammates around him, and that Faramis will allow, the Farsa will have that AoE damage. I think other than the Farsa, normally what we've seen against Faramis is people picking up Lolita for the roam in order to, reduce or completely remove the effect of the Faramis's ult. But like you said, it really depends on how they're going to build the team around these initial picks. I do think that Evil probably want to go for, much tankier heroes to make sure that Faramis ultimate is going to be used to its fullest effect, and they do pick up the Fredrin.
Yep, and they're going to pair it up with the Yu Zhong as well. Right now, for the consideration of SMG/SG is, I think they need to complete their lineup with someone who has good burst. Right, you have to have good burst because number one, you have to work through a powerful Fredrin, that's one. You have to work through Melon with the Couch Ultra as well. And finally, if the situation comes where Yu Zhong comes in with the Black Dragon form for a kite session against the members of SMG/SG, it's much better to be able to burst down this Black Dragon form as quickly as possible.
I could imagine that U-base, right, for Team SMG could be very much possible. We do have Enya that's just going to be picking up the glue for themselves, and of course, naturally, right, Evil, they would want to play team fight. They have a Faramis, so as much as possible, let's just run it right down, play team fight. Team SMG have got different ways to play around. They can choose to either split everyone up, or they play fire with fire, you know? So this time, SMG, it kind of seems as though they're not exactly wanting to fight fire with fire. They do want to splash some cold water on the fire instead by picking up the Akai. The main thing that they are looking out for here is just using up the heavy spin. I have no idea why I said that.
It's alright, take your time.
Heavy spin to push everyone else away, or to really just isolate this one person.
I think Isolate would be the better choice because it doesn't really work in synergy with the Feather Airstrike, because technically if you have the Feather Airstrike, you want people to stay within the range of that ultimate ability. So I think the point here is to, number one, have Dewi push off anyone or maybe keep them inside of this Feather Airstrike, while Supergirl on this glue will be causing mayhem on the backlines of the side of Evo. So Evo, of course, now they're left with Coconut and Carrot. Not sure how Coconut should draft into this lineup. You have to deal with a heavy spin. You have to deal with the split by Supergirl as well.
I think this Akai is probably going to go into the jungle here in Reminiscence's hand. And what we've normally seen with Akai jungle is that with the heavy spin, he can deny the retribution from the side of Powerful on that Fredrin. So maybe that is their game plan. They want to ensure that they, get the Lords, get the Turtles, be able to snowball themselves into the late game. And with Glue split pushing, that's going to be a very scary sort of setup for SMG.
Yep, I think really covering the different scenarios that will present itself throughout the match, I think that's the way SMG/SG is drafting, which I think is really smart. Right now, Evo, I'm still kind of trying to figure out what they want to do with their draft. Of course, it's not complete, so we can only make our educated guesses in this case. But right now, they're trying to make life difficult for Coconut on the side of SMG/SG. Going to be taking away the carry and the Claw, as well as Melissa from the side of Evo, and finally the Atlas. And I think, that's a pretty good bet. I do not want
your team is picking.
Charging in to get that kind of a 4 or 5 man fatal link, which will lead up into a horrible situation to be placed in against a 5-man Feather Airstrike.
And then we do get SMG getting the Moskov. So Enya is going to have a little bit more survivability with that stun, with the ability to blink away. So Evil might have some trouble trying to gank Enya unless there's maybe 2 or 3 of them. So this is an investment that Evil need to consider whether they have the ability or time to go hunt down Enya on this Moskov. And they are going to finish up their draft with the Brody, with the Grok. So 3 very heavy HP heavy heroes on the side of Evil, which I think does pair in with the Faramis, but there's not a lot of, I guess, hard lockdown that I can see on the side of Team Evil, whereas on SMG, there's a lot of disruptors, I see.
Yeah, that's right. So right now, CC could be a potential problem for SMG/SG because it's a very specific setup. They need to be caught by Darius, or in this case, probably, Darius, heavy spin if he's going to go into the roam position, or in this case Reminiscent if he's going to play a jungle archive. So the conditions are very steep and very specific from the side of SMG/SG if this archive is going to be part of the lineup, right? And of course they are going to pick a Cho. Now it probably should be a roam Cho, so Davey will get his hands on a roam Cho, and of course Reminiscent back onto the archive jungle. Paired up against the lineup for Evo, Carrot onto this Grok and Coconut on Brody. This would prove to be a very interesting one because both teams are going to similar extents of
set up for team battle. They want to split the fight and go for the important backline.
It just depends, I think, whether that Faramir ultimate is going to come in at the clutch time. Because in terms of execution, I think it's slightly easier on the side of Team Evil, but SMG, quite an exciting lineup. I'm keen to see how they play this.
This, of course, seems like a game of crowd control. It is the Titans that is fighting against one another, who is going to be the one that will be the first strike to lock someone down. As we move on to game number 3 between Evil versus SMGSG, who have got the micro game to win in this fight for lockdown.
To mobile.
And we're going to start with a pause. No, I'm just joking. We have already cancelled that pause. So right now...
You're just joking about being joking? Okay. It is what it is, huh?
Looks like it's not Team Evil that has paused because JS is kind of looking at the other table and guys, why you paused? The game just started.
Well, I do want to take this moment and, really just understand their lineup a little bit more, right? Because when it comes down to Evil, the main thing that they're looking out for really boils down to team fight, right? When it comes down to picking up a Faramis, they would want to huddle up as much as possible, making full use of the Cult's Altar. In the meantime, they have picked out Yuchong specifically to deal with the Fasa. The Fasa would not be able to hold on to the Feathered Airstrike for long enough as long as Yuchong goes in with a quick little boop onto the Fasa. So you wouldn't really expect much going on, especially when he's in the Black Dragon form. There's really nothing that will stop him. Even if there is an Arkai trying to spin away, Moskov trying to throw him out the way, or perhaps even Cho trying to kick him away, nothing seems to work. The only thing that they can do is wait until the dragon has landed.
Yep, I think this Yuzong is specifically just against Mikumi's Fasa, but aside from that, the whole fight around the rest of the members, it will be kind of messy.
I think it'll be quite funny in a way because Glue is going to jump on someone, Kai is going to spin another person away, and then Cho is going to kick another person into oblivion, right?
Yep.
So you're going to have Moskov as well stunning up someone, and then Faza just going, oh, I guess I'll take the last one standing. So this is quite interesting. I would say that this like mass CC lineup from SMG does... I wouldn't want to play against this, you know what I mean? And I think whether they execute it well, that's one thing. I do think that Evil, they can just walk right in. They've got tanky heroes. They're not too worried about damage being done to them. But SMG is going to be fun. Very, very fun.
Yep, I think the way the fight is going to break out is not really a technical true 5v5. It's more of 1v1s across the map happening at the same time. And it really comes down to the individual skills of each of these players to see how the actual full-on duration of fight, how it will turn out. Like whether the advantage will go to Evil, whether the advantage will go to SMG SG. Because I mean, if you take a look at it, Yizong's primary target has to be the Fasa. With Fasa, dropping bombs with the Feather Airstrike, along with Moskov jumping around with the spears, it's going to be quite hard to deal with from the Evil lineup's perspective.
Evil themselves also have a lot of lockdowns. Let's not forget about that, right? When it comes down to Faramis, it does have the Shadow Stampede. When it comes down to Fredrin, he literally is a chock full of lockdowns, be it taunts or perhaps even knocking up. Yuchong does have got his Furious Dive. Brody can kick people to the oblivion and just do a quick little somersault as well. And Grog, let's not forget about Grog. A single wild charge will be able to send someone away from the Earth and fly them all the way over to Pluto.
Yep, that displacement for the Guardian's Barrier could be something that is very important during team fights, because if you're able to create a distraction, I mean, the way that I see the fights breaking out is really several things happening across a small space, over the duration of the fight. But if the Grog can actually land a very nice Guardian's Barrier into Wild Charge, it stops the entire momentum on the side of SMG-SG.
Now, of course, when it comes down to the Guardian's Barrier from the side of Grog, it can either be something that works really good for Evil, or it could completely backfire. We have a Moskov onto the hands of Enya after all. And Moskov absolutely thrives whenever he's close to a wall and being able to completely just, lay a trap on top of them. But, of course, let's not forget about the fact that Grog does have his what's that called again? Anyways, he got NTCC lah.
Oh, antithesis.
Let's just call it that way. He's got his antithesis.
Power of nature, I believe, is
Yep.
the skill name.
Thank you. As long as he's charging on the power of nature, he's not going to be afraid of much. So, honestly, it's kind of tough for me to even say if it's either going to be Evil or SMG that will be able to hold a candle against one another. Both of them seems to be pretty strong. When it comes down to lineup and gameplay-wise, it is opposites attract kind of thing, right? Evil wants to be close, but SMGSG wants them far away from one another.
I feel, yeah, like this is the idea of like, you know when you want to give someone a hug and they just don't want to receive that hug? I feel like SMG looked at the draft and Evil was like, I am a Faramis, I have a Faramis. I'm gonna love my teammates, I'm gonna bring them back from the brink of death. And SMG is just like, no, you're not allowed to. Only my glue can be attached to you and you are mine. You are not going anywhere with your team and I'm taking you down with me. So we shall see if that is going to be the case here. There is a little bit of troubleshooting issues now. But yeah, we're going to jump into the game real quickly. Kin, is there anything else you would like to add?
I think we should prepare ourselves for potentially, I mean, the way that I see how Evil's lineup is going to work, there might be a scenario where the Guardian's Barrier is actually going to set the stage where they officially split the fight. So you have the Guardian's Barrier to block off the frontliners of SMGSG from joining hands with the members of the backline for SMGSG. That could be a potential situation that arises, and you know that's where the Yizong Black Dragon form can come into play in a different style, right? Instead of just focusing on the Farsa, if Farsa is not in range in the first place, there is no Feather Airstrike to talk about.
It's scary how similar these two teams are on the other hand. When we're looking at, when I'm pretty much looking at each of these roles and their archetypes and what they can do in the fight, when we're looking at the Rome, right, we've got a Grog and a Cho. Both of them thrives in opening up maps, and they can do absolutely anything to provide vision to scare players away. Because, I mean, let's be honest here, Grog with a single wild charge, you'll be knocked up and stunned for a long period of time. Probably rivaling against a Cho's Way of the Dragon for how long it would be. Except that Cho will be able to displace you and put you in unfavorable position and perhaps land you into uncharted territories. So that is one thing they have. That's one thing that they have in common. Number two, when we are looking at high ground, technically speaking, both teams, they don't, when it comes down to Evil, they don't really have very strong high ground, while SMGSG, they do have a Farsa. But Evil do have a way to deal with that high ground simply by popping with the Way of the... not Way of the Dragon, sorry, but popping the Black Dragon form. They're able to dispel Farsa's quick little Feathered Airstrike. This way, they should be able to do a pretty good job in neutralizing one of the main threats, which is something that they don't have an answer to if the Feather Airstrike goes completely unnoticed.
Yeah, and saying all of that, I think we are going to go for a quick 5-minute break just to get the teams to settle a little bit of troubleshooting issues. So we will be back really quickly. See you guys soon.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ
邪魔だ虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Sorry for the wait. We are definitely ready to get the ball rolling. But, of course, before we even jump right into the game, a quick little recap as to what to expect when it comes down to these two teams and what are their compositions first. Because, you know, we tend to forget, especially for me. I forget all the time. So, of course, when it comes down to Evil, we are looking at a Faramis, Frendrin, Yuzhong, Brody, and Grok, while SMGSG have got Fasa, Glue, Akai, Moskov, and Cho. With all these said, you know, these two lineups are definitely looking to be pretty darn strong. I would love to have both of you pick the play. Tell me what do you think this.
Well, it's gonna be a difficult one. I can't really tell the teams apart in terms of like the win.
Which lineup you prefer?
Yeah, which lineup I prefer,
Okay.
because it's really quite similar. There
Very
are
similar, yeah.
there are certain win conditions that are very hard to fulfill on both teams. But if they get that win condition down, it is going to be a very simple and straightforward fight for them. They should win it in a blink of an eye.
I'm gonna answer for Suki. She likes SMG. Yes. Oh wow, I'm right. But okay, so we're just gonna be jumping into the game and just gonna be expecting to see both of these teams wanting to play as maybe passively as possible, or maybe some tinge of aggression every now and then. They would, when it comes down to Melon as well as Carrot, they are definitely still wanting to find those pick-off potential, especially when it comes down to Melon's Shadow Stampede. In the meantime, as I said, bot lane, kind of seeing as though JS is not in a good spot at all. The amount of lockdowns that SMG has is all about slows and stuns, which Mikumi manages to pull right off, giving Reminiscent the first kill.
Yep, that's a very, very important growth spurt for SMG. It's about 300 gold close to at this point, which isn't something super significant. But that is going to be slowed down farm for Jace's. And you can see he is once again close to half his health, as Reminiscent is going to keep his eyes peeled for the rest of his members.
And now, Evil starting to seem as though they would want to focus a little bit more on the JS's lane. They definitely do not want JS to go down again, especially since the little turtle is about to appear. They need to ensure that JS don't go down too early. SMG will echo that thought. They do have the Fasa as well as the Akai down in the bottom lane, while Supergirl and Davis is just going to be hovering around the pit as well. As SMG, they are going to be making first contact onto Powerful. We are going to be expecting to see that the Cult Ultra is going to be popped, but unfortunately, Melon wasn't able to get himself close enough to hit Powerful, as there was, of course, the heavy spin coming from the side of Madison to push it all the way.
Yep, with all of that being said and done, Reminiscent actually survived. They got the kill on the jungler as well. So Powerful, one step behind already for his team. So Team Evil, they're trailing by 2 kills at this point. Well, the silver lining is that Reminiscent is a bit low, and I believe he needs to get another buff on his hands before they feel confident enough to go for the second turtle of the game. So we'll see how that works out for Team SMGSG so far, because they have this very, very slight lead.
They definitely don't mind going for another turtle stance. The main thing is, of course, making full use of the jungling time for a Madison. So he just kind of like moved his way over to the purple and then the orange buff. This way, you'll be able to get all the buffs while also getting all his health back and ready to fight for the turtle. As now we're just going to be looking at the turtle. We're just going to be looking at the turtle fight as the Madison just immediately went over to the heavy spin. Melon as well as Carrot doesn't seem like they will be able to hold this for long enough. The only one that went down, unfortunately, is gonna be Supergirl, as JS takes himself right in his face. But the one that got a kill is Melon instead.
I think that's fine for SMGSG. I mean, they did get a kill on Jason as well, so that's kind of evening things out, right? He gets one more wave of farm compared to when he died. So that's going to be evening out on the side of Team Evil. So SMG, I don't think they're super bothered by that. Right now, it's really about the map control and keeping Powerful in check. He is 0-1 and 0, and Reminiscent is already 2 kills ahead.
0-1 and 0. I suppose Powerful will want to find more of that pick-up potential. After all, he's playing as a Frendrin. Frendrin does have a lot of utilities on his hand, and as long as he kind of like make the first move, you should be able to get a quick little taunt as well, or rather just kind of a quick little knockdown and a taunt that will be able to help the rest of the team to just spring right in and deal with SMG. But so far, Reminiscence heavy spin has been playing a very big part. making sure that Evil's lineup of just sticking together doesn't work that well.
Yep, they're going to put pressure on the bot lane, but the true play is all the way at the top. Let's take a look there.
Doesn't seem like Dairy will be able to get a quick kill onto Carrot, unfortunately. He pretty much just tried to displace Carrot and just kind of bring some of that aggression over to him. So I guess it is more of a play to disengage rather than engage.
Yep, the 1-3-1 strategy by Evo on the laning phases is it's not working out too well in their favor at this point, but they're just looking for the small crack here. As Jason gets stunned up, he might fall, and no, they actually cancel out that move by Miku Miku Mi.
Funny how we see the hunter gets hunted instead. You know, usually it's the Yuzhong that will want to jump himself onto the Fasa, but this time Fasa just decided, hey, you know what? Let me just poke him a little bit. But unfortunately, that didn't really play that big of a part. Not much was made, but instead of playing a part, we do have Powerful just gonna be kicked right in the face, and it doesn't seem like they are able to do quite much from this point onwards. As Carrot just gonna be going right in with the wild charge, sending a couple of people up to the sky, and so will the Furious dive. Most of that fight has yet come to a conclusion until now, as Melon takes himself with a single kill onto the side of Dairy, and the rest of the teams from both Evil and SMG have decided to disengage.
It looks like they want to use one player's life to trade for every objective so far. It's not intentional, but that has been the cause of going for the objective on the side of SMG SG. This time it is Supergirl, no, not Supergirl, it's going to be Dairy who actually takes the death for his team here, that sacrificial play, and they do get that second turtle. If we take a look at the gold graph as well as the itemization, the growth so far has been pretty much even, but I think just a bit ahead more for the side of Enya here, who already has a corrosive stun and already set up on building his second item as well.
Indeed. So how exactly is this fight gonna be like? Well, this still too early. This game is still more about the game of mages, I would say. Melon has got a total of 2 kills, while Miku Miku Mi have got 2 assists. So you can pretty much say that they are pretty much even Stevens. The roamer, as well as the jungler, is going to play a very big part. Remanison has gotten himself a total of 2 kills, and with all of the heavy spin that is able to get onto the fight, he has been so far successful in ensuring that the Count Altar pays no value. And right now, Melon goes right into the mix. He does have the Cult's Altar to make sure that they have extra insurance for Coconut, as he survives with just a slug of health.
Yep, that could be a good setup for SMG SG, you know, with the Cult's Altar down. It is the time to play and make an aggressive play itself. You can see the way they're positioning, they want to get rid of this, and it looks like the Lethal Wanderer actually will go into the hands of SMG SG this time. Now, with the turtle being set up for the next spawn in a couple of seconds more, Miku Miku Mi leads the damage dealt leaderboards.
A game of mages at this point in time, yeah? Miku as well as Melon has got a massive amount of magical damage that they can definitely bring onto the board, and I'm pretty sure that it will skyrocket even more after this turtle fight. As Miku pops off with his own feathered airstrike, JS responds accordingly with a Black Dragon form. But for now, looking at the Black Dragon form, JS jumps himself right onto Enya. He definitely wants to push him away with a quick little Petrify and a Fury dive. He wants to bring Enya down. He left so little health left. Carrot was hoping that the Guardian's Barrier will be able to bring him down, but unfortunately wasn't able to. But the main thing is, they managed to push Enya away, and the rest of the members can't be able to focus on the turtle. But alas, they still lost the turtle.
Yep, you start with a scratch and it's turned into a scar right now for Evo, because SMGSG definitely in control with that secondary kill on JS. Again, this is a free tier 1 turret unless Carrot has anything to say about it.
Quite a bit of material that SMG has managed to get for themselves. They managed to get 1 kill onto the opponents, translate that over to the turtle pick, and then the first tier defense turret in the bottom lane. And that has allowed them to do quite a lot within that short moment of time. But one thing I would want to say is that burst of damage on the Supergirl is definitely unprecedented.
Yep, it is going to be a silver lining for them if they can even get Reminiscent here. Because if you take a look at the top lane, in the last 30 seconds, our dear Moskov, Mr. Enya, has taken down another tier 2 turret at the top lane. And that has contributed to a 4k goal lead from the SMGSG side.
A lot of discipline is put into this game as SMG tries their absolute hardest to defend every single one of their objective. Even to the point of popping out with the feathered airstrike, even to the point of pushing Miku Miku Mi in the bottom lane to clear out the wave. Evil knows that the Miku is around the area. They want to jump onto him, but unfortunately, Fasa doing Fasa things, isn't it?
Yeah, wings on wings there, getting out of the map, playing with that movement speed as well. And here is the potential next setup for SMG-SG. They have their eyes on the Lord at this point, and if you take a look at what's happening, they are converging all the waves to crash in at the same time as well.
And of course, with all of the first tier defense turret already taken down, it is definitely going to be tough for Evil to even reclaim back lands. It's tough for them to even reach the 50 line. It's tough for them to
turret has been destroyed.
Rushes because Derry could pretty much be anywhere in here. Derry did try to go for a quick little Jacundo landed on top of Powerful and or Carrot, but it doesn't seem like things are going to be working out well. Madison joins in the battle. He does have a heavy spin and trying to lock right down on the Melon, and it does seem like they almost managed to bring him down until now. Miku Miku Mi then managed to get himself a double kill, and in the back line, Enya focuses himself onto JS, unable to bring down a single member from SMG, while Evil themselves has lost 2.
Yep, a Dairy and Reminiscent combo breaker there, allowing Enya to just dish out damage for his team, and SMG-SG looking very good.
A quick little trap as Supergirl flies up to the air with a quick little knockout from the side of Powerful. Guardian's Barrier locks him off, making sure that he's unable to leave. But after a full 5 seconds, Supergirl is still alive, and that amount of space that he have bought have allowed SMG to pick up the Lord without any contest.
Yeah, buckle up your seatbelt because Evo is in for a rough ride. Let's take a look at the growth. They have the Golden Staff and Wind of Nature already on this Moskov. Add that up with the Demon Hunter Sword, and that is no tanks available in the way of SMG-SG's dominance.
Definitely tough to play around with this, isn't it? The main thing is that when it comes down to SMG, they definitely want to have their dominance eyes to be locking onto the Yuzong, which SMG have both of them, onto the Cho and as well as onto the Glue. So Cho is understandably going to be closer to the main team, while Glue is the one that really flies far away to ensure that he don't far.
Blue team turret has been destroyed.
And for now, speaking of duels, it kind of seems as though SMG will want to duel for themselves. Madison is just going to be going straight in for the heavy spin to push JS right into the court of the wall. But no one came in to assist, and such, JS used his way of he used his like form.
Yep, that was a beautiful one. Now they have burned 2 out of 5 ultimates on the side of Evo, and the Lord is approaching the base of Evo. They're gonna start knocking on the doors, and we're gonna see how will they respond on the side of Team Evo.
The lanes are almost moving in tandem. We've got Miku Miku Mi popping off with the when offensive airstrike. JS was hoping that he'll be able to completely obstruct Miku's advantage. But, well, Miku managed to deal all the damage that he needed to. It wasn't right. There wasn't much that JS managed to obstruct.
Yep, this discipline has been perfect so far from SMG-SG. Not only do they break one lane of T3s, they also allow themselves to feast upon, the festivities of the jungle for the side of Team Evo. And Evo now very much on the back foot. They are still pretty much in the game, but they have to be very careful how they approach this next fight.
SMG is just starving out Evil. There's not a lot of things that they can farm. As much as possible, they would want to freeze the waves as much as possible so that it doesn't, the EXP and the gold doesn't go into the void. Evil needs to play around with the lane management as much as possible. They also need to ensure that they are safe throughout the duration. Because right now, even if they were to half the turret, the Phantom Airstrike will still deal a number onto them, as you can see. Carrot has already been taken down. Madison was hoping that he'll be able to display some of these members, as now Melon has lost his Cult Altar. Frozen for a little bit, but he's still gonna be A-okay. Throughout all of the battle, SMG has managed to bring down all of the inhibitor turret and rendered the entire team of Evil completely in barren wasteland.
Yep, this could be the most heart-wrenching 10 seconds left before the Lord spawns, because they have to survive, they have to clear the lanes. In the meantime, they still have to be bothered about the fact that the Lord is enhanced and probably going into the hands of Reminiscent here.
Miku's Feathered Airstrike is definitely an annoying skill to deal with. It's constantly going up and pop and pop and pop. The thing is, Miku is not necessarily looking for opening kills, he's not looking to kill anyone. It really just boils down to pokes. This is kind of like the same idea of getting yourself a Xavier, just constantly going in with a Dawning Light and making sure that Evil will have difficulties joining into a battle immediately after. They have to walk back a little bit to get themselves a heal and then join back to the battle, which is exactly what you see from MLBB here.
Yep, this could be the start of the end here. The Lord is going to be starting to march down this middle lane. Evil, they have to be ready for this onslaught by SMGSG.
Evil, they are prepared for what is coming, as Supergirl and Romanison is going to be the first two main characters that moved into this barren wasteland, waiting for the perfect opportunity as they lined up a wall. They make sure that Evil will not be able to do quite much, while the Lord is just going to be swinging his trident, while Miku is going to be popping into the battle of Ezra, but unfortunately that Black Dragon is just going to be popping in, just boop him away, but the entirety of Evil wasn't even able to do quite much at that very instant, and every one of SMG crumbled the entirety of the throne.
Yep, they couldn't stand up to this constant pressure by SMGSG. Experience now showing the better of the two between these two teams. But now I'll leave it as Suki. Now you have to break it down for us. What went on in this game?
Akai, I think, just gave or sent a message to all Faramis players that you're not going to want to play Faramis against him, okay? Like, Melon, every time he tried to use the Cult Altar to get in there to rescue someone from his team, you just see the Akai heavy spin and you're like, okay, bye Melon, we'll see you after this team fight is over, and then maybe we'll think about taking you out. And of course, on the side of SMG, Supergirl there, it took them 4 to 5 man commitments multiple times to even take down Supergirl. And that was only when he was alone and he was the bait, right? They were getting other things on the map, they were going for other objectives, and SMG had this game plan in mind and they played it to perfection.
It kind of seems as though it's pretty much a game of tempo and snowball. There's just way too much goal deficit that Evil is looking at, because by the end of the game, 15 minutes and 21 seconds in, Evil is looking at a 11,000 gold deficit. They don't even have a lot of opportunities to take any of the opponent's objective, be it turret, turret, Lord, or Turtle. And when it comes down to their own buffs, unfortunately for Powerful, they can only go in for 4 cycles.
Yep, I mean, if you take a look at Miku Mi compared to Melon, Miku Mi is 2 items ahead of Melon. So sure, you have the Cult's Altar, but you know, the sustenance you have from Cult's Altar is of no comparison to the Feather Airstrike that Miku Mi offers to his team. And you still have Enya, who's, you know, just barraging them from the backlines of SMGSG, and like Suki, you just mentioned, Reminiscent, he is just standing there. The way they treated this Cult's Altar is not an extra life, it's just a timer, and they're just wasting the time. They wait out the entirety of the Cult's Altar, and then they start their true engage.
That's actually a very good point, because Melon was untouched for most of the fights while the Cult Altar was active, just pushing away, right? And that was why the Akai was there, that was why the Cho was there, and they were just like, you know, keep away, Faramis, we don't want you in this fight. But as we look at the damage down and at the other stats here for this game, man, Supergirl taking a lot of damage and Miku dishing a lot of damage. I do also have to kind of shout out that Enya, when he was under pressure, when they went after him in the bottom lane, you know, he told his team, listen, I'll be fine. You get the back line, I will bait them away. And he and Davey got out of that fight with barely any HP left too.
I think that this game for SMG, every single one of them played a very crucial role. It's very difficult for me to even point out a single MVP here.
Okay.
Okay? Miku, okay. It's kind of tough for me to say anything, so I'll leave it to you guys to say that it is gonna be the Akai that gets himself the MVP, Reminiscent, with a 3:1:4 score line. 680 GPM, a total of 77% kill participation, constantly revolving around the battlefield. Sometimes I don't even know if he knows where is north, south, east, or west.
I mean, a literal revolver here for his team, and I think one of the mainstays for his team is he provided this piece of calm and collection for the team, right? Enya was not really too bothered during the big fights, and like you said, I think the call during that last fight was Enya was perfectly ready to be jumped on because he had trust that Reminiscent could actually get that heavy spin to lock down the important members of Team Evil.
Yeah, you know, you can't take away from what Evil did as well, right? we always talk about how, you know, SMG is doing great and that's how they won the game, but at the same time, you can't take away from Evil. They actually did catch out Enya in a few bad positions. They caught out Supergirl in a few bad positions, but it was a team effort.
Yes.
And I think we're going to jump into the highlights in a bit, but I do want to say that reminiscent, there was one team fight, I believe it was the third turtle or something, where he got 2 of the enemy members of Evil locked down, and he was just standing there. He wasn't moving. It was very patient play from him.
Maybe we'll be able to see that we were looking out for. Of course, we have talked of whatever that we wanted. Suki, take it away.
Yeah, and we're going to go in. We do see like how well Reminiscent is playing this lineup, pushing them away, making sure that they're keeping the right heroes alive. And this was the one where Enya, you know, he barely got away. Reminiscent knew when to go in. And even with JS trying to go after Enya, it was Dairy, you know, covering up the backside of SMG. So this multiple, I guess, defensive tactic with all the CCs on the side of SMG was able to keep them alive. And even here, the Grok tried to go in. He got a great stun, but the burst, and they just blew up that Grok heart tank, sorry. And yeah, and this is the last fight now. The Cult Alter doesn't even feel like he's doing anything at that point.
It doesn't seem like SMG even cared too much about the opponents. You pretty much put the nail on the head, right? You hit the nail on the head. They don't care about the Cult Alter. So just, you know what? Focus on an objective. I have the Lord. I have everyone. I have ballistas. We're just gonna hit the throne. And some of them maybe just suffered a little bit of damage here and there. Maybe I have a couple of skills, just gonna toss it out every now and then.
Yeah, but I think they actually, you know, turned the strength of the Grok into their own strength for SMG SG,
right.
You know, and I think that was really beautiful. But one of the things that, you know, is even stronger is actually if we can hear the thoughts of the player themselves. So let's get Cheryl to help us out with this. Cheryl, gonna throw it back to you. Let us know what the players think of this match.
Yes, so ladies and gentlemen, what a match 3. Definitely a reason for being the highlight match right here today. Now, here I have the man of the hour. I have Enya right beside me. Enya, don't be shy. Come closer. Hi. Hi, Enya. Hello. Yeah, so we do have some burning questions for you, Enya. So firstly, it's more about Game 2. Because Game 2, we actually see our dear team of Evil actually using almost an identical draft that you guys did in Game 1. So with that being said, is that a mistake that Evil did because you guys has lost the game? And then what did you do? Because you knew exactly how to counter it?
I believe that Evil, they had a game plan on their mind. But on our end, we know how to fight against drafts like that. So we can give them our draft and we know how to fight against it. So I don't think there'll be any problem to it.
Right. Oh, and of course, after a tough Game 1, what did the team do to really readjust, you know, your play style and everything to take Game 2 and Game 3 so convincingly?
The only thing that we need to adjust is that our draft and then the marksman that I actually did. Because there is still quite a lot of cheese marksman that I haven't taken out yet.
Right, so how does it feel last season, the last time I interviewed you, you say that you have the possibility of getting benched, and right now you are here as the main roster.
I still might get benched. Might.
All right, now that's what he says, but he's still definitely here as the main roster. Now with only 3 games remaining, which is the gold laner, you're looking forward to the most to meeting in lane?
I'm looking forward to meeting RSG gold laner because first of all, they are from Indonesia and they play MDL, so which is the higher standards of MPL SG. So I want to see where my limits compare to them.
Right, so shout out to MPL ID as well. So maybe just to stir the pot a little bit, you know, with your current performance so far in MPL SG, you know, what do you think your fans will think of you?
So, I think they think I'm a troller, but actually I'm not. I'm very serious.
You're very serious?
Yes.
Right, so what do you want to say to them to make them have that confidence in you, you know, for the next 3 days?
Just believe that I will pull something cheesy off RSG. Hopefully, if the coach allows it.
Oh, wow. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Enya, for this interview. Well done. All right. It was always a pleasure interviewing Enya. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, that was Enya right here with us from Team SMG. Now coming up next at 7 p.m., boy oh boy, do we have a match for you right here in week 2 where miracles could happen. So stay tuned with us because the next match that's going to be coming up real soon, it's going to be Alchemy SG going head to head with RSG Slate SG. Stick around, join us, and we'll see you at 7 p.m.
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again, and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ邪魔だ
虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again, and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel. Ha!
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to match 4 right here for week 2, day 2, right here at MPLSG season 5. So yes, earlier on in match 3 right here in this miracle week, we have seen some wonderful plays as well. So we have Evo taking 1 game off SMGSG earlier at match 3. Now here at match 4, closing off the day, we have RSG Slate SG going head-to-head against Alchemy SG. Now this is going to be Alchemy's SG biggest challenge yet, as they're going to face off our reigning and defending champions, RSG Slate SG. Do they have what it takes to grab points off them and climb the overall standings? That we can only stick around to find out. Meanwhile, for all of our live viewers right here today, we have a treat for you. So any selfies that you take right here at the venue, hashtag our pride, our passion to show support to our boys, and tag us right here on our official Instagram of mpl.sg.official and show your proof of post to any of our lovely crew members right here, and we will soup you up really, really nicely. So yes, to all of our live viewers tuning in right now, you guys get amazing treats as well just by tuning in right here to this live stream. Now, if you want to find out more information on how to join us as a live audience, all you guys have to do is just to pay attention to our Instagram, which is mpl.sg.official. So without further ado, let's meet the team, shall we? Ladies and gentlemen, first up presenting to you, RSG Slate SG. The boys are looking so comfortable, relaxed. It's just as though it's another day in the office. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you our next team. Ladies and gentlemen, Alchemy SG. Now, once again, ladies and gentlemen, this match proves to be the toughest one yet that Alchemy SG is going to face off right here in the regular season. Do they have what it takes, to challenge our defending champions? Will Zookeeper, their coach, lead them to victory? That we can only find out because it's so versatile, because they are a rookie team. We don't know much about them. But of course, over on the other hand, we have a very experienced team who has played international matches. So what would happen? Let's find out, and let's head it over to the casters to talk about this situation. Take it away, guys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the final series of today. We are in here for match number 4 of today. It is RSG Slate SG versus Alchemy SG. Of course, one of the experienced top dogs against the rookie team. It's kind of tough, and of course, it's going to be a tough field day for Alchemy, but I'm pretty sure that a lot of people are cheering them on, and I am super stoked to watch that. In fact, not just me. My name is Abstract. Together with me here is Suki as well as Churros. I'm pretty sure every single one of you guys are super stoked for this as well, aren't you?
Yeah, I am very, very excited for this. I do think RSG have been playing out of their minds so far this season. But, I think Alchemy, they come in, they have tried a bunch of different heroes, a bunch of different ideas. It is week 2, day 2, so who knows? Maybe we might see another upset, given that there have been a lot of, changes from today's matches.
Yeah, matter of fact, RSG Slate SG still has a 100% win rate in the regular season, whereas Alchemy still a rough start, has some moments of brilliance, but still in the 7th place in the power ranking so far.
Well, right now, let us just dive right in and take a look at Alchemy SG's lineup, and we'll have a quick little understanding here. Now, Tsuki, who do we have here?
We have Exalt on the gold lane, Jet in the mid, Husky in the EXP icon in the jungle, and Ashiru on the roam. And I think that for the lineup itself, there have been interesting plays from all of these players. I think Ashiru on that roam has been their playmaker so far in the majority of their games. but that hasn't always succeeded, and I think that's where Alchemy sometimes gets a little bit ahead of themselves. But I'll let Churros introduce RSG since it's his favorite team. I'm not sure.
Oh, don't expose me right there, Suki. But of course, look at our handsome boys right here. Oki on the gold lane, Roy on the mid lane, Diablo EXP, Bray in the jungle, and Lucian Cutie in the roam position. Now, these guys, like I said before, 100% win rate in the regular season, and not only one of the players are one of the key players in this team. All 5 of them are doing their roles very, very well, very, very effectively, and not only that, the hero pool size, the size of the hero pool of RSG Slate is just not to be reckoned with. Like they played in the Badang one time for Diablo. They played in the Khalid, and it really goes to show like the international experience from their sister teams elsewhere as well. It's going to be shown into play. The experience of these all these teams are coming to show, and Alchemy really has their work cut up for them in order to face up against these giants.
Just from the summary of RSG Slate SG itself, we have a very good idea what are they capable of. Super experienced team with international advantage on MPL SG right here. How exactly is Alchemy supposed to fight against these top dogs? Perhaps we can jump right in and take a look at what are their keys to victory. Suki?
Yeah, so for Alchemy SG, don't let RSG Slate control the pace of the game. That's something that I think is going to be very difficult for them to achieve because RSG have been very good at snowballing their games and ending them on their terms. But so if Alchemy SG are to survive, they do need to be aggressive, Icon especially, and they need to protect their gold laner. They need to protect Assault so that he can take them into the late game.
And of course, Alchemy SG got a lot of work cut out for them. Now, Churros, you've already talked quite a bit of a summary about RSG, but against Alchemy, I'm pretty sure that they have quite a lot of value within this team. They are in MPL SG after all, so what does RSG Slate have to look out for?
Well, value is understatement. As an experienced team, you have the ability to set the momentum, which is what Alchemy is sort of like lacking. That is their weakness points. You want to exploit the fact that RSG Slate is able to hit Alchemy themselves with their signature aggressive start. What do you do when your jungle is falling far behind? What do you do when your gold lane is falling far behind and you're just running around like hitless chickens? You just want to give them the RSG Slate treatment. Don't give Alchemy SG space to breathe at all. So it's not only a speed run to get your power spikes fast, it's a speed run, not really a speed run, but like the opposite of a speed run to prevent Alchemy from reaching their power spikes at all. So we're gonna see a lot of different plays situating around Bray and how he glues the entire team together within all these team fights. And it's gonna be really, really exciting how this team shows off against a team that actually went past the qualifiers again into the MPL, so it's basically like the introduction to MPL in that respect.
I gotta have to say, right, when it comes down to Alchemy, like I said, they gotta have to look out for this game. Perhaps it's time for them to run a marathon. No longer, kind of trying to go for a sprint, because RSG Slate SG definitely want to go for a sprint. As such, what kind of predictions do all of us have on the table? Let's just bring up the slate and take a look. Every single one of us have got our eyes on RSG Slate SG. I would say that this is understandable considering the fact that RSG Slate SG is, after all, the favorites. I'm purely rooting for them based on the fact that they have super lot of experience. They have great micro and macro skills, and let's not forget that Lucian Cutie as well as Bray, Diablo, in fact, every single one. Oki coming into the mix as well is going to stir a lot of chaos.
Yeah, it's not only their statistics that really show how this team is actually staying in the championships or being one of the top dogs of this entire season. It's the fact that actually they're always down to earth with all of their players as well. So like if you haven't already, please go meet your players. You're down in this studio, just say hi. I mean, they'll be very they'll be welcoming you in with open arms as well. But that being said, Alchemy, this is their time to shine. This is their time to prove why they are in MPL Season 5. They did have a shaky start last week. They had a moment of brilliance with Stellar. That's a 1-2 scoreline, but they still lost the game. But it's still pretty early in the regular season, still halfway through.
And I think for Alchemy, they have proven that they can have that super fast, very aggressive start. That was how they won against Stellar previously. But, with RSG, who are known as the aggressors, right? Can they meet that aggression? Can they beat that aggression? And I think that's what Alchemy has to do today as well if they want to, I guess, solidify their position in MPL.
As such, ladies and gentlemen, let us get into the drafting phase between Alchemy SG versus RSG Slate SG. With Alchemy in the first pick, they're going to be starting things off with a quick little ban onto Fanny, while RSG Slate SG have decided to throw Glue out into the rubbish bin.
I mean, Glue has been, oh man, like, does anybody like playing against Glue anymore? Given how we've seen Glue just decimate lineups, just so annoying. Even when they're losing, the Glue is still having fun.
Yeah.
Right, so the Glue ban coming up from RSG, not a surprise, but the Faramis Valentina Kaja that we have also commonly been seeing banned, not really coming out yet.
Actually, the first phase of the ban tells a lot about both teams. Alchemy is banning out that Fanny. They identified that Bray is the main win condition for the side of RSG, but Alchemy, on the other hand, they banned out the Yichong, so it gives us kind of a semblance. They want to pick up a Farsa, they want to pick up a long-range artillery mage. But on the side of RSG, Faramis is going to get banned out.
I think when it comes down to this
Your team
for
is
RSG,
banning.
they have a lot of ways that they can play around with their composition. In the event that they do have any experimental lineup or draft where they would want to learn about the opponents, like how they would respond in certain situations, this is probably the best battlefield to use. As such, we can pretty much expect that RSG Slate SG will be pulling out some heroes that are quote-unquote questionable and maybe some interesting pick. As such, I believe that the ball will be tossed over to Zookeeper's court
Your
for
team
him to
is
find
banning.
out what are the best picks to go against such niche pick. That is if it happens.
I mean, yeah, like yesterday, I believe Diablo pulled out the Khalid as well as the Barats, which is the first time that I think RSG
Your team
picked it.
is
Other teams have done the Faramis Barats combo, but RSG, showing that they're not afraid to experiment. I mean, the Khalid pick, I think everyone was quite excited about that.
Yeah, I really like how Diablo, his experience in overseas play, his knowledge of drafting around, and his huge hero pool actually comes into play down into MPL Season 5. Because the fact of the matter is, you can't ban out this man. He's able to just use any heroes to the best of his ability. I want to bring back Abstract's point in the previous rounds that the XP lane is super crucial, and you don't need to ban out Diablo. Diablo can use any hero, he can set the tempo of the game, and tempo is the name of the game. Setting momentum from the get-go really causes a lot of trouble for Alchemy. Right off the bat, Fredrin is getting picked up. RSG, on the other hand, responds with a Farsa as well as a Grok. Now, knowing that the Yuzhong is getting banned out, Alchemy needs to find a way to go dive into their backline.
It's very interesting that we haven't seen more, I guess, popular power picks, right? The Valentina is still available. I believe that is the Farsa is still... Oh, sorry, not the Farsa. What am I saying? The Lapu is still available. The Edith is still available. A lot of the popular picks that we see in regular, or not regular, other games are still available here, but they are opening with the Grok Farsa. Now, the Grok Farsa, they could have gone in for it in the second phase. Why do you think they wanted to secure this Grok and Farsa combo for RSG?
Simple. The fact of the matter is, Farsa has the wings by wings. Grok gives a lot of vision, a lot of pressure over to the jungle side of Alchemy. So it does seem like RSG, they want to go in with a very fast rotation, very speedy movement.
I am the priestess of
from the get-go.
Your team is the hunter of all the evil gods.
Always try to shut them down in the early stage of the game. Go into the turtle pit with level 4 with your ultimates armed and ready, and leave your opponents in the dust. Keep them at level 2, not wanting to go in for team fights and then snowball their way through.
And I think we've seen our first Alice ban. So the Alice jungle meta, I guess, perhaps, a little bit of a concern for Alchemy right now.
I think it does make quite a bit of sense here, understandably, right? When it comes down to Alice, we haven't really seen a lot of that coming out. It is going to be a niche pick, and I think that Zookeeper understands that RSG may want to go towards that route. So he's just throwing out as much as possible, anything that is unprecedented. So having an Alice in a lineup like this with a Grog, a Badang, as well as Fasa. They are very team fight oriented. And if they have a jungler such as Alice that is able to frontline, deal damage, and really create space as a jungler, that is going to be really tough to deal with.
I do think though that they are not banning out any gold laners on the side of Alchemy. So I guess they're not so concerned about Oki. I guess they were more concerned about Bray being that, you know, that powerhouse in the jungle that we know he can be.
I think it's just a little bit too early in this regular season to understand the power of Oki. What other heroes can he play? We know that he pops up very well with a Melissa, with a Brody, even a Claude as well. But looking at this lineup, Alchemy does look a little bit thick.
Your team is
carry would
winning.
definitely be on the tables for them. And Alchemy shutting down any opportunity by RSG to get their hands on very, very aggressive heroes. And like I said, the carry is getting picked up, making Fredrin very, very inviolable. And I don't know about you guys, but I still think Fredrin is a very, very clunky hero right from the get-go. In the later stages of the game, you do need to build your stacks before going into team fights, and that is one of the weakness points of having a tank jungle who relies heavily on stacks. You have to build them up before going into any skirmishes.
And catching that carry, or well, getting that carry on the side of RSG, like you said, it does feel like it answers the lineup from Alchemy. Alchemy instead going to pick up the Moskov, so it might be hard to catch on to this Moskov. But, you know, with the Grok, I think it's not going to be easy at all for, I believe, Exalt in the goal lane to have any room.
Your team is picking.
Alchemy looking like they want to go for a very front-to-back heavy approach. So having that Moskov, having two or three even very spongy heroes, try to soak up a lot of damage, as much damage as they can. But RSG, they want to break apart that formation. They understood the assignment. They know what Alchemy is playing for. So team fight orientation is going to be split apart only by the heavy spin. Diablo, his only job is to seek out and lock down any one of these strayed members. And this is a very, very strong pick coming out from both sides. It's down to execution right now. It's who has the better ability to set the tone and set the momentum.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be moving into game number 1 of this final match of the day. Alchemy SG, they are built up to go for front to back and was hoping to tear RSG Slate SG into shreds all the way from the start to the end of the game, while RSG Slate SG seems like they are trying to go for
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them!
Unga Bunga indeed, and just in hindsight, actually,
Welcome
just looking
to
back
Mobile
at this
Legends.
draft, that's a Badang.
Yes,
he's got walls.
Yes.
That's an Akai.
Yes.
And that's a Grok. They've got walls, they've got spins, and they're gonna get stuck in between a rock and a hard place.
Yes.
So Akai is going to be that teddy bear that you don't want to hug. And Oki on that carry as well, leaving down a lot of damage as that carry. And early on, Alchemy is trying to get a little bit of aggression, but I don't think they're going to be able to go much on Lucy and Cutie, who's on the Grok.
You can pretty much expect RSG Slate SG is just really wanting to go for something interesting here. The main thing is probably have Diablo to just rush right in first. Or otherwise, Lucy and Cutie can just put up the Guardian's Barrier and Diablo can just rush right in with his ultimate. And they have a lot of synergy that they can play with the Akai. So generally speaking, you would want to lock the opponents in as long as possible within of Diablo's ultimate, thanks to Bray's heavy spin. If that is gonna work, that will be perfect. But of course, it is high mechanics and very hard to execute. I gotta have to say, RSG, they have a lot to cut out for them, and if they are able to pull it off, it could be kick-ending.
I do feel like immediately we saw that Jet as well as Ashiro going down low, and Lucy Cutie just not leaving Alchemy alone. You know, we were talking about how Alchemy and RSG both have this style of being aggressive early on, and they both want to end this game, I think, as quickly as possible with both of these very aggressive lineups. But RSG seems to be getting better of trades here, getting a bit more damage down onto the enemies of Alchemy.
RSG isn't exactly playing as normal, I would say. They're not exactly invading into the opening jungle as much as I was expecting. So I would say that is definitely a genuine surprise. It could also be because of the fact that Alchemy tried to do things of their own, having Kuski as well as Lolita to make their initial invasion now. But for now, just going to be looking at the fact that Exalt is going to be the first person to go down while Icon is just going to be pushed away.
Red Team Hero has slain
Jet
the
stole
turtle.
away the heavy spin and was hoping that he will be able to lock one person down by himself, but that just did not manage to work out. RSG did manage to lose a single member from the team fight, but did manage to get themselves more value out of that by getting both Icon as well as Exalt down, both of which are position 1 and 2.
The Akai there spinning the, I believe it was Fredrin, into that fight was a bit dangerous because Roy went down as we saw. And when we look at the emblems, you know, there is, I guess, the mystery shop on Valentina means that he's going to get his items a little bit earlier, while Faza is thinking more of like the mid to late for damage. I feel like Roy here, he needs to be a little bit more careful because Bray as well, he can't CC somebody if he is pushing them into his Faza. I think that was a bit of a misplay or perhaps a miscommunication coming up from RSG Slate here.
But it shouldn't be too big of a matter, I gotta say. RSG have yet to lose anyone ever since the first initial fight. The main thing that they would want to look out for is to buy themselves even more time, and if they are able to get even more aggression down to the bottom lane to allow Oki to get himself the farm up, that would have been the perfect play. Losing Cutie is ready in and ready to jump right in. Exalt will have no other ways to play this. Alchemy doesn't seem like they are trying to help Exalt out that much. They don't have a lot of resources just putting down onto the south side.
Blue team turret has been destroyed.
It's only 4 minutes in, and we've got Oki already getting himself the first turret.
I think Bray is trying to get somebody, and we see two heavy spins, Jet and Bray just, I guess, spinning to winning together.
I guess it's just kind of like a classic Beyblade clash, you know? It's something that we used to love when we were a child. Oh man, it sounds old. But
yeah, I mean, we are getting there. But, you know, we did see how RSG, they were focusing. They knew they wanted that turret down. So they went for it. But it's a big fight here.
First game wasn't able to do anything, and he got crashed right into the wall, and Roy reacted immediately, putting the feathered airstrike and just putting artillery barrage right on top of his head. Even though he does have the tank emblem, it doesn't necessarily mean that he is tanky.
Well, he only has tenacity, so that just gives you a little bit more defense when your HP is low, I believe. So, you know, that's going to be a little bit of
Red
a
team
hard
has slain the
turtle. And that early turret also gives Oki so much room to push down this bottom lane. And wow, Lucid Kitty going almost all the way into the depths of the jungle.
There's a lot of work out for Alchemy. Wherever that they go, they can't seem to really pick any proper fights. They don't have the damage that they are looking out for, and if they were only to just, for example, have Lolita down in the bottom lane, then
hero has been
down
slain.
to showing up and discouraging a fight. They don't really have a lot of value to be put into the game that would really push RSG onto the edge.
Yeah, we saw Puski there. Even though he is on the island, you would think that he has a bit more tankiness, a bit more fighter's capability. He was taken out very quickly. And even Icon here almost getting caught out by that heavy spin combo with Roy.
And now Ashiru joins into the fray. And like I said, it's all about the defensive maneuvers and of course the defensive plays that Alchemy is going for. RSG did manage to, of course, peel out the Luminon Blast out of the hands of Ashiru. And there's not a lot of things that they will be able to do from this point onwards. They know that Ashiru doesn't have Luminon Blast as such. They can congregate together and try to pick a big fight, no longer having to worry for a big stun. Losing Cutie a little bit too far into the jungle, but it doesn't seem like he's too afraid of anything at all.
I think the one good thing for Alchemy here is that Jet has been stealing a multitude of ultimates and just having fun with those. And if we have a look at the gold, you know, Diablo a bit quiet in the early game, but he's just been up there farming together with Oki and Bray as well. So, you know, the gold is leaning in the favor of RSG Slate, but it's still early on. There's still opportunity here for Alchemy to come back, even from a 4K gold deficit.
It is still early after all. 4,000 gold deficit is definitely...
Blue team turret has been destroyed!
However, once the Lord comes out, that is where things are definitely going to get up. Because we are talking about a retribution battle after all. Bray is currently at level 10 as compared to Alchemy's Icon, which is at level 8. a 2-level deficit, and that is going to put a huge number in the difference of retribution damage. Alchemy don't really have any choice, but they can't contest for turtle. So it's
Red
all about
team
a
has slain the
snowball game
turtle.
from this point onwards. Alchemy plays defensive because it's kind of like a damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of moment. As such, right now, Alchemy wants to play it safe, but RSG will not allow them to do that, and they immediately jump right on top of Icon, even underneath the inhibitor turret.
Wow, Puski there with that final slash, trying to get RSG into his base, still unable to do anything. You can see what Alchemy is doing.
With 2 members down from the side of Alchemy in the blink of an eye. RSG Slate SG is just melting Alchemy down, even underneath the turret's protection.
You know, for the first 7 minutes of this game, it was pretty calm, and then all of a sudden,
Everything just
RSG...
kind of...
Yeah, like RSG turned on the engine and started revving straight into Alchemy here. We could see what Alchemy was trying to do with the turtle fight, letting RSG have that and maybe pushing the top lane, but Diablo was there and they could not even go in there. And even Icon unable to secure his own orange buff, that's gotta hurt.
RSG is kind of seems like they are conserving as much coal as they can for this engine. And once we have reached the 8-minute mark, full steam ahead! Exactly is what RSG is trying to go for. We are looking at 8 minutes and 30 seconds into the game. And unfortunately for Alchemy, they have already lost 6 turrets. And they're looking at about 8,000 gold deficit. This means that RSG's lineup, a lot of them would have 1 item ahead of Alchemy. So even when it comes down to lane versus lane kind of encounters, they can't win in those 1v1 duels.
I like the way that RSG is positioning themselves here. They are spreading out across the map, making sure that they're trying to bleed out as much gold and as much a farm away from Alchemy as possible. And you know, we saw there that Puski with that Arlet, we know how game-changing Arlet plays can be, but even when he dragged 2 of the enemy members into his own base, the turrets were not even enough to take them below half HP.
The problem when it comes down to Alchemy's lineup, it kind of seems as though they don't have a team that can really open up the map very well. They don't have a lot of vision that we are looking out for, and you don't have
Red team has slain the Lord!
Right in the face of the enemy, such as Cho or perhaps Brock. If they do have something along those lines, it would have been a
Red
lot
team
better
turret
if
has
they would be
been
able to
destroyed.
get a lot of information out of RSG's movements. If they were to do that, then that would be absolutely perfect. Exalt is currently unable to go anywhere at all, as such immediately melted down like a hot knife through butter.
The funniest part of that was when Losing Cutie went through the brush,
just
was like, wait, hang on, and then turned back and was like, are you seriously in there? And managed to catch him out. So Alchemy here in a bit of a bind. There's only 4 of them up. I mean, Exalt's coming up quick. It's still not too late for respawn timers, but the Lord is smashing into the mid lane.
And of course, all of the micro blunders that Alchemy has made, they just don't really have the right movements that really enables them to fight against RSG. But hold on a second, we may actually be able to see the blunders from the side of RSG instead! With 2 members down from the side of RSG, while Alchemy haven't lost a single member. Bray and Oki takes the L. And now the gold deficit has been slightly alleviated with only 6,000 gold deficit.
That was a misplay by Bray. Unfortunately, as the Akai, he was confident. He felt like he had the HP to, you know, heavy spin deep into enemy territory, but the turrets were just free hitting him. And because of that, Oki as well on the carry, he does not have the range like a Melissa has, or even the mobility of a Claude. So he was bursted down very quickly the moment Alchemy got a good final flash, and that was all off the back of Puski's Arlet play.
And of course, a couple of inaccuracies in RSG's plays is definitely going to make things a little bit tough for them to work things out. As Losing Cutie jumps right in between, and he manages to crash right onto Exalt. This steam engine is not going to be stopping anytime soon, as Losing Cutie takes himself into the front lines. He tries to go for the Guardian Barrier to eventually block out the 3 other members, but unfortunately, was unable to do so.
That was a beautiful wall from Lucian Cutie to hold back Puski so that Exalt thought, oh, it's fine, I'm still safe. You know, Puski thought he could squeeze through that tiny little gap, but the positioning, the mind throw from RSG Slate is still top notch. We can still see that, you know, when they cast out their spells, their positioning is all very good. And that fight in the mid, I don't want to say it was down to luck, but you know, the overextension of RSG Slate, how many times more can Alchemy hope for?
Looking at marksman to marksman, we've got a carry that already have gotten 4 items with the corrosive scythe, golden staff, the sword, as well as the we're just gonna be jumping right in over to a fight that RSG has stirred up for themselves. The super whipped up Oki with a lot of items in his inventory and just picked up the Wind Talker for himself. They are going downtown. And of course, to continue my sentence, does have Wind on Nature as well. Not necessarily too afraid of all the physical damage.
Lucy Cutie knew who his target was. The moment he saw Exalt step 1 step out of position, went into the wild charge, and that fight is done and dusted. The thing is, with Bray as well as the Grok, I think it's very hard to miss on a skip, right? So Bray or Losing Cutie can get the initiation, and that means that there is a versatility in their draft that Alchemy doesn't have. Alchemy, it kind of feels like if Ashiru is not going in with the best Numenon blast of his life, Husky has to land an amazing final slash.
I think from this point in time, 13 minutes into the game, Alchemy fell short, probably because of the fact that they weren't able to get the proper foresight as to what RSG is intending to do. Every single move that RSG have made, they already probably have got a couple of steps thought out already, while Alchemy is a lot more reactive to the current situation. As such, RSG all the way from the start until now, they are constantly just making Alchemy dance on the palm of their hands. Whenever Alchemy is reacting to one of their pieces, RG already knew what they want to do and wasted their time. As for now, we're just gonna be looking at a potential end coming from RSG as the Lord swings his trident and marches down in the middle lane, pillaging the entirety of Alchemy. And Diablo makes his eventual jump in onto the heart of Alchemy. With a quick little fist break, he manages to bring down 2 members, and the rest of RSG tore down the entirety of Alchemy.
Diablo has actually been very quiet this game. He was just very happily pushing the top lane, but that last fight there where he caught 2 members of Alchemy against their own base and ensured their demise, now that was a beautiful play, but other than beautiful plays, let's go to the beautiful man Churros here for a bit of a breakdown of that game.
Well, thank you very much, my beautiful Suki, and of course, my most handsome Ashram right here.
Smiling from ear to ear. Smiling from ear to ear.
I always like a good compliment right now, but I have to give compliments to RSG. This was a really fast speed run through the game of MLBB. There's two things I want to talk about. The first is tempo setting. And being an experienced team as RSG, you are able to set the tempo from the get-go. In the first 3 minutes of the game, you see how Bray, Lucian Cutie, and I think it was Roy, they were moving together as a unit. It was a 1-3-1. You have that roaming trio aggressively going into their opponent's jungles and all that kind of jazz. The fact of the matter is, after that 3 minutes, the win condition shifted, which is my second point. RSG is so effective as a unit that they have 2 cores in their team. The first was Bray. The second was Oki. If you take a look, Bray wasn't just, his job after the 3 minutes wasn't just to get the objectives and disrupt the gameplay, it was just to push them out of the zone so that Oki could take down all the objectives. Taking a look at the itemizations, it does look like RSG has the upper hand in terms of the economy and taking down a lot of these itemizations, going straight to full damage. Oki even got himself the Wind Talker, just going for the extra attack speed.
You mentioned 2 cores. But in my eyes, it kind of seems a little bit different because of the fact that RSG, every single one of their members seems to have a lot of kill pressure.
Yeah.
It seems a lot more like 4 cores to me because Roy is literally on top of everyone else, while Diablo, he's not creating space. He's just looking for opportunities.
Yes. Yeah, and this is something that I really like about this Badang Ping. I mean, if we slow down the tempo a little bit, that is where Alchemy then can find little spaces, find little cracks to move out of that base, move out of their comfort zone. But when they do, Diablo is right there. And like you said, it is basically shifting the win conditions. Anyone can be a core.
It's like a pressure cooker.
Yeah, like a pressure cooker, because it's always heating up. And speaking of heat, the RSG has definitely brought the heat. Taking a look at all these battle statistics, to Suki, what can you tell us about all of this?
I mean, the moment you said pressure cooker, I just thought, you know, a Badang wall on one side and a Grok wall on the other side, and all of the damage right in the center. And as we look at the statistics here, the damage dealt by RSG is double what Alchemy managed to achieve. And this is just, I wouldn't say that it's a heartbreaking or that it's upsetting that this happened, I think it's more like, what can Alchemy do now to resolve the problems that they have, because they are losing in the early game and they are losing in the mid game. What is their plan moving forward, I think?
Yeah, there was actually two things that I noticed. One was that the wall composition going in actually was used twice. It was used previously in the regular season, but after all of that, who do you think the MVP is?
Bray?
Lucian Cutie.
Actually, all of them. Yeah, Lucian Cutie created so much space. He has a perfect scoreline, 1-0-10. And take a look at his itemizations. One thing I want to talk about is he actually half builds. So half build is actually a strategy that professional team players use. They don't need to get a full item. All you need is that small little bit of defense going in. So he doesn't have to build a full antique cuirass, which is basically what he is moving towards. But if you see in the earlier stages of the game, he built that silence rope first. And he didn't finish the Athena shield until he got the Dominance Ice, knowing that the regeneration capabilities of Fredrin is going to come into play. So Dominance Ice is significantly better than Athena's shield at that point in time. So really the itemizations, all these small little optimizations that RSG has done really secures the victory, an easy early victory. It's pretty much one-sided.
It's really unfortunate that that came out that way, right? Alchemy SG have got a lot to come up with themselves, perhaps not play too reactive. Perhaps the highlights will be able to tell us a little bit more about their reactive gameplay choice.
We're taking a look at all these team fights. Ashiru was trying to go for a nice Pneumonon Blast. There were moments where there was a little bit of a premature Pneumonon Blast, just like right here. Take a look at where the rest of the players are. This final sweep from Puski actually made a lot of difference, trying to push them back, trying to keep them out of position, because this is precisely what RSG Slate is known for, being in position and just waiting for that right time for all their members to come in and secure easy pickings. But if you take a look at what the job of Ray and Lucian Cutie is, it's just to disrupt the ultimate setups from Ashiru. And this made Ashiru, this made it so hard for Ashiru to actually land a proper Pneumonon Blast. This was the final fight. Take a look at how they set up, who goes in first. Diablo finds an opportunity, like you said, Abstract, going on straight to the main damage trader, which is that Moskov. And then they layered it in. Rob goes in with that wall charge, and then Bray finishes up by disrupting the rest of the other loose team members with a wall spin.
You know, I kind of wonder whether Lucian Cutie has like a homing missile, because his Grok has hit on the right target every single time.
Yeah.
He has caught Exalt out of position. He has managed to disrupt the entirety of Alchemy, and that's very impressive from a Grok.
Yeah, I actually counted. He actually hit 3 men with his wild charge at least 4 times in this entirety of the game.
Yikes.
He was so very held back on his ultimate. But Ashiru, on the other hand, he wanted to get those loose kills. There were moments in time where Bray came in. Bray was very low on health. He's running back, and then he ramps up his ultimate, ready to swing that hammer down. But in the end, it was all for naught, and then he just missed everything else. But it's just a very, very smooth gameplay from RSG Slate.
It really feels like a next level kind of gameplay coming from RSG Slate SG, right? They know exactly what they're trying to go for. And this time, perhaps it's time for Alchemy SG to step onto the next level with the help of Guardian Man. Ready to take your game to the next level? Well, Guardian Man is the one that is for you. As we introduce the official skincare partner of the Mobile Legends Professional League Singapore Season 5. With Guardian Man, you can level up your game with confidence. Our advanced skincare technology is designed to keep your skin refreshed and revitalized, even during those intense gaming sessions. Very intense, huh? Of course, say goodbye to all your oily and acne skin and hello to a fresh and clean look. So why settle for average when you can be at the top of the game with Guardian Man? Be a champion! Extra GGs in just 10 seconds with Guardian Man Acno Fight.
Stay beautiful like me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why
Thank
are you guys?
Suki.
Why are the two of you so beautiful? Gosh.
I don't know.
So shiny.
Actually, Abstract does look like a Korean, right? We
Yeah,
talked
no,
about
no,
this
yeah,
like
yeah.
behind the scenes. He does look like a Korean with his hairstyle and with that nice face, with nice smooth face, pimpless and pimpless.
You can take it many ways with that single noun.
Yeah, true. But let's move on, Abstract. What do you think is the main changes that both sides need to make?
I think that for RSG, they don't have to make any changes, right? They have been playing the game to the T. They knew how to deal with Alchemy. It's just another day in the office. As for Alchemy SG, I think the main thing they gotta have to look out for is to really understand how their shot caller is playing things. The shot caller gonna have to think about a lot more things than to think about what's gonna be happening next. They should be thinking about what's happening after the next move. You know, a few steps ahead. That would be the best way to play because RSG, boy oh boy, RSG is just making Alchemy dance right in the palm of their hands.
Yeah, and going straight into that draft for that second game, Alchemy needs to find a way to be a little bit more patient with their farming, a little bit more held back when it comes down to all these small little skirmishes, but they still want to go in and ban out all these early game aggressive heroes that disrupt their entire composition. So Alchemy going to choose to ban out that Joy. RSG still has the first pick advantage, banning out that green and that red. Very, very strong heroes that is able to set the tempo of the game, especially in early parts and in the late game through disrupting gameplays, disrupting the positionings, coming out from all sides of the map.
I think what we saw for that lineup from Alchemy is not necessarily that it was a lineup that I think is bad. It's not bad, right? Because every draft has its own merits, correct? But the Lolita, I think, is a very hard alternate to land. And, you know, knowing how RSG Slate are, the experience, they know where that Lolita was a lot of times.
Your
Why
team
Shiro
is
didn't have as much of an impact as you would expect. So I'm not sure whether this is something within the realm of possibility, but Alchemy maybe ought to draft for a lineup that is easier to execute.
Yeah, so first pick advantage, RSG has a lot of considerations. They can't pick up that Mortis, they can't pick up
Your
a
team
Frederick,
is
they can't pick up a Farsa because this is only one pick. If you choose that Frederick, which they did, they might give up a lot more options over the side of Alchemy. And Alchemy, on the other hand, they are banning out all these high mobility heroes because Alchemy wants to play it very, very slow, play it front to back, which is precisely what RSG is shifting in. They're adapting to their playstyle. They want to go for that Frederick. They want to see how that front to back approach actually works.
It's very interesting that even though RSG Slate had first pick advantage, being on the blue side, they banned the Glue, they banned the Feramis, they banned the Valentina that are often first pick material, right?
I am the priestess of
for
your
Alchemy,
team,
they didn't really
the hunter of all the
consider that,
evil
so they were
gods.
able to use their bans in a very different way. And Edith Faza as the first two picks from Alchemy. Man, I do like a good Edith, but once again, I think it's the same problem as the Lolita, the wind-up time. Meanwhile.
Oh man, Kadita gets picked up by Roy, and we've seen how Kadita, over the course of today, actually, the previous game,
Your
how
team is picking.
disruptive Kadita would be into the entirety of your back line, especially when Roy and Lucian Cutie is playing sort of like the Secret Service kind of style. You don't really see them, but whenever your main sort of like protective target is touched, even they come out, they pounce at you, and this is precisely what RSG is doing. They pick up their R-Lot for a little bit of a repositioning, but Alchemy, they do have the early game advantage in terms of the speed of rotations.
I do hope that the Edith is going to be picked by Puski to play into the EXP late instead. Because right now, looking at a Kadita, Alchemy needs a roamer that is constantly being able to get information.
Yes.
Information is super important. The bushwhack position that this Kadita is able to play will be the demise of Alchemy. And this, just from this single pick, if it's completely untouched and they do not have an answer to this Kadita, all hell will break loose. And, well, pun intended,
Pain
Diablo
is the
will be
proof
out.
that I'm still alive.
This guy is not going to stop. Just from a single Kadita, you will completely destroy the enemy's momentum, destroy the enemy's confidence in going into brushes.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. I think that is why the Mortis is picked up, sort of like a soft counter. In the late stage of the game, you need to source out information. You are basically a reconnaissance team, and the CC immunity as well as a little bit of a damage reduction.
Your team is banning.
It enables Mortis to be that secondary tank, but RSG, they're banning out that carry. Alchemy, on their hand, is banning out that Brody. So they know that they don't want to make Fredrin and Viable, and one way to do so is
Your team
basically
is
a
banned.
anti-tank hero like a carry. Once you have that speedy light moves, and all you need is a Demon Hunter Sword as well as a Golden Staff to really proc your passives. And this is true damage. You can't defend against true damage. This is so tough. So carry off the tables, rock especially off the tables for the side of Alchemy. They don't want to deal with another wall composition again.
Yeah, and now there is the Melissa, there is the Claude. And so, you know, they RSG have to decide because Alchemy gets the first pick into the face. So, you know, whoever they leave open,
Kindness
you know,
is the
RSG
surest
needs
Your
their own
team
mark
is
as well, need their
ruination.
own gold laner as well, and they're gonna go for the Yuzong ban instead. Actually, both teams to me have drafted in a very interesting way, right?
Yeah.
Because both the Kadita and the Edith can go to multiple roles. So having this open-ended question also gives them room to
Your
roll
team
their
is
draft
kind.
in the way that they can sort of surprise the enemy team. But they're going to go for the Claude instead of the Melissa. Is that something that you think it's a Alchemy comfort pick thing? Because I feel like Melissa has been doing much better recently as compared to
Yeah, I was going to say the Vindication is going to get picked up because it's sort of like a soft counter in lane, and especially through that late game. You want reliable damage onto a single target. Melissa doesn't give that opportunity. You need to depend on muddles. You need to depend on your skills. On the other side, though, RSG, they pick up that Kaja. The suppression is going to punish Exalt for getting near, because Exalt as well, in the late game, you'll be seeing a lot of blazing duets into the faces of RSG, especially into the face of Oki. And you don't want to deal with that. You're going to be able to protect Beatrix a little bit more effectively. Alchemy will solidify their pick with a Khalid. This is the second time Khalid is picked up in this season.
And it was picked by RSG Slate yesterday.
Yeah, it
so-
was. It was. I do like that though. The Raging Sandstorm provides a lot of opportunity. You can dive into the back line. And RSG, I think what they're lacking in terms of the entire composition is protection onto OP, which was what they had, but they don't have the luxury of the Grok. What can they do now? This is the main question. Will they still be able to set that tempo with that Kaja pick, with that Kadita as well?
With a wave of interesting pick coming in from both sides, we are definitely going to be looking a lot more in-depth into all of this once the game begins. As RSG as well as Alchemy prepares themselves over into the land of dawn. How is game number 2 going to fare? Is Alchemy SG going to take 1 point away from RSG Slate SG?
Welcome
given
to
that
Mobile
this is,
Legends!
I would say it's still relatively early in the season. I guess it's like the second week, second day, the last match. I feel like the Khalid pick, maybe they want to see whether they can recreate the magic that RSG could do yesterday. And already just an early fight, a lot of aggression coming out from Alchemy over here.
It does seem like the damage is coming in from Alchemy looks to be pretty darn good. But unfortunately, they are still playing in the mercy of RSG's territory after all. And RSG can very easily head themselves into the onto the turret very easily. This immediately pushes Diablo back to base. So I gotta have to say that Alchemy definitely bought some time in the ESP lane, but how monumental is this really?
You know, Lucian Cutie, his movement up to the top lane, I think, kept Diablo alive there. And so Lucian Cutie has to really babysit Roy a little bit until Roy gets to that stage where he can just blow up the enemy heroes. But Ashiru on that Edith is making it very hard for Lucian Cutie to get anywhere in the mid.
Alchemy seems to have identified that one of the key reasons that they lost in the previous game is probably because of the EXP lane, or maybe they are just looking for something a little bit different. Because if we do a quick little recap in the previous game, Diablo didn't actually do much. So Alchemy probably have a different idea as to how they want to play this. They want to be the first aggressors as Ashiru immediately charged right onto Lucian Cutie right by the tip and managed to flit Lucian Cutie into the range of the turret. That was absolute perfection.
Alchemy know that they don't have the actual physical or magic damage to burst anybody just yet, so Ashiru resolved that problem by making the turret do all the work for him. And that was just, I think, Lucian Cutie not respecting the Edith hit enough, and Diablo gonna maybe get away here. They actually have the turtle taken out, and they also lose the turtle for that.
The aggressiveness coming from Alchemy is paying dividends. They have been managing to move a lot around the map. First things first, Ashiru joins up the top lane, then over the middle lane. They are constantly getting themselves value whenever they are making a move. Unlike from the previous game, not much value, not much kill pressure. But this time, they are getting a lot more of that. They don't really care about that bushwhack that we were originally talking about, because why would you need to care about that if you have to got the tempo instead?
And in response to that, we saw just there that Bray went into the enemy jungle to invade and take away the purple buff away from, I believe it was Icon. So, you know, RSG Slate, they are not phased, I think, by this early damage and this early lead by Alchemy. They're just moving into the bottom lane. I think this is where the next fight is going to be. Jet and Ashiru both hiding in their Icon just to catch up Bray, though.
It kind of seems as though all of the knockups and all of the CCs are just traveling right down onto Bray, and all of them are just absolutely connecting. Alchemy plays as a unit. All four of them just trembling down onto Bray as well as Oki. This is definitely a huge surprise in the early stages of the game to show how Alchemy can be aggressive. They're starting to pick things up. They knew that there's nothing at stake, and they just went all in.
And we can see the emblems on screen right now. Puski running the high and dry. So I think Alchemy's plan is they're going to leave Puski alone. They're going to let him push up against Diablo. He's just there to stonewall that Arlet. And they're going to try and get down this Oki, this Beatrix, so that he doesn't become that mid and late game monster that we know Beatrix can be.
It's 1:4, and Alchemy is looking at roughly about 2,000 gold advantage. I'm relatively surprised that Alchemy actually have decided to go for a lane swap, especially since the turtle is going to be spawning up to the top side. I would have expected that Khalid would want to join into this battle as soon as possible, and the rest of the Alchemy just kind of like gather together. It kind of seems as though Alchemy wants to play together as a 5-man unit, and getting Exalt closer to the lane of where the fight is gravitating towards is going to be their best call. In this case, Alchemy, all 5 together. They've got themselves together just for this turtle fight. Is it really going to be value, or are they just wasting a lot more time and resources by doing so? As we're just going to be looking at things, Bray takes the turtle away out of the hands of Alchemy, but unfortunately that means that they're going to lose both Roy and Bray themselves. It is a 2-death for a single turtle. Is it worth it?
I mean, RSG Slate, you could see what they were planning for. You already see Lucent, Cutie, and Oki at the bottom lane trying to push out that turret, but you know, Exalt and I believe it was Jet, the damage was just too much, and Puski could defend for a brief period of time. So if you look at the items, is that a steel leggings? 2 steel plate leggings for Kajai. Just needs to survive. I think they are very terrified of the damage coming out from Alchemy right now.
And it's really nice to see that Alchemy have managed to react based on RSG's gameplay. This time, they're really thinking a few steps ahead. They know that whenever they're just going to go 5 men up to the top lane, RSG would want to put their pressure somewhere else. In the meantime, Ashiru is just going to ditch off Phylax, and he was hoping that he will be able to work well with his Primal Wrath. But unfortunately, the members on the side of RSG has managed to retreat in a quick little instant, and they managed to get themselves out of the fight and disengage pretty nicely. Icon a little bit too far ahead. He pushed himself onto Bray and was hoping that he will be able to get a kill, but fortunately, both of them disengaged without losing a single man.
That is actually a little bit scary for RSG Slate because their sort of blow-up game plan, which was the Kaja as well as the Kadita, was not enough to take down Ashiru, a single hero on the side of Alchemy. And I think with that Edith kit, where he can transform from that tank to major damage dealing, it's going to be very difficult for RSG Slate to, I guess, hang on.
Turret has been
Ashiru
destroyed.
is getting a lot of farm on a roaming character.
Well, it kind of seems as though our Alchemy is slowly starting to, I would say, losing grasp of map.
Red team hero has been slain.
As you can see, the top lane is slightly abandoned because Alchemy knows that the turtle is
Red team has slain the turtle.
A lot more resources down in the southern side, while RSG have already expected. they do not want to fight the turtle. Instead, they move up north and try to take up more turrets. Less turrets available from the side of Alchemy, the less amount of territorial advantage Alchemy has. And RSG is looking more towards an investment into the later stages.
You know, RSG Slate, they have the experience. They have that good team play. They have, I think, decent, not decent, they have very good leadership, right? So whatever it is that they supposedly lose out from Alchemy, they're gonna get back as much as possible. And so getting that turrets down, this is an early investment, like you said, into the late game for them. And they're not too worried. It is still early yet. And we can see Alchemy always sort of, grouping up together as 4, whereas RSG are a little bit more spread out. They don't get caught out in too big of a AoE team.
I'm not exactly sure what kind of farm Exalt really has at this point in time, because he's been moving around a lot and is not really sticking onto the lane and really just farming the crap out of it. I mean, I can definitely understand why he's doing that, so that he won't get caught out by the members for RSG. They are playing in a very disciplined way and ensuring that Exalt is constantly sticking onto either Ashiru or Puski. They're looking for number 1 opportunities to go for kills. In the meantime, by sticking together like that, they are also safe with one another. But over a longer course of time, there could be a chance that Exalt will lose out in a lot more goals as compared to how much Oki is capable of reaping.
And we can see from the damage now, oh, never mind, Ashiru going to get caught out here a little bit. But Ashiru says, I'm not stuck in here, me, you're stuck in here. I'm gonna go down maybe though. The Kaja ultimate comes out, pulls Ashiru back, he barely survives. Exalt gets thrown up in the back line by Roy. And Icon, maybe he stepped out too far, and he gets taken out as well.
It's really unfortunate for Alchemy. They lost 3 members without taking a single person down. And that fight appeared, or rather that fight started and ended right before the Lord started. And this is where Alchemy starts to lose their future.
The thing is that Icon has been doing so much damage on the side of Alchemy that RSG Slate no target down. Like you said, Exalt doesn't actually have that much damage yet because he hasn't had the chance to farm. Icon, Puski as well as Jet are the major damage dealers for Alchemy, and they haven't gotten to the stage where they can be tanky, they can stand up against the fight that RSG Slate is bringing.
If this playstyle is what they're trying to go for, perhaps Claude isn't exactly the best idea. A Clint would have been perfect in this situation. With the early game spike that Clint is able to bring in, he's able to put a lot more value into the game, and you don't have to put out so much resources just to let him go online. You won't be afraid of losing out in value. As such, ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to be looking at Puski and friends rushing their way right onto Losing Cutie. But is that the right play? As they manage to bring 1 person down, but they lose 3 in the meantime. It kind of seems as though Losing Cutie is going to be that bait, and RSG turned the tides immediately, bringing Ashiru, Exalt, and Puski down.
The reinitiation, sorry, coming in from RSG Slate there. The Fredrin and the Kadita layering their stuns and their CCs to hold Alchemy back outside of their base where they can be taken down. And yeah, Losing Cutie is fine with that. He's the rogue, he can go down, he's not too worried. And now Icon maybe needs to be worried because Diablo and Bray are gonna try and catch him out here. Easy kill for them.
A little bit too much on his hands. He's all alone, and even though he's slightly tanky, not quite tanky enough to really withstand against 3 other members. And one of them happens to be Oki. And Oki has been farming a lot. He's the one that casually goes up to lanes time and time again, and he's really just the one that's taking down the bottom lane turrets, the top lane turrets, and in fact, speaking of turrets, he took another one away again. So this guy is really on the mission to take as much turrets down as much as possible, and right now, even getting himself the kill after Losing Cutie jumped right in with a divine judgment.
We can see that Alchemy here has lost a bit of their steam from the early game, right? Now that they can survive the Edith burst, as well as catching the Edith and being able to take her down, Ashiru is not as much of a threat. And now the frontliners of Alchemy can't even stand up to the burst coming up from RSG Slate, but RSG Slate being very disciplined here, knowing that, you know what, it's time to chill, let's go back to farming, let's get our heroes back on track with this gold coming in, and let's get the fat stacks, as Churros likes to say.
I would say that the current situation that Alchemy is in right now is very likely because because of the excessive movements that they have made in the early stages of the game. It is tough for Exalt to keep up to the GPM. As we see that the Claude currently only have a Demon Hunter Sword, a Golden Staff, as well as the Wind of Nature, while our friend over at the side of Beatrix couldn't quite see that, but one thing for sure, it definitely have got more gold.
Yeah, Beatrix has more money. Let's just put it that
Let's
way.
just put it that way.
She's balling right now, but
you can buy a Lamborghini.
Yeah, but they are going to try and push down the
team
bottom
turret has
lane
been
in
destroyed.
exchange for this Lord. And
Blue
I think,
team has
you know, this
slain
is
the
what
Lord.
Alchemy has to do. They have to get the trades. They have to get a little bit more of the momentum for the macro of the game itself in their favor. Because right now, I think a 1v1 or a 5v5 team fight for Alchemy versus RSG Slate, I think RSG Slate's gonna just take it.
And now Alchemy is forced into a turtle state. The only thing that they can do is just hover around in their own base and technically not do anything. They're too afraid to lose one member. They do not want to step out of their comfort territory. And like I said before, they don't have someone that can really just travel out in the open, venture into these brushes, because they don't have anyone that can do that. Ashiru is their roamer. He did manage to play a very big role in the start, being super aggressive, getting themselves kills, and really just moving around a lot. Let's just put it that way. But all of the resources and all of these picks are all funneled into the early stages of the game, not necessarily into the quality of life of what will happen in the later stages.
Yeah, and with Oki being so farmed right now, I don't think Ashiru can even stand up to the carry, given to the Beatrix, given that you know, he's an Edith, right? Like, he wasn't given the fight, wasn't given the XP, but they are gonna go in for a big fight here.
Fuski immediately jumps over to the backline and hoping to be able to get a kill down to Oki. He manages to successfully do so with a quick little assassination call coming in from him. It's not done just yet though. He immediately moves himself over to Roy, but Roy still managed to escape with a sliver of health. The rest of the members coming from the side of Alchemy found that opportunity and reclaimed their lost land.
Luce and Cutie went in on Jets, and Alchemy just dove into the backline. They went after Oki, and even though RSG Slate, they get out with 3, they do clear out 2 lanes of inhibitor turrets on the side of Alchemy. So this is an investment, but Roy might get caught out here. He is gonna get caught out here. Ashiru still, you know, showing up on this Edith.
Oh, the irony. The bushwhack got bushwhacked.
Who enters the bush first wins, I hear from
pretty much, right? Yeah. Pretty much. In this game, that's kind of how it will be. At this point in time, it does seem as though, Alchemy is a little bit too far ahead. They do definitely want to get their territory back. They would want to get a lot more information as to what is happening on the 50 line. Just going over to the ZBrush, opening things up, and especially preparing for the imminent Lord that will be coming up in 25 seconds. The best way to play this is to bring one person down. But it kind of seems as though they are the one that have lost that one person instead, without a roamer to join into the fight with the Lord in 10 seconds in.
I mean, Ashiru has been that playmaker for Alchemy from the get-go of this match. 8 assists on him, and without him, it's going to be a little bit difficult for them to even contest, but RSG Slate are playing this the RSG Slate way. They're going to go for the Lord as well as trying to get more here. Diablo gets caught out a little bit, but he's gonna be okay. Unfortunately, Alchemy not really willing to pull the trigger because they don't know where this Kadita is.
They definitely know that Ray is working onto the Lord. The question is if whether they're even gonna go for that. The Bushwhack joins in. He immediately melted down Exalt like a hot knife through butter. And they are just not being able to do anything. They immediately retreated back into the base and back into the turtle shell.
RSG Slate is reading Alchemy like an open book, right? They baited Alchemy to come out and showed, hey, you know, we are all here. It's only Bray. You can totally jump on him. Meanwhile, Roy, with the patience to hide in that bush, just takes out the right target. And now Alchemy, they're even more afraid to go out because their damage dealer is down. And you do see Puski trying to push out that lane, but it's not really going to get much done since the Lord is going there.
I mean, with the Lord that is just going to be pushing for the advantage of RSG, Alchemy will have nowhere else to farm except for the very huge waves that is coming in. RSG will take this opportunity to chow down like a hungry toddler around the entirety of Alchemy's jungle, around all the extremities. But in the meantime, this will pretty much be the final fight as we see things fit. As Ashuru is going to be the first person to go straight down, while the rest of the members coming from the side of RSG. They are hoping that they will be able to bring down Exalt, but Exalt dove over to the backline. He managed to shred down 2 members. Pops off with the wind of nature. It was hoping that he will be able to bring Oki down, but in the end of it all, RSG SG, they have managed to bring things down to the end. They are just like a machine.
Exalt that last Hail Mary, almost clearing out the entirety of RSG Slate, but Oki was like, oh, hang on. There's a clone back there. Gotta go help my team. But it's alright. It's okay. RSG Slate do take the win. Heroes, what do you have to say about this game?
Well, lots to say because there was a constant shifting back and forth throughout the entirety of it. But first and foremost, congratulations on the Savage. That was a well-deserved Savage. Played a very, very long game.
That was a Savage?
There was a Savage, man.
Oh, what?
There was a when they were casting, I was like sitting back, I was watching, I was just, I wanted to shout like the Savage. But
to be fair to Abstract, I think he ran out of oxygen because
he did.
You went ham on that fight, and you know who else went ham on that fight?
I
Okay.
went, yeah, okay. I did too. But going back into the game, let's break it down bit by bit by bit. Taking a lot of itemizations, a lot of half builds going in back and forth over the side of RSG. This gives them a little bit more survivability. They know how to play around the early game aggression that Alchemy gave onto RSG. But the fact of the matter is, they had 3 different things, or 3 different aspects that they worked on. They knew how to shift their win cons. They know their targets. They know their individual targets. Roy always seeking out Exalt, and this was what made them win. But last of all, RSG actually grew as a team in terms of synergy and chemistry. The way they gelled together so nicely, so well. It's sort of like Roti Prata and Sugar. I don't actually take Sugar. Roti Prata and Curry. Curry and Prata.
Curry and Prata.
Yes.
Curry and Prata. That's the best thing. I don't take Sugar. I don't know why I was saying Sugar. But speaking of Sugar, this game was just sweet. RSG did everything. They came back from a deficit, and was a huge deficit of around 3,000 gold lead at one point in time. But taking a look at the post-game statistics, a lot of turret damage dealt, a lot of different changes as well.
As much as I really want to, harp onto RSG's victory, right? Yes, Oki is pretty much like on a mission like a man possessed, right?
Yeah.
He's just tearing out everyone with a massive amount of damage dealt, and of course, a high GPM, without a doubt. But I gotta have to say, Alchemy, they did a phenomenal job in this game against RSG. They probably gave the gods here a shock. They RSG definitely did not expect the kind of aggression that Alchemy is capable of bringing out. The amount of damage dealt from Alchemy, you can see here, is absolutely phenomenal. In fact, the damage dealt is higher than RSG. So throughout the entirety of the game, Alchemy actually have got the game in the palm of their hands. As such, RSG, they still managed to come back to the game, probably thanks to their impact player, who is their MVP. But exactly who is that?
Now, I'm going to say it's Oki. Oki, I mean, it was a game of patience, waiting for Oki to really come online. And when he came online, he really did come online. He went virtual, he went Tron mode, and he really shone. This is him getting that Savage, 10-2-5, almost a perfect scoreline, despite some of the early game shakeups right there. Even sold his boots just to get that immortality, a little bit of a trade for defense, for mobility. This was a really good plan going over, and when you said it was a last team fight, it really was a last team fight.
They're just putting everything, or rather, he's just putting everything into that final fight. He knew that, you know what, I don't need to move too much. I'm standing right here! I'm an immovable object! Kill me now or I'll kill you! Kind of situation, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you don't need the boots if
you're
are
not moving.
Yeah, if you're not moving. And also, I think after he got blown up once, he's just like, I'm not letting that happen to me again. And
Yeah.
I'm gonna savage you, and I'm gonna make you regret going on me. So yeah, we're gonna jump into the match highlights soon. Churros, this is your time to shine, your time to take it away. Please go.
No loss to say, but let's break it down in the early game to the mid and late. The early game, very, very easy pickoffs. You have a very, very strong early game composition with a Foster and a Martis. So expect a lot of early game skirmishes underneath the turrets, and this is how Icon actually came online, because it was actually doing very, very well. But the fact of the matter is there was a tipping point, and that tipping point was when they created that much amount of space, they didn't know where RSG was going to be, because they didn't know how to play against the whole map. This is, I think, what they need to learn. They need to play around the space that they've created for themselves. And this is how RSG actually capitalized on that situation. They didn't know where Roy was coming from. It sort of was like, okay, they were running away from Oki and was an alley-oop over to Roy. And this was what I really, really liked about this team. And this was the defining moment, the final fight going in Exalt. No one was touching him, but also no one on the side of Alchemy was touching Oki. He was just popping off, just bodies flying all around, and they were just going in for that last kill. This is the Savage that we see. I want to say it so badly. I'm just going to show it.
Opportunity.
I missed my opportunity.
I missed the opportunity.
Man, that was an amazing team fight. Amazing showing from RSG Slate. But at the same time, like you said, Alchemy actually coming this close to taking down RSG Slate. Still unable to clear it out though. Like unable just to break that team.
But I think that they have learned a valuable lesson. They definitely understood what could work against them. Now, the only problem is to just really look down into the vault and understand at which point in time where they actually started to lose. When are they actually losing the foothold of this platform that they have so meticulously worked on? And in my opinion, it really boils down to that turret in the top lane, where they got the turret down and they brought one straggler down. From that point on, it went slightly downhill and they no longer have that advantage and no longer have that control of the map anymore.
It was all about like that 4-member team fight, going in, bursting up all their ultimates. I was really, really stoked to see how they were actually picking them off one by one. But RSG, their experience in the game caused them to capitalize on the situation. Hey, you're not going to be in that forest. I will be instead. And they took that long route, the scenic route, over to the back of RSG. But I'm looking forward to hear from the players. What do you guys think?
Well, I'm waiting. So we are just going to be jumping right over to the host. My name is Abstract. With me here is Suki and Churro signing off. Back to you, Cheryl.
Ladies and gentlemen, right here, ending match 4 with a perfect win streak. It is no wonder they are our defending champions, RSG Slate SG. And right now beside me, the man of the hour, we have Oki as well as Coach Saint Lucas. Really wonderful stuff. So right now, because Oki is from Indonesia, we will have Dolly to do the translation for us. All right, so the first question. How does it feel to be the first player right here, MPL SG Season 5, to get a Savage?
So very happy lah. Very happy.
We're very excited for you as well, the first Savage, and right here coming from RSG Slate SG. Now, the next one is, how does it feel to come and play with players here at MPL SG?
So, the first time I'm go to Singapore and I am excited lah. I'm excited for MPL SG Season 5 and so very happy meet Roy, Ray, Diablo, many people. So very happy.
Great. So with that, because most of the players are speaking English as their primary language, is there any difficulty when it comes to communicating, or how is it different rather?
Yeah, so very difficult lah. So very difficult, but I try to learn to my English.
It's okay because in-game language is pretty similar all around, right? Fantastic. Yeah. So yes, in game 2 of the series, Alchemy looked like they had you guys earlier, taking a 5-kill lead in the early game. So how did the team come back from such an explosive display from Alchemy?
Keep communication just don't panic and come and attack them.
And that's why you guys are our defending champions for a reason.
Yeah.
Fantastic. The adaptability is just absolutely insane. So yes, final question. In the past 4 days of the season, the team has been, RSG, Slate SG has been very aggressive in their games. Is this a play style or are you guys making a statement to the teams out there?
I think it's a special play style. Play style.
Fantastic. And we are hoping to see more of that because it's just so exciting. So thank you so much, Man of the Hour, our first Savage right here at MPL SG Season 5. Thank you so much, Oki, as well as Coach Dolly. Thank you. Wonderful stuff, ladies and gentlemen. The Man of the Hour, the very first Savage right here at MPL SG goes to Oki. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, RSG Slate SG maintains their perfect win streak right here at MPL SG Season 5. What a time to be alive right here today. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we have come to the end of week 2 of the regular seasons, with the teams having played 4 matches each. So this is absolutely amazing. And these are the current standings. So as you see right here on your displays, RSG Slate SG has capped a perfect score record of 12 points to their name, further extending the gap between the other teams, securing 12 comfortable points in first position. And of course, the first Savage right here to their names as well, secured by Oki, and Team SMG tailing behind at 9 points. Whereas Bleed Esports unfortunately suffered a surprise loss, but still in the top 3 positions with 8 points. Whereas Revival climbed up the ranks with 6 points today, and tailing just right behind, we also have Stellark SG with also 6 points. Whereas on the other hand, we have Team Flash SG with 5 points to the name, which hopefully they have a chance to climb up the overall standings next week. Whereas Alchemy SG and Evil are currently tied neck and neck at 7th and 8th positions respectively. Wow. What a day right here today at MPL SG Season 5 Week 2. This is really a miracle week. We have seen so many wonderful plays happen. So yes, remember to join us next week for week 3 of the regular season. And this is the match schedule. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, for week 3, day 1, match 1 would be happening at 10 a.m. And this will be Alchemy SG crossing swords with Revival. Whereas for match 2, we will see Evil going head-to-head against Bleed happening at 1 p.m. Now for match 3, we will see Stellark crossing swords with Team SMG happening at 4 p.m. And finally, closing off the show once more, we will have RSG Slate SG going against Flash at 7 p.m. So yes, that is the lineup happening next week. Now, ladies and gentlemen, remember, you guys can catch us on so many different platforms such as Facebook, YouTube, as well as Twitch. And if you want to soak in on all of the live action, remember to join us as a live audience as well. If you want to find out more details, all you guys have to do is just check out our Instagram page, and that is mpl.sg.official. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, with only 3 more days of the regular season, we hope to see all of our teams pulling out all their stops to earn that upper bracket position, because it is extremely crucial, because it gives them that extra life in the playoff season. Now, before we head off right here for today, we'd like to take this opportunity to thank all of our amazing sponsors. MPL SG Season 5 is powered by Moontown and Zenway Productions. Our official partners, Frank Bio CBC and Garnier Men. And our partners in esports, OSIM and Suntech City Mall. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, remember to join us right here tomorrow, Saturday, 10 a.m. Be there or be square. Thank you so much for spending your Sunday with us. We'll see you then at 10 a.m. Take care.